Viva Revolution! Blah! Big fan, big fan, big fan. I'm a big fan too. Are you an electrical fan or like one of those fans those Japanese fans that's used in Rakugo? Steam turbine, understandable. Don't bong me. Hi everybody, how y'all doing today? Y'all ready to be lawyers and stuff, or no? Are you? No? What the fuck am I doing here then? What am I doing here, man? Going home. Fuck this. Bye then. Get your fucking badges out. It's time. It's time to be a lawyer. Learn. Get the evidence out. Is that defense attorney Dirk Spirit of the Dragon? I'm in my main persona mode. We're finally bringing the main persona back. Oh, fuck, that's too close. Or is it too close? Ah! Did you get the new tracking? It's not custom tracking. This is just normal tracking. Smells like furries. Okay, bye. Wow. You just took a shower? Doesn't mean you can't wash away the stench of furry on you. I know. I just know. Hi, Rudolph. I'm not Rudolph. Anyway, let's get started, maybe? Question mark? Or maybe not. Maybe we wait for some people to trickle in. In particular, there's a couple of people who I want to see their reactions to when we get to the big reveals in this stream. So maybe I should have waited until 3, but I felt like I needed the extra time. It'll give people time to trickle in, so that's fine. Yes, hi Bakiri. There, that's the person I was waiting for. Bakiri, are you ready to get your mind blown? Are you? Akira never yields. By the way, my new hand tracker is going to be here on Tuesday. I'm very excited for it. Don't fucking do this. Wow. Give you an hour? Hell no. Don't let me drive, I'll never yield. True. All right, let's get started. So last time we solved the case in America, and then we came to Korean, and then apparently Dirk got accused of killing Igna, and then yeah, stuff happened. Go read the evidence to get caught up and stuff. Now apparently Apollo is getting chased by the police. Korean Bazaar. If our idiot cat had seen me there and dropped a mostly dead mouse right against your foot. See what I did? Aren't you proud of me? Damn. Those guys sure are persistent. Yeah, they even wore me out, and that doesn't happen often. Why are they after us anyway? Ah, Apollo, it's the Royal Guards again. Why are the Royal Guards after us? I thought Apollo would know, but apparently he doesn't. Apparently not even Apollo knows. Ah, quick, hide. Hey, where did Horn-Headed Spidey Hair go? Spidey Hair? They're not talking about me, are they? Is that a trick question? We know you're hiding somewhere around here. Apollo, that weird looking bird over there. Did it just... Yeah, it did. It's called a warbad, and you know what? I'll tell you all about it later when we're not being chased by masked men. Come out wherever you are. Hand over the Founder's Orb if you know what's good for you. Oh, that's why. Figures they're after the orb. I don't want to know what they'd do to us if we were captured. They grill us in those obnoxious loud voices. I'll cave after the first hour and confess to whatever they wanted, truth or no. I'm actually early, your imagination. I'm an hour early. But now, you foreign devils! This has gone far enough! You must not keep her evidence waiting any longer! Oh, okay. We gotta get out of here. There must be a safe place to hide somewhere. I know exactly where to go. Maybe we could hide here. No way, they'd find us in no time. Stay where you are. They're closing in on us. We gotta find a place to hide. What? Oh, I must have misclicked. Look, a manhole. Ah, that's right. Say, son, do you remember my office? Sure. I remember that messy, dimly lit room. The pilot of Master Amara's assassination is kept there. I think it might help you on this case. Do you remember how to get there? Athena, I know where we can hide. Follow me. Oh, where are we going? Wait, you're not seriously thinking about going down there? It smells like rotten eggs. And are those rats I hear? We've got no choice. I can get us somewhere safe, but it is the only way in. Quick, before it's too late. Oh, it's gonna take forever to get this stench out of my hair. Not really what you should be worrying about right now, Athena. I'm just saying. Former Sadmati law offices. Looks like we lost them. That was close. Dirk's office. How long has it been since I last set foot in here? At least we're safe now, but... Why is Athena all huddled up in the corner like that? Yeah, we don't have Phoenix's evidence that he gathered, but I believe he gives it to us soon. So it doesn't matter. Ah! That's... AJ! What the heck are you doing here? Garen's Royal Guards are after us. Once a rebel, always a rebel. Don't worry, the regime doesn't know about this place, so you can relax now. Good. Since when am I part of the rebellion? I don't recall signing up. Apollo! Oh, there he is. Mr. Wright, what are you doing here? We saw you two go into that manhole. You narrowly escaped the guards' notice. It was like watching a pair of ostriches burying their heads in the sand. I guess that was a closer shave than I had thought. Anyway, you're safe and sound now, and that's what really counts. Oh, I also have some evidence for you. Thanks, Mr. Wright. Case evidence received from the boss. So what's this dubious hovel we found ourselves in anyway? Okay, yeah, we got all of the evidence from Wright. It's the Defiant Dragon Safe House, also known as the former Sadmati Law Offices. I see. Well, though it might just be happenstance. Here I am, a chief prosecutor, hiding out in a rebel base. Please don't report this place to the local police prosecutor, Edgeworth. Might as well take a look around while we're waiting for the heat to die down out there. Come on, Athena, stop moping over there and help me check this place out. Please tell me there's a shower here. There's a sink in the kitchen, and if you're lucky, maybe even some soap. Maybe. I'm sorry I even asked. So, dads, you guys are still using this office, I see. Corbin, what's good? What's good? I'm good. Or something.
So now the official HQ of the Defiant Dragons. But as Dirk said, and I quote, "We must keep it for the day when Crane meets lawyers once more."
Restoring the legal system to its rightful form through popular uprising. You can tell how much Dirk believes in his cause.
Oh, and AJ, Dirk said something else that might interest you. He said he hopes you'll come back and take over this office someday.
Take over? Me?
Those were his words. He may have been half joking, though. Dirk, guess what I heard from PW? AJ's become a lawyer.
Yeah, I've been meaning to tell you.
Must have been because of you, Dirk.
I'm not so sure about that. I imagine he's already forgotten about me.
What are you talking about? I bet he can't wait to follow in your footsteps.
Nothing would make me happier. Maybe one day he'll return to Corain and take over this office. It's just a pipe dream, though. A derogatory term for Canadian. Canuck isn't derogatory. Dirk really said that?
Dirk was never a hands-on kind of dad. But not a day went by he wasn't thinking of you. That much I'm sure of.
Doesn't get more parental than that. Dirk. And to think, I really did spend my days trying to forget you. I'm looking forward to a nice long talk once you're free. Who's the kid? Wait a second, that's you, Apollo. I'd recognize those horns anywhere. Is that really the only way anyone recognizes me? You're so cute. And who's that fine-looking young man? That's Nayuta, back when he used to smile. Wow, his smile is absolutely angelic.
Sure brings back memories. I was thinking the day we all went out fishing.
What was Prosecutor Satmati like when he was younger?
It was kind of quiet, but passionate when it came to his convictions. When he finally made prosecutor, he was all fired up to change Corain for the better. But now he's nothing more than Grant's lackey.
Seems like Dats has a lot to say about Nayuta. I'll ask him about his thoughts later. I wonder what's in this file. Oh, it's full of newspaper clippings. Page 1. The arson incident involving Amara's private residence. Amara was slipped a sleeping pill and perished in the fire. The lighter found at the scene had Dirk's fingerprints on it. Collection of documents and information on Amara's assassination. So this is what Dirk was talking about. We already know most of the stuff here on top. Let's see what else there is. Wow, where did he get all this? Anything important here? What about this? Apollo's roving musician father got caught up in the incident and lost his life. He was struck in the head by the culprit. The victim's passport and any pictures of him were burned up in the fire. Without knowing his real name, no divination seance could be performed. Caught up in an incident and lost his life. What? This is about your father, Apollo! Looks like it. But I was never told much more than what's written here. Really? How come? Dirk always skated around the subject. Maybe he thought I was still too young? Plus, I always thought of Dirk as my dad, so I never really brought it up. Oh, I see. Still, I feel kind of sorry for your real dad. My real dad. I was never really interested in learning about him. But after seeing his picture, I can't help but feel a little curious. I wonder if Dats could tell me anything about him. Mara's assassination file added to the court record. Apollo, this file looks like it might be useful, but there are so many pages I can't tell what's important. We need someone to help organize all of this, and I think I know just the person to ask. They might add more pages to this later, but I might as well take these pictures now. Here, Miles, read this for us. No, we're probably gonna ask Dirk. This is Dirk's old law book. Look, there's a mark on the cover. It looks like it was branded on with a hot iron. Yeah, I think it was done in protest against the Defense Culpability Act. There's an entry on the DC Act right here, see? Oh, so this is the infamous anti-lawyer law you guys are always talking about. Dirk's law book added to the court record. Whoops. Looks like that picture is the exact same one as the one in the right of Turnabout, so I can just grab the one from the right in Turnabout. Nice. Less work for me. Wasn't Nayuta once part of the Defiant Dragons?
Yep, Yudi was a rising star in the Resistance. He vowed to fight for the cause through the legal system. Said he'd become a prosecutor and give Igna and Garan the smackdown they deserved.
But now he's...
Yeah, a puppet of the Garan regime. Not only that, but now he's gonna prosecute his own dad. It doesn't add up.
I wonder what happened to him.
Me too, but if I had to guess, I'd say Garan has some serious leverage over him.
Leverage? Like what?
Wish I knew, but it seems like Dirk knows. I tried to press him about it, but he wouldn't say.
Come to think of it, Dirk did say. Nayuta is suffering. Yes, he knows the rightful state of Karain in his legal system, but something forces him to bend to Garan's will, and it's tearing him apart. If that's the case, I bet Nayuta doesn't really want to go through with Dirk's prosecution. We already searched here, but it never hurts to take another look around. I wanted to ask you about this picture.
That's the picture of your pops that Dirk found. And he had a heck of a time tracking it down. He said he searched all over for it.
Why? Why would he go through all that trouble? Dad, please tell us everything you know about Apollo's dad. Do you know what my biological father was like?
Dirk once told me about him. He was a modern minstrel, walking the world and making music in his travels.
This file also has some information on your real dad. It says he died in the blaze at Queen Amara's residence 23 years ago.
That's right. Dirk had invited him over. Dirk's the kind of guy who can become fast friends with just about anyone. And it seems your pops was like that too, HA. They hit it off at a bar. And next thing you know, Dirk's asked him over to play some tunes.
And then the place went up in flames.
Yeah, Dirk had just stepped out for a sec when the fire broke out. Apollo, you were there too, but you were still just a baby.
I remember hearing about that when I was little.
Yeah, it was a crying shame. Your pops just happened to take you along that day. So you were there with him when the fire broke out? But Dirk risked his life to save you.
It's like Dirk's done nothing but save me all my life. Any of the profiles changed? I don't think so, no.
All your pop stuff got burned up, including anything that could have helped us identify him. All we knew about him at first was his stage name, Jangly Justice or something like that. Dirk did everything he could just to dig up what little we know now.
What about my mother? Do you know anything about her?
All we know is that she was traveling with your pops, but that day she was off doing something on her own.
So then she probably didn't even know my father had been with Dirk, huh? But she must have been desperate to find you and your father once you got missing.
No doubt, but the Queen's assassination threw the kingdom into chaos. The police were so overwhelmed, they probably hardly had it of any help to her. We searched till our legs gave out too, but we never found her. With your father's stuff all burned out, we had 0 leads, not even a photo.
So that's how I became an orphan.
Yeah, who knows? Maybe your mom read about the details of the fire in the newspaper. And maybe she figured you died along with your pops.
Wow, I had no idea you'd been through all that, Apollo. That's about this file. Can you help me figure out which pages are the most relevant?
Yep, sure can. I got the whole thing memorized. See this page? It's definitely worth a look.
Oh, that's right. Prosecutor said Monty was part of the royal family, wasn't he?
Yep, but he was expelled after the whole thing with Dirk happened. He must have gone through hell once he entered the legal world through.
Oh. Yes, the accident with the Cranberries is how she lost their memory. Because of the sins of the father are visited upon his children thing.
Yep, in the eyes of the people, Dirk is not only a traitor to his kingdom, he's also the terrorist who assassinated the previous queen. So as his son, Yudi no doubt got the cold shoulder at every turn.
That must have been really hard on him.
Yeah, the ties between father and son aren't something you can break, even if you tried. No matter where he went, he was probably labeled the son of a criminal. But despite it all, he made a name for himself through blood, sweat, and tears. I mean, just look at him now. He's a star prosecutor working cases around the globe. He's become a hero, the pride and joy of Karain.
Now that's the Nayuta I know. Super smart and never willing to give in. He must have studied and fought like his life depended on it to get where he is today. So then you believe me. Believe in my son's innocence. We gotta figure out who that is first in a second. We'll figure out who's saying those words after we get this evidence in the list here. Your poor son, imprisoned for a crime he didn't commit. Let's petition the government for his release and a declaration of innocence. Oh, thank you, I'm forever in your debt. Hmm? Who's that?
Hey there, missing me. Hard at work, I see.
Yes, I have my own battle that I must wage. After all, there are many who suffer under the Defense Culpability Act. Miss Inri, please don't forget about our case, too. I won't. I will look into it as soon as I am able. What's Miss Amy doing here?
She's lending an ear to all those suffering under the regime's wrongful accusations. Ladies whose husband been imprisoned, parents whose son's been falsely charged. She's helping all those types of people.
So she's trying to help the revolution along, in her own special way.
Yep, and thanks to her, more and more folks are coming over to our side. All the people who've been unhappy with the regime have been waiting for just this chance, and they're starting to speak out in support of us.
The people are responding, and a grassroots movement is growing. Dirk's dream of revolution may finally come true. What should we do about the Founder's Orb? We'll probably run into the Royal Guards again the moment we leave this place. Well, we can't stay here forever, so we'll have to think of something. I've got it. Why don't you hold on to it, Dats? It should be safe here, right?
You can count on me! I'll get it back to you in time for tomorrow's trial at the Hall of Justice.
Founder's Orb left with Dats. What now, Apollo? I'm not going to remove the Founder's Orb from evidence, because, like, what's the fucking point, you know? Like, we're going to get it back. So there's no point in me unchecking it. It's just whatever. Well, we got a handle on what happened 23 years ago. Maybe we should pay Dirk a visit. There's something I want to show him. I'll join you. I want to talk to him before tomorrow's trial. Maybe I should wait here then. We'll attract undue attention if we go in too large of a group. Hey there, son. I came to see your old man again. Hi, Dirk. I guess they're done questioning you. Yeah, you'd think Nayuta might have cut his old man a little slack, but no. He really laid into me. Seems they're really keen on recovering the Founder's Orb. But I wouldn't tell them where it was. He confiscated what few possessions I had left. Wait, Dirk's not wearing his attorney's badge. They even took that from him? He confiscated all my prized jailbreaking tools. What did you expect? I mean, no prosecutor in their right mind would let a prisoner keep stuff like that. Did he take your attorney's badge too? No, I thought it strange, but Just when it looked like he was going to take it from me, he changed his mind. I wonder why. Indeed. I find it hard to understand anything he does these days. Your Kurenese attorney's badge. You've worn it all these years, even though all the lawyers are gone. Yes, because the dragon's eye is the embodiment of my creed. To show the world that a dragon never yields, huh? Hey, Dirk, why do you still wear your badge? You're not a lawyer anymore, right? This badge is my heart and soul, son. I'll never stop trying to realize my dream. Not until my very last breath. A dragon never yields, right? Exactly. Nayuta, Apollo, I vow to restore Kurain to a legal system to its rightful state one day. I want to pass on to you a world where you can live free from the fear of tyranny. He was always saying stuff like that to the two of us. Nayuta, is the reason why you didn't take Dirk's badge because you still remember those talks too? I really hope that's what it is. Son, would you keep my badge for me? Are you sure? I can't take something so important to you. That's exactly why I want you to hold on to it, Apollo. I'm placing my fate in your hands. All right, I'll make sure it stays safe. I found this in the tomb. Look familiar? Oh, that's... Dirk? Where did you find it? Down between the monk statues in the tomb. Is it yours, Dirk? Oh, it's something I bought. Why is he suddenly acting all awkward? I wonder when I lost it. Let's have it. It's very important to me. Of course. I'll just make a note about it for future reference. I did update, but I didn't. The description should already say that for this. I just figured it was obvious that it was his because they mentioned it right when we got it. So, Apollo, remember how Ignis said he had someone dear to Dirk? Why don't you ask about that? All right, I'll give it a try. What did the minster mean when he said he had someone dear to you in the palm of his hand? Who was he talking about? Nayuta seemed to know, but he wouldn't tell me anything. Well, I've no idea, so... Well, you obediently followed his every word after he said that. So it seems to me the minister was in close proximity to someone you really care about. Oh, someone you really care about that isn't Nayuta? Wait, don't tell me. Is there a new lady in your life, Dirk? What? No, don't be ridiculous, son! The love of my life was Amara, but she's gone now, and there will never be another. Ah, my bracelet! Wait, does this mean... Dirk, have you really not met someone new? Focus on his face first? Okay. Anywhere else I should focus, chat? Or did you notice something here? Go down to the other hand? Okay. I don't think I need to point it out. That was pretty obvious, right, chat? Dirk, you can't fool me. You tensed up when you said, "But she's gone now." And you unconsciously moved your arm, causing something to press up against your jacket.
That?
How did you do that? Oh, so that's it. You're hiding a woman's photo up your sleeve. You don't have to keep secrets like that from me, Dirk. You are an eligible bachelor now, but you'll introduce her to me at some point, right? I keep telling you there's no other woman! Fine, then let's see it. What are you hiding up your sleeve? It's just this. Satisfied? Huh? But that's the pendant we found in Amara's tomb. See, I wasn't trying to hide anything. Then why did he tense up? Dirk, let me take a look at that.
Ah!
Hey, what's this button for? Whoa! It's a picture of Dirk and some lady, and she's really young looking too. Mon Dieu, are you even the younger woman, Dirk? Dirk, you old dog, you got yourself a younger lover. Will you stop with this nonsense? This is Samara before she died. If you look closer, you'll see that I was younger too. Hey, you're right. Aw, that's no fun. Wait a second. Haven't we seen this woman before? Now that you mention it, isn't this woman the same as the one in this pendant's photo? Get out the evidence, chat! Get out the evidence! Present the woman's photo? 1 second. Give me... I got food here, so give me a second once... Okay, yeah. We'll finish this perceive, and then I'll grab my food. The woman in the pendant is also the one in this photo. Hello, where did you get this? From the safe in Igna's room. Apollo? If this is Queen Amara, it had to have been taken at least 23 years ago. But that's just not possible. Yeah, I just noticed the same thing. Here's why this photo couldn't be 23 years old. Well, chat. Blue Nightcrawler says the law book. Take a look at the law book. It has the mark of the Defiant Dragons branded on it. But that mark didn't exist until after you started your revolutionary activities, Dirk. So this photo must have been taken after Garand came into power. And that didn't happen until after Amara was assassinated. Ugh. So then, how could Amara be in this photo? Wait a second. That would mean that Amara is still alive? Ugh! Looks like you found me out, son. Wait, so it's actually true? All right, chat. You'll get your answers in a second. Let me go get some food, okay? I'll be right back. Chicken wings present. I've got the chicken wings, and now I'm ready to consume while doing some lawyering. Dirk, what do you mean Amara is still alive? I thought she's been assassinated. The guard just over there hearing this blasphemy. Don't worry about it, guard. Sorry, my hand tracker's being weird. I gotta plug it out, unplug it, and plug it back in. So did I. It seems she made it out alive, only to be held captive by the Garan regime. Why would they do that? Oh, these wings are good. When I fed for the law and went underground 23 years ago, I heard some shocking news from a Defiant Dragon spy. There's rumors of Queen Amara being sighted in the palace. And those rumors turned out to be true? Yes, I snuck into the palace to see for myself. She was confined within the grounds, but otherwise she was fit as a fiddle. So then the sarcophagus in the tomb, it's empty? Yes, the entire tomb is one big charade. Gerard had it built to stage Amara's death. So we're not going to be cursed by her vengeful spirit? Oh, that's a relief. She was being held under virtual house arrest. So I freed her, and we made a run for it. This photo was taken back then. But how they're all grinning from ear to ear. There's a fingerprint on the metal part. I guess Dirk must have left it by accident. Mr. Sabati, I want to hear all about how you ran away with Queen Amara. Man, I gotta type this in. It's fine. I'm fine. There we go. Updated. Evil wiki moment. I'm surprised Amara agreed to run away with you. I mean, Garan must have told her that you tried to kill her. I tried to convince her that I wasn't the one who set the blaze. And she believed you. She said, and I quote, "I shall accompany you so I may ascertain the truth myself." She always was a tough one to read. I bet she was thrilled you came to her rescue, Mr. Sadmati. To be set free by your beloved. It's like something out of a fairy tale. Yeah, well, there was no happily ever after once Garad's people caught up with us. They took Amara away to who knows where. I snuck back into the palace and searched high and low for her, but to no avail. They probably moved her to some remote mountain or prison or the like. Dirk, does Nayuda know about this? He knows she's his true mother. I told him as much. Wait, is that why Nayuda's following Garan's orders? Most likely. So then, do you think that deep down he doesn't really want to prosecute you? Well, he's not one to show his feelings. And lately I've had no idea what he's thinking. Apollo. We need to grill the queen about Amara when we have the chance. I was wondering about something. The little baby the lady's holding, is that Prosecutor Zadmati? Not necessarily. It could just as well be me. After all, we're only 1 year apart. I don't know. I mean, the kid in the picture is too cute to be you. Let's settle this by asking Dirk himself. About the cute little kid in this photo. Is that me? Huh? What are you talking about? See, I told you it was Prosecutor Sadbody. Oh, I see. Well, either way, it's not you, son. So then, it's Nayuta was taken when he was about a year old, right? And that would mean he ran away with Amara around 22 or 23 years ago? Hmm. You're pretty good with numbers, son. Impressive. Huh? What kind of answer is that? Done. Before you go, son, there's something else I need to tell you. Something important. What is it, Dirk? I've never seen you act so serious before. So what's this something important you have to tell me? Listen, son. Even if you manage to prove me innocent tomorrow, I don't have long to live. Huh? What are you talking about? What I mean is, I can already hear the Twilight Realm calling my name. There's no escaping death now that it has its sights set on me. What? Is this another one of your jokes? I wish it was. Ha ha ha, you can't fool me, Dirk. Huh? That's strange. Why isn't my bracelet reacting? Are you sick? It's something like that. So you're not choking? I'm afraid not, son. Sorry. Isn't there a cure? Or at least some sort of treatment? Unfortunately not. Not for what I've got. If you need some kind of surgery, I'll work hard until I can pay for it. So, please. It's too late. There's nothing more to be done now. But you always say a dragon never yields, so why are you giving up now? Apollo, I'm sorry. I really am. I don't understand. Why is this happening, Dirk? Why? Listen, Apollo. I've got a favor to ask of you. Would you keep quiet about this? I don't want my fellow dragons to find out. They'd lose all hope if they knew I was dying. Would you do that for me? Of course. Why is this happening now? Just when I was finally starting to feel like you really are my... Not that this time we'd finally, but now... Damn it, why? Apollo. Listen, son, I don't have much longer to live, but I'll never let them execute me, not before I finish what I need to do. I know, Dirk. There's no way I'm going to let them prove you guilty. Before he goes, I'm going to turn back time by righting the wrongs that have been done. I'm going to restore Dirk's freedom. I'm going to turn a real smile to Nayuta's face. I'm going to win this case. I just have to. Son, I have one more big secret. What? There's something else you've been hiding from me? I'm afraid I can't tell you what it is. I'd be betraying a certain someone if I did. Huh? What's that supposed to mean? Forgive me. You'll just have to find it for yourself. That's the only way. I don't understand, Dirk. Apollo, in courts tomorrow, you may find yourself faced with a truth that is difficult to accept. But I know you, and I know you can handle the truth no matter what it turns out to be. I know that because I believe in you. You're my son, after all. Dirk, what is he talking about? Wait, he's not going to reveal that he actually is the killer, is he? Looks like we've run out of things to discuss. Apollo, are you okay? I'm fine. Free him now! Release Dirk! What's going on out there? Sounds like the party's getting started without me. Hmm? It's coming from the temple. Let's go, Apollo, and take a look. What is all this?
Ow, ow, ow! Let go, will ya? What are they? Huh? Well, look at that. The people are coming to take their courts back. Don't hold back, man! Arrest them all!
Dirk belongs to the people. Give him back. Yeah, where are you holding him? Quiet down, you. They have my big sister too, but she didn't do anything wrong. Ouch, ouch, stop pulling my hair. Release my son. Release him now. Ah, stop that. No biting. This is really something. Looks like Datsumis and me are leading the charge. You enlightened fools. You honestly think this will change anything?
Yudi, why do you keep serving that witch Garan?
Ah, it's... Hey, Nayuta! You again? What's going on here? It would appear that the insurgents are fanning the flames of rebellion. But I never thought it would grow so large. However, they will all be under arrest shortly. Reinforcements are almost here. You're arrested just for protesting? They are aiding and abetting a criminal by seeking his release. Her Eminence, Queen Garan, has ordered they be arrested and judged en masse. But weren't you once a member of the Defiant Dragons too? How can you go along with this? I am simply following the orders that Her Eminence has handed down. No, it can't be as simple as that. Listen, Nayuta, there's something I want to talk to you about. Hey, you're not getting away this time. We need to talk. I see there is no reasoning with you. Very well then, speak. Nadia, do you really have to serve as prosecutor on Dirk's case? I mean, a prosecutor your own flesh and blood? It's just not right. Again with this drivel. Your ethical standards are not the be-all end-all of the world around you. I'm not getting into another debate with him. Yeah. Did you know that Dirk is sick? What? He apparently doesn't have that much longer to live. If found guilty, he probably wouldn't even make it until his execution day. What are you talking about? Knowing this, are you still prepared to send an already dying man to his grave? Well, enough with the Zen monk act, Nayuta. Tell me how you really feel. Mr. Justice, each person is born with a role to fulfill. And I must fulfill mine. Well, I'm not convinced that taking Dirk to trial is part of your lot in life. As for why you've been at Garon's every beck and call, I think I might have the answer. You know the truth about your mother, don't you? About how the former queen is still alive and being held somewhere. So Dirk told you, did he? Yes, it's true. My mother was spirited away to some remote corner of this kingdom to keep her safe from harm. Safe from harm? But Dirk said the Garan regime is holding her captive. No, they're keeping her safe. So you don't know where Amara is being held? I only know that it is some secluded hideaway where visitors are not allowed. I have heard she leads a simple life, akin to that of monastic disciples. Sure sounds like she's being held captive to me. Listen, Nayuta, aren't you really doing the queen's bidding? Because she's holding Amara captive? And this whole thing with Dirk, you know he didn't really kill Igna, don't you? Dirk doesn't have much longer to live, so I want to help him however I can. This time, it's our turn. You could have been killed, but you risked your life to save us. Why? What a silly question. What father wouldn't risk his life to save his own children? Nahuda, Apollo, don't you ever hesitate to call when you need me. Understand? It's our turn to help Dirk however we can. What you speak of is futile. Let it go and move on. The guilty verdict, the hopelessness. You must resign yourself to it all. Clinging to false hope now will only serve to magnify your future despair. So let it go and move on. Nahuda, are you really just going to roll over on this? I have no more time for idle chatter. I must prepare for tomorrow's trial. Now, if you'll excuse me. Apollo? I sensed a whirlpool of emotions coming from within Prosecutor Sadmati just now. Anger, shock, bewilderment, and an icy sorrow as deep and dark as an abyss. And I picked up on that too. Looks like Dirk really won't be the only one who will need my help tomorrow. I think it's about time to pay Queen Garan another visit and ask her about her sister Amara. The Royal Guard isn't around. That is utter hooey! You cannot continue to deceive the people like that! Raifa, justice is much more than simply speaking the truth. Is that Princess Raifa and Queen Garan over there? You deceived me too, Mother! How can I ever believe a word you say again? You... nincompoop! Ah! Your benevolence? I couldn't help but overhear. You impudent! Katonk. Ow! Are you okay, Mr. Wright? I can't believe she actually punched you. Yeah, I'm used to it by now. What's the matter with the princess? Sounded like she was arguing with her mother. Maybe it has something to do with this picture. Raifa said she had to ask her mother about some secret or another as soon as we saw it. So then, does that mean that Princess Raifa knows what really happened? That Amara wasn't assassinated and is still very much alive? It would seem so, and she doesn't seem to be taking Garon's lies very well. That's no surprise, considering how much Raifa reveres her mother. That would definitely cause her a great deal of anguish and sadness. Eavesdropping, are we? How very rude. You there. Are you not Dirk's son? Oh, nice to meet you, Your Eminence. We're actually here to speak with you, if you could spare a moment. Your Eminence, Dirk told me about Amara. About how she's still alive, that is. We know not of what you speak. After Dirk learned Amara was still alive, he rescued her, and they ran off together. But she was captured and remains captive in a secret location to this day. As for Nahuda doing your bidding, it's only because Amara's life is in your hands. Oh, what an active imagination you have! A lawyer and a comedian! How droll! Whoa, where did they come from? Anyway, she's going to play dumb. I'll just have to jog her memory with some evidence. Your Eminence, I ask that you take a look at this photo. Why, that's... It's a photo of Amara. And here you can see Lawbook bearing the mark of the Defiant Dragons. I believe you know what this means. Very well. Royal Guard, stand down. Yes, Your Eminence. Your wish is our command. It seems there is no need to perpetuate this charade any longer. We shall speak of all we know. So then, you admit that Amara is still alive? Yes, she is under our protection in a safe location. I think you mean being held prisoner. And where is she being kept? No, now why would we tell the son of a traitor that? You know, she has a point there. Now heed our warning, horned devil. It would not be wise to inform the people that Amara yet lives. It would only serve to plunge public order into chaos. I have no intention of doing that. Besides, there are real terrorists out there who might try to kill her. Good. Now, there is something we have been meaning to ask you. Do you know what has become of the Founder's Orb? The Founder's Orb went missing after Dirk took it into the tomb. As his son, we thought you might know something of its current whereabouts. I knew it. I suppose I should thank you for that free-running tour of Khura'in. That was the Royal Guard's own doing. Nice try, lady. But now you're definitely not getting the orb. Ever. Why do you want the orb so badly anyway? Because it would be most dangerous in the wrong hands. It must be recovered. Is the legend true? Can the orb really impart spiritual power? It's not that simple, Bakiri, because they can still pin the assassination attempt on him. Sorry, my brain's not working. Forgive me. Are you worried that someone could overthrow you with it? The Holy Mother's power is without equal. Should Her Holiness once again return to our world, she could conceivably bestow great power upon the one who absorbed and locked the orb's secret. I guess it makes sense considering spirit channeling is a fact of life here. So we ask you, Horned Devil, did you receive the Founder's Orb from Dirk? Does it look like I did? So you like to play games, do you? Royal Guard. Yes, Your Eminence. Search this devil and his belongings. What? At once, Your Eminence. Don't move. You're only making this harder on yourself. Hey, cut it out. Ah, what the? Kamala, don't strip here. Stop resisting. Just submit to our strip search already. No, wait. Hey, cut it. Arg! Rest in peace is my poor tattered dignity. There's no sign of the Founder's Orb, Your Eminence. So, you have hidden it somewhere. No matter. We shall recover it one way or another once you are found guilty of abetting the accused. Dirk was right. She really is bent on getting the orb. Mother! Looks like the princess is back. I took a stroll to try and calm myself, but I still find the situation unacceptable. The people must be informed about Queen Amara. So she does know about that. Ready about the orb? Dats has it right now. We gave it to Dats. No, he's at work, your imagination. So he's gonna miss stuff. There will always be secrets that must be kept from the ignorant masses. You have little faith in your own people, Mother, but it is the royal priestess's duty to always speak the truth. And as such, I cannot remain silent. I will not. Huh. The truth, you say? Your mind has been poisoned by the barbed one. It was an honor and a pleasure, Your Eminence. We must speak with our child. It is a mother's duty to discipline her child, after all. Now, if you would excuse us. Discipline? Coming from her, I don't like the sound of that at all. Let's head back to the safe house for now. Good idea. We need to go over what we found and collect our thoughts. Oh, you're back. Thank you for holding down the fort, Chief Prosecutor Edworth. Sorry it took so long. Hope you weren't too bored. I watched The Plume Punisher, Warrior of Neo-Twilight Realm while you were gone. And my verdict is, it's an outrage, especially its theme song. Even worse, the people here believe it's an original Kuranese show. Can you believe it? I've already spoken to it at length with Mr. Arbol, and I'm not sure what he's battling about, but at least it seems he wasn't bored. Moving along to things that actually matter. We've gathered about all the information and evidence we can concerning this case. I think it's time to go over everything we've learned so far. The Orb trial, Maya's abduction, and the murder of the mastermind behind it all, Justice Minister Igna. It's a lot to consider. Think you have all this facts straight in your head? Yep, I've got it covered, Mr. Wright. It's the truth about what really went down that's going to be the problem. Yeah, it's like the more we learn about this case, the less we understand. There's a deep darkness enveloping this case. I'm almost afraid of what we will find once we lift that black veil. Suffice to say, the real killer is certainly waiting underneath. The real killer, huh? Now that's the million-dollar question. Who killed Igna and why? Think, Apollo, who would you say had a motive to commit this crime? I, for one, am drawing a complete blank. I want to know how the killer slipped into the tomb, killed Igna, and slipped back out without ever being seen. That's a bona fide locked room mystery right there. Well, we've collected plenty of evidence and statements, and I just hope the rest comes out in court. It'll be a thinner tightrope than usual, that's for sure. This is just one big fly in the ointment. In order to prove Duke Dirk completely innocent, we also have to exonerate him of the crime committed 23 years ago, Amara's supposed assassination. Alright, we know Amara's still alive, but Dirk could still be charged with plotting to kill her. He couldn't discover the truth, even after over 2 decades of investigating. So our biggest hurdle is going to be the complete lack of evidence. The fire made sure of that. Mr. Wright, have you ever won a case without any evidence? No, that's one thing I've never done before. A trial unprecedented even in the decorated annals of the Write Anything Agency. Still, I can't help but wonder, was there really no evidence left behind? Can't forget about the Defense Culpability Act. Those who would support criminals will be deemed just as guilty. In short, if Dirk's found guilty and is sentenced to death, we'll likely join him in a very public execution. Yeah. Beat the charges or die. What kind of crazy upside-down legal system is this anyway? Don't worry, I can't ask someone as young as you to risk your life, Athena. So tomorrow, it'll just be me and Apollo on the courtroom floor. But you can support us by watching from the gallery. What? No! I want to help! I'm part of the agency too, after all. Sorry, but this is a direct order from your boss. Plus, there's Prosecutor Blackquill to think of. He said he'd use me for sword practice if I put you in harm's way. Simon. Well, at least promise me this, you two. Promise me you'll make it back alive. Make it back alive, huh? Wasn't that face, Apollo? You never inspire confidence in your client like that. And they'll play right into the prosecution's hands. Remember, the worst of times are when lawyers have to force their biggest smiles. You're right. Even when it seems hopeless, or when there's no shred of evidence to be found, we can never let it show on our faces, right? Athena's gonna have the office all to herself. We're all gonna die. We're fucked. We're so fucked. Will I be able to force my biggest smile? To be continued. This is it, chat. The trial is upon us. It's time for you to start thinking. This is the longest trial like segment ever. And we're going into it. Let's do it. Wait, I should probably take a break. We should probably take a stretch break before we go into this. All right, so let's take a stretch break. I'll be right back. Guess who's back? Guess who's back? It's me. I'm back. Just gotta get my hand tracker back on. Let's get started. Oh, that was short-lived. High Court of Khura'in. Accused lobby. It's complete chaos outside. Let's just say the Defiant Dragons Board is demonstrating for Dirk's freedom. I've taken a very special interest in the outcome of today's trial. They look about ready to string us up if we lose. The trials here are pretty much like the ones back home, but with one major difference. The divination seance. The victim's final memories will become a matter for deliberation. I've heard about that. But they haven't stopped you from winning your cases here in Khura'in. True, but it wasn't easy. Still, the memories of the dead are simply another piece of evidence. There's always a way to deal with them if your client is truly innocent. Oh, I know Dirk is innocent, but... I have one more big secret. Apollo, in courts tomorrow, you may find yourself faced with a truth that is difficult to accept. But I know you, and I know you can handle the truth, no matter what it turns out to be. I know that because I believe in you. You're my son, after all. Dirk, what is that secret you're keeping? Hey, AJ.
Here you go, just like I promised.
Founder's orb added to the court record. Thanks, Stats. Wait, weren't you arrested by the police yesterday?
Yep, and I spent the night in the slammer. I had a fine meal, a shower, even a bed. What more could I ask for?
That actually sounds way better than where we were staying.
Just remember, AJ, the Dirk's found guilty today. Well, I'll probably be found guilty under the Defense Culpability Act, too.
Yeah, now you'd have said something to that effect.
That witch Garan wants to take advantage of today to crush our revolution once and for all. The fate of the revolution and every Khura'inese person rests on this trial. We're counting on you, AJ.
We'll be fine. I'm going to win this one. You'll see. The trial will begin shortly, Apollo. Let's make our way into the courtroom.
Right.
Here we go, chat room. Day 1. Court is now in session. All rise. Let the trial of Duke Sunbody begin. The defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution is ready, Your Majesty. So it's really come down to this. Well, don't expect me to hold anything back, Nayuda. This trial will examine both the murder of the Justice Minister, Igna Karkul Khura'in, and the assassination of the former queen, Amara Sigatar Khura'in. First, I believe we should address the murder of Minister Igna. Would that be acceptable to Prosecutor Sunbody? Prosecutor Sunbody? Yes, of course. Please proceed. What's with him? I'm very unlike you, Prosecutor. Is your mind elsewhere this day? Not at all, Your Majesty. Are you really going to be able to get through with this, Nayuda? Well, Prosecutor Sunbody, I would be remiss if I failed to voice a concern of mine. I have heard mentioned that you are the son to the accused, Dirk Sunbody. You have heard true. Does that fact pose some sort of problem, Your Majesty? A father being prosecuted by his own son. Who will possibly deliberate such a case without having personal feelings intervene? Yes, without question. Can he really handle this? Even if it is Prosecutor Sunbody going against his own father, it's just, how can the son of a criminal even be a prosecutor in the first place? Dirk? Fellow citizens, you would do well not to underestimate my son. He's not one to allow personal feelings to interfere with the execution of his duty. Isn't that right, Nayuda? I will not stop until my work here is done. See, all you doubters, just sit back down before you trip over your own stupidity. Ha 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 ha! The accused will not take the stand without first being summoned. In any case, if Prosecutor Somebody has no issue with this arrangement, then let us commence the deliberations.
Objection!
One moment, if you would. Your Eminence? Your Eminence? What brings you here? Your Majesty, it would appear that Prosecutor Sabari does indeed have some reservations. No, that's not true. Did you truly believe you could deceive me, Nayuda Sadmari? One should hold no reservations if one is to stand on these hallowed funerary grounds. I have none, Your Eminent. No, it is clear we cannot leave this matter to you. Nah. We shall handle the prosecution of enemy of the crown, Duke Samadi, personally. But remain by our side, and bear witness to how a true prosecutor enforces the law. Excuse me? But is the Queen going to prosecute this case? Is that, kosher? There is no need for concern. Before we were crowned Queen, we served as a prosecutor. Really? As a foreigner, your ignorance can be excused, but know this. The prosecutor in charge of the Queen Amara assassination case 23 years ago was none other than Your Eminence, Queen Garan Sigatar Karain. First, Your Majesty, and now this? Why doesn't anybody tell me these things? I heard you served as a Minister of Justice, but she was also a prosecutor? I'm guessing she probably moved up the ladder from prosecutor to Justice Minister. We prosecuted that case 23 years ago, but no verdict was ever rendered. We had won guilty verdicts in every case until then, where no lawyer could stand up to us. I am at a loss for words. To think I would once more bear witness to Her Eminence's work at the Hall of Justice. Our first trial in 23 years. No quarter shall be given to criminals. We shall prosecute them with all our might. Oh, what a magnificent sight! The Queen's attire from her prosecutor days. To think we would see it once more. What the... That's Queen Garan? Talk about an extreme makeover. It's all coming back now. The feel of my blood pumping through my veins. Woe to you, O enemies of Karain, for I shall personally slice, dice, and grind you up into hog feed. I don't suppose I can ask her to roll back to her polite pre-makeover personality. Know this, lawyer. Yes? Now that I stand as prosecutor, consider your defense bench the headsman's scaffold. If you wish to leave any last words, I advise you to start thinking of them now. Well, you still have a head with which to think, that is. Me? She's dead serious. Now it's time for the divination seance. Ripa, come forth. Your benevolence, thank you for gracing us with your presence. Your benevolence? I understand it may be difficult for you, but may we proceed with the divination seance? Yes, let us proceed. Forgive me for asking, but are you feeling physically unwell? If so, I would advise you to avoid any undue exertion. Your benevolence? What's wrong? It's like her mind's anywhere but here. A lot's happened since yesterday. Top of the murder of her beloved father, we found out that he'd been planning a coup. And today, she'll have to experience his death through his own eyes. Yeah, that'd be enough to shake anyone up. Still, it seems like she's worse off today than she was yesterday. Yeah, I don't remember her being this depressed. The mother's duty to discipline her child, after all. No, if you would excuse us. Discipline coming from her? I don't like the sound of that at all. Wait. Karan didn't do something to her, did she? Your Eminence, about today's divination seance. As I understand it, the prosecution has yet to review its content. Is this divination from protocol a part of your plan? Prosecutor Sadmati, would you care to explain your actions? Your Eminence, the accused was caught at the scene of the crime. Therefore, I deemed no seance would be necessary for such a clear-cut case. You and your bleeding heart. You seek to spare Raifa the trauma of witnessing her father's death. Is that why you have done this? Not at all. You were concerned for me, Prosecutor Sadmati? That's oddly compassionate of him, all things considered. Your Eminence, Your Majesty, regardless of what is best for her benevolence, this case is blessed with a bounty of incontrovertible evidence. So I believed we could reach a swift verdict without devoting precious time to a seance. You have a point. Personally, I would like to spare her benevolence any undue misery. Experiencing the murder of a loved one is a burden no one should have to bear. Prosecutors Almighty, Your Majesty. Can this trial be proceed without a divination seance? I can't blame her for not wanting to experience her father's murder firsthand. Your Eminence, what are your feelings on the matter? Shall we have her benevolence return home for some much-needed rest? We shall not. You fools, spoil her with your feckless words of compassion. Listen well, Raifa. You have spoken time and time again about how grown up you are now. Yes, but... So let us see if the royal priestess has truly come into her own. Are you prepared to fulfill your duty and perform the divination seance as you should? Yes. That's better. See? Problem solved. Alright, is this really a good idea? I guess we'll see. Very well. Let us begin the divination seance. Naya, my robe. Oh. Looks like Naya's still missing. It's been a whole day already. Barbed head. Yes? You remove my robe. What? Why me? Don't keep her benevolence waiting now, Mr. Wright. Can't you see she's ready to begin? Great. I introduced the royal robe remover. Looks like she's grooming Mr. Wright to be Naya's replacement. Very well, Your Benevolence. Please start when you are ready. Come, Raifa, you know what must be done. There is no turning back now. I know. The final memories of the deceased. This should be interesting.
O Holy Mother, we hold this divination seance in your name. Let the eyes of everyone here be clear and our ears be unstopped. O dance of devotion, guide the victim's soul to me, so that we may receive their final memories in the pool of souls.
And yes, we're gonna watch this. Fuck you. Only occasionally, Corbin. That's Garad. Purposely lost moth. She changed clothes. Standing right next to him, to her. Here we go. Igna's final memories. Never mind. Nothing. Ah! I, ah! Ah! Your benevolence! What's wrong? This is unacceptable! Bailiff, take your benevolence to the first aid station at once! This is not good. Your Eminence, do you have any idea why your benevolence collapsed so suddenly? It seems she was not ready for what the deceased was to reveal. Hey, Astrofish! Thank you so much for the raid. How are you doing today? Her inexperience and immaturity left her ill-prepared to face her father's death. And she said she could go through with it. How very disappointing. I know someone who's not winning Mother of the Year, ever. I mean, of course Rife is going to be overwhelmed. She's still just a child. It seems we have no choice but to move on to witness testimony. Your Majesty. Oh, yes. Let us proceed. Bailiff, summon the first witness, if you would. This is not the accused. It is indeed. I thought I would give him the opportunity to plead his case. For true justice is more than unilateral presentation of the facts by the prosecution. That seems uncharacteristically fair of her. However, should the accused fail to produce convincing testimony, he, along with his caliber of traitorous lawyers, shall immediately be found guilty, and their heads will roll from their shoulders. What? I should have known there was a catch. Report your rules. Same as it always was, I see, Karan. Now then, Mr. Daruk Samadi, if you could enlighten us as to what happened. Well, I would if I could. Dirk explains himself. I was struck by a sudden dizziness the moment I entered the tomb. The next thing I knew, I was standing there with a bloody knife in my hand. And lying right in front of me was Igna, dead as a doornail. I have no recollection of what happened in the interim. But I didn't kill him. At least, I don't think I did. It's go against everything I believe in. That didn't explain squat. For the record, let it be known that the accused's fingerprints were all over the murder weapon. And since he was caught in the act, there was no chance for a third party to tamper with it. Well, that certainly seems to point the finger at you, Mr. Sanbody. Even as a lawyer, I have to agree with you there, Your Majesty. Seriously, Dirk? This is no laughing matter. This is exactly what Garan wanted. To have Dirk try to plead his case only to fail miserably. How low can she go? Prosecutor, behold this most unpleasant of spectacles, and let it be etched into your soul. See how instead of accepting the inevitable, those fish-brained lawyers flounder and flop themselves straight into the abyss of despair. Yes, Your Eminence, show me the way. Now then, would the defense please begin their cross-examination? I need some water. I didn't refill it. I'll be right back. You guys think this over. All right. He was struck by a sudden dizziness. Was it because of his illness? Is that something that has ever happened to you before? Can't say that it has. Maybe the age is catching up with me. I'm no spring chicken after all. That's not the issue here. A most cunning excuse. One befitting of an insidious insurgent. Oh? A killer who does not recall his crime? How very convenient. Next, I imagine you'll plead insanity. You aim to seek a lesser sentence through excuses and subterfuge. I don't know how to pronounce that word. I know what it means, but I don't know how to pronounce it. Subterfuge? Whatever. Don't make me laugh, your malevolence. How dare you? I'm merely stating my innocence. I've no intention of offering excuses. It's your baseless speculation I would decry as foolish. You deceitful witch. Is it your wish that I should claim your head right now in this very hall? Well, that would certainly speed things along. Ha 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 ha. Dirk, why don't you let me handle it from here? If there's anything you need to say, you can say it through me, okay? Anything to stop you from needling the queen. Next, if you have an objection, you better have some proof to go with it, Dirk. The accused will continue with what he does recall of the crime. Do you recall anyone putting the knife in your hand, Dirk? Wish I could say I did, but I don't remember a thing from before I came to. You think there might have been a third party in the tomb, son? Yeah, because if you didn't do it, then the real killer must have been there with you. You called, Your Eminence? Does she go anywhere without those goons? Was there a third party in the tomb when you were securing it? No, Your Eminence. We searched high and low, but we found none of the sort. And there you have it. All right. They did search the place. Furthermore, my guards have the entire tomb surrounded, so there's no way for anyone to escape. That's right. No one got in or out without our knowledge. Her Eminence's on-site directives were absolutely flawless. Do you see now? The presence of a third party is beyond the realm of possibility. The tomb was, for all intents and purposes, completely sealed off from the rest of the world. What a waste of time. How can it be any more obvious? Dirk must be the killer. Thanks for nothing, gallery guy. Our graves weren't already deep enough. Accused, what do you believe about the possible presence of a third party? Well, based on the situation you presented, I'd say the chances are slim to none. You didn't have to agree with her, Dirk. Let the accused statement be added to his testimony. Very well, Mr. Sunbody, if you would. Like the more we press, the thinner our case gets. Well, let's keep pressing and maybe we'll work out the wrinkles in it too. The possibility of a third party being there in the tomb is probably non-existent. You can't prove your innocence without at least the possibility that a third party was there. Find the possibility of the impossible, son. That's just what a lawyer's got to do sometimes. Isn't that right? Who, me? Yeah, you could say that. I've seen more than my fair share of trials like that. They start with no viable evidence, useful testimony, or any hope of winning. But through cold sweat, desperation, and a little luck, I always manage to pull them off. Right. I can see we are kindred spirits, you and I. Jeez, taking cases like that must be shave years off your life. If that were true, I'd be long dead. Find the possible in the impossible? Can I prove that it was at least possible that there was a third party there? Dirk, what did you see at the scene of the crime? Let's see, I came to... You stated that he was as dead as a doornail. How could you be so sure? It's pretty easy to spot the difference between a soulless man and the soulless shell of a man. His complexion and the amount of blood at the scene made it obvious which it was. Watch your words or you shall join Mr. Ingham sooner than you expected. You can bow your head before him and seek his forgiveness in the Twilight Realm. If you still have a head to bow, that is. You bloodthirsty spider! What happened to you? There was still a little love in your hearts 23 years ago. You even used to think of me as a brother. Seems you truly do have a death wish. Is that really all you've got? Dirk, I'm begging you. Enough of the lip. Just deliver your testimony, please. All right, I'll try. But I can't promise anything. A day's passed since the murder. Haven't you remembered anything in that time? My memory is a complete blank. It's as if a part of my brain has been scooped right out. How very convenient. But even if you have no memory of the event, your guilt is without question. There is nothing more to debate. You're forgetting one thing, Duran. I have no motive. You led a band of insurgents that seeks to overthrow the government. I would say that alone is motive enough to slay our kingdom's Minister of Justice. I've declared countless times that I lead a bloodless revolution. I forbid violence and murder, even if some younger members may have a thirst for blood. A bloodless revolution? You wouldn't really have a motive in that case. Is that an important statement? Is it an important statement, chat? What was it? The fact that he's leaving a bloodless revolution. That was an important statement. I'd like my client to add it to his testimony. Very well then. The accused will please do as the defense has requested. I don't don't have a motive for killing Igna. After all, me and my ilk seek a bloodless revolution. A bloodless revolution. Could you be more specific? I'm talking about dragging this pompous prosecutor up off her bloody throne. So go ahead, Garon, act all high and mighty now, because it's the last chance you'll get. Drew, can we not? You still speak of rebellion despite the charges against you? You truly are a fool. I will prove your guilt soon enough, and display your head for all of Karain to see. People will forever speak of you, not as a revolutionary, but as the terrorist you are. You're mistaken, your maleficence. It would be you the people will speak of, as the tyrant who was overthrown by your own people. I wonder if you'll still be spewing such nonsense before the headsman's axe. Ha 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 ha! I'm afraid I'll still be like this in the afterlife, despot. I know that self-restraint is foreign and apple pie to Dirk, but I'd really rather go home than to the Twilight Realm after this. But I didn't kill him. At least, I don't think I did. It'd go against everything I believe in. Can you say that you didn't kill him more definitively? How can I when I have no memory of what happened? Well, can you at least state whether or not you are a murderer? That I could do. I am not a murderer, and I would never kill anyone, no matter the circumstances. And do you have any evidence to support your claim that you did not kill the minister? Evidence? No, can't say I do. In that case, your will strike the statement, I didn't kill him, from your testimony. Wait, you can't just discard testimony like that. I mean, I'm the one cross-examining the defendant and all. Hold your prattling tongue, forward devil. I am the queen of this kingdom, and the queen is the law. As such, I need not follow the laws that are in place. I can make and break them at will. Henceforth, the accused will refrain from stating, I didn't kill him. What? Sure, whatever. It's the Garon show after all. Same as always. Oh, I guess there's no evidence that proves I didn't kill him either. Dirk, leave the evidence finding to me. Now, please, will you stop agreeing with everything the prosecution says? All right, I'll stick to the facts from here on now on. But remember, son, if you truly believe in me, you should be able to prove my innocence. I know you could do it. He believes I'll prove him innocent. Even with all these inconvenient truths? Is that what he's saying? I think Dirk might be onto something. Even the most disadvantaged facts may point the way to the truth. So don't ignore them. Think of them as food for thought. Don't worry, I know. The worst of times are when lawyers have to force their biggest smiles. I need to remember that, no matter how difficult the facts may be to deal with. If only we could establish the possibility of a third party. But does that possibility itself even exist? We don't have a choice. Proving it exists is the only way to start a real dialogue here. All right, chat, what are we doing? Standard penalty, your imagination. I was struck by a sudden dizziness the moment I entered the tomb. The next thing I knew, I was standing there with a bloody knife in hand. The possibility of a third-party being in the tomb is probably non-existent. And lying right in front of me was Igna, dead as a doornail. I have no recollection of what happened in the interim. Your imagination wants to present the mysterious bloodstain on this statement. Your Eminence, I'm afraid this trial will not go exactly as you anticipated, because I can show how there might have been a third party in that tomb. Oh, how very fascinating. Go on, I do so love a good fairy tale. We did a luminol test at the crime scene, and we found a bloodstain that didn't match the Justice Minister's blood. I'll remind you that neither Dirk nor Miss Faye were injured during the incident. The thing is, this bloodstain we found had been wiped up by someone. What's this? What? Who would have done such a thing? That's the big question, isn't it? Who wiped up the blood and why? Thinking about it logically, it must be someone who wanted to conceal their presence at the scene of the crime. Oh, and to whom do you suppose the bloodstain might belong? The bloodstain belongs to... The bloodstain belonged to the real killer, of course. Whoever it was, they were probably shot while they were attacking Minister Igna. And since their blood would give them away, they had to wipe it up. I say this because we know for a fact that the Justice Manager fired his gun in the tomb. You have the memory of a flea. There was nowhere for anyone to hide. This too is a known fact. But a bloodstain from a third party means there must have been someone hiding there. Very well then, tell me this. Where was this third party hiding? Oh, the crime scene was thoroughly searched after it was discovered. So if there was a hiding place, it would have to be somewhere no one would dare look. Somewhere no one would dare look. Let's have your answer, Defense. Now, where could a third party have hidden? Your imagination wants to present the sarcophagus. There's one place no one would search, not even the Queen's Royal Guard, and that would be inside Queen Amara's sarcophagus. Even now, it's locked up tight. No one would find you if you hid in there. And throw that as temperature control to preserve the mummy within. But if someone dressed warmly enough, they can withstand the cold for a short time. This is sacrilege! Surely the perpetrator of such a foul deed would be cursed! But that's just it. The killer knew everyone would be too scared to open the sarcophagus. True, the guards were so scared of being cursed they wouldn't even touch it. And when the coast was clear, the killer made a quick escape from within their frigid confines. Well now, that does sound like a plausible method of evading capture. The defense requests a DNA test on the bloodstain. And then we'll see just who the real killer is. Bow your head and kneel, lawyer. So your head may be parted from your shoulders. Huh? But the trial's not even over. Wow! How soon you forget. You are already on the headsman's scaffold. As such, I could order your beheading at any moment. All I did was request a DNA test. There's no need to request such a test. Royal Guard, bring it forth now. Here you are, Your Eminence. The police have already identified the source of the bloodstain. The DNA test revealed that the blood is of the traitor, Dirk Sadmati. What? But Dirk wasn't injured, so where did his blood come from? Maybe he coughed it up. Dirk's illness. Still, there was a lot of blood. Could he have really coughed that much up? And did he wipe it up to hide his failing health? Dirk, is it really that bad? Ah, shoot, you got me. Okay, evidence updated. Pay attention, Horned Devil, for this case has already been solved. You claimed that this bloodstain would lead us to the real killer, did you not? About that. Did you or did you not make that claim of your own volition, Defense? Yes, I did. After she steered you in that direction, that is. I fell right into her trap. Do you see now the folly in opposing the very embodiment of the law? Whatever you say or do shall come to no avail. A third party at the scene of the crime is beyond the realm of possibility. No! Praise be for Queen Garan! Her Eminence's legal tactics are beyond compare! I hate to say this, but she really got us good. The key to Amara's sarcophagus is under the protection of the royal family. My husband and I are the only ones who could open it. Therefore, it would be impossible for some knave to open it. Can I really discount the sarcophagus as a hiding place, though? No, the real killer is still in there. No, that's just ridiculous. I believe we have rebels and sympathizers in the gallery today. It is to you I speak. Have you been listening? Thurk Sadmati, the one who proclaimed a bloodless revolt, has betrayed your cause by resorting to murder. No, it can't be. Dirk would never. There must be some kind of mistake. The defiant dragons and their sympathizers are starting to have doubts. So this is why Garan allowed us to cross-examine Dirk. By establishing his guilt in Igna's murder, she effectively damaged his reputation among those who support him. True, but now we have an even bigger problem. And now, filthy lawyers, you will honor your end of the bargain. Accept your guilty verdict for your failure to explain your client's actions. Gulp. Huh? Now, I shall pass judgment upon the criminal, Dirk Sadmati. What's this? You shall pass judgment? But your evidence, is that not my role? Hold your tongue. You are but a figurehead before me, the embodiment of the law. Consider yourself dismissed. As Queen of Karain, I should not pass judgment on the accused. Well, chat, sorry guys, we lost. Good game. Back it up. Trial's over. I lied about this being the longest case. It's over, chat.
Objection!
Wait. You didn't even give me a chance to refute. Know when you are defeated, lawyer. But just this once, I'm willing to show you the depths of my compassion. Tell me why I should allow these proceedings to continue. Come, convince me. Quick, Apollo. Even if you have to bluff, we've got to keep this trial going. Show her that the crime could have been committed by a third party. How am I supposed to do that? Oh, why don't you start with, how about the timing of Igna's murder? What? This whole case is built on a single premise, that Igna was murdered after Dirk entered the tomb. But what if that's not true? Like, if our assumptions are all wrong? It just might work. Well, don't keep us waiting, defense. Dirk became the prime suspect because it didn't seem probable that there was a third party at the scene of the crime. But there's another question we should ask ourselves at this time. Was Minister Igna really killed after Dirk entered the tomb? What nonsense is this? Setting aside the assumption that the murder occurred after Dirk arrived on the scene, opens up the possibility of a third party committing the crime. And the question before us is, when was Mr. Igna really killed? Isn't it possible that before Dirk even set foot into the tomb, Mr. Igna was already dead? That would certainly make the possibility of a third party more probable. Why, of course. I fell unconscious right after I entered the tomb. Even if I hadn't, I wouldn't have had a clear line of sight of his body from the entrance. Which means you wouldn't have noticed his body either way. This scenario is entirely possible. And so we can't rule out the possibility of a third person committing the crime. I see. Well, that certainly does make sense. So far, so good. This might actually work. Very well. I shall play along with whatever little game you have knocking around in that tiny mind. I was starting to get quite bored of all this. I could do with a distraction. Yes! This is a testimony that will shed light on when exactly the minister was slain. Bailiff, summon Raitha. Surely she has recovered by now. What about me? Don't I serve a purpose anymore? I hope you are feeling better, Your Benevolence. Must I perform the divination seance? What? Oh, no, we merely require your testimony this time. How could my testimony be of any value? Your Benevolence? Mrs. Arthur seems awfully depressed. After what she's been through, summoning her again is like rubbing salt in the wound. Being unable to perform the seance was probably the last straw. I hope she doesn't pass out again. Prosecutor Sadbati, may I ask you something? Of course, Your Benevolence. I've been needing to ask you this since yesterday. I got hiccups. And how do I deal with them? Did you know about Queen Amara? And about me? From where did you hear such a thing? From Mother. And only yesterday. Raitha was carrying on about telling the truth to the people. So I told her. I told her what the truth really was. For it's up to a mother to discipline her child. I see. Be that as it may, Your Benevolence, it has no bearing on our trial here today. So there is no need to let it trouble you. I know. Your aunt told Raitha about something other than Amara's status? Sounds like it, but what could it be? Raitha, the defense has proposed something preposterous. They somehow think your father was already dead when Dirk entered the tomb. But I believe you can prove them wrong. Are you prepared to do what is required for you? Yes, I am ready to testify. Very well then, Your Benevolence. Your testimony, if you please. What Raitha witnessed. On the day of the murder, I was gazing upon the courtyard from my second-floor veranda. Around 2:30 p.m., I saw my father heading for Amara's tomb. Then, at about 2:45, I saw Barbed Head and company enter the courtyard. I saw no one go in or out of the tomb after my father entered at around 2:30. Your second-floor veranda? Oh, she must be talking about that house facing Igna's private residence. So that's the location from which you saw your father? And at about 2:30? Yes. And shortly after that, you people arrived at the royal residence. So after the minister entered Amara's tomb at around 2:30, no one went in or out of there until the murder was discovered? The tomb is closed to outsiders, so no one could have snuck in before the murder. That rules out any possibility of a third party lying in wait to slay my poor husband. Or so she'd like us to believe. Now hear me, you useless lawyer. Cease this charade and bow before me. For I, Queen Garan, shall finally have your head. Forgive me, Your Eminence, but first allow the defense to question the witness. On the day of the murder, I was gazing upon the courtyard from my second-floor veranda. You say you've been watching the courtyard until we arrived, correct? That seems like an awfully long time. There is much that weighs on my mind. I see. She really does sound troubled. I don't think she ever fully recovered from the previous trial. Your Benevolence, as Crown Princess, you are destined to rule the kingdom one day. It means there will be many things that you alone must determine. Things like how to keep your people happy and what is true and what is false. And most importantly, what role you must play therein. I wonder if I'm even up to the task. I guess it's not easy being a princess. Your benevolence? I'd be happy to lend an ear if you'd ever like to talk. What would you know of my woes? Do not presume to exceed your station in life. Sheesh, teenagers. Your benevolence, what did you witness from your veranda? Well, around 2:30 p.m., I saw my father heading for Amara's tomb. Did your father seem different or troubled in any way? Let me think. Oh, there was one unusual thing. There was? Yes, a shriek emanated from within my father's quarters. After which I witnessed him bolt outside, his countenance drained of its usual color. I probably said that word wrong. He screamed and he was looking pale. What do you suppose happened? I know not. Perhaps he had a bad dream. Maybe it was a nightmare about being raked over the coals by the queen. Watch what you say, Apollo! It seems our young lawyer here wishes to hasten his journey to the Twilight Realm. Sorry, that was rude of me. Does the defense believe the witness's last statements to be important? I believe it is. I'd like the witness to add it to her testimony. My father let out a scream and came dashing out of his room, his face pale. Why do you think he screamed? Was he surprised by someone who didn't belong there? Did anyone else come out? I didn't see anyone else. Just my father. That last statement was seriously lacking in conviction. Did I press her on this? Well, chat. Your benevolence. Yes? This incident was a real shock to us all. It must have been really terrible for you, but I want to let you know I know how you feel. Please stop. You presume too much. It's times like these that you need something to take your mind off of things. How about we all go on a picnic together or something? I need no sympathy from you. You go on your little picnic alone, Hornhead. Well, that didn't go well. Apollo, you have to take a more aggressive approach with people like her. Yeah, he's probably right. Now back to my testimony. Should we go back and try aggressive now, chat? 3 then? Yeah, let's go back and try aggressive. Your benevolence. Let's have some details. The more, the better. The details, you say? Yes. For example, are you sure you didn't see anyone in the royal residence before 2:30 p.m.? Well, is that a yes or a no? Eek! A foreign devil! I've been gazing upon the courtyard since about 2 yesterday. Yet I saw none other than my father. Oh, if only I had stopped him then. I think you've struck a nerve, or rather, obliterated one. Maybe I pressed a little too hard. Still, that last statement seemed a little off somehow. So you didn't see anyone except your father in the courtyard after 2 p.m., huh? Please add that to your testimony, your benevolence. I had been gazing upon the courtyard since about 2, but father was the only one I saw. Is the royal residence always so empty? Naturally. It is where the royal family lives, and we are few in number. Besides Nanya and the little birds who visit, I have no one else to talk to. Is there anything more stereotypically princessy than talking to birds? So Nanya wasn't around at all yesterday? It seems she was quite busy. I was alone all the entire day. It's been like that a lot lately. Aifa doesn't go to school, so she probably doesn't have any close friends. She must lead a rather solitary life. Guess being a princess is all that cracked up to be. Raifa, I shall buy you a new servant. I don't want you to buy me a new servant like some sort of pet. I want Nanya. I'm beginning to see why Raifa turned out like she did. Your benevolence, please tell us about what happened after you saw your father. Well, it was around 2:30 when I saw him heading for the tomb. Then at about 2:45, I saw Barbed Head and company enter the courtyard. 2:45. Yes, I believe that's around when we arrived. Mr. Wright, Athena, Dirk, and I were running towards the tomb. Yes, I was taken aback as we don't normally see commoners in the palace courtyard. Even more shocking was that Dirk, a wanted man, was with you. Yeah, I suppose so. I thought the villainous leader of the Defiant Dragons was here with his minions. Because it was, you know, time for a revolution. I think you've been watching too much of that TV show. I have already banned its broadcast for containing content unsuitable for our kingdom. Besides, the actress playing Raifa looked nothing like her. I can't have my subjects feeling so disappointed when they see the real Raifa. Mother? Why are you so cruel to me? Are you so ashamed? Once I'm all grown up, I shall be just as full-figured as that actress. She's placing all of her hopes on one final growth spurt. For her sake, I hope it's in her DNA. I suppose you could always hope for a miracle. Ooh, I'll show you. I shall double my milk intake and grow up big and strong. There, your benevolence. I think you are fine just the way you are. Now, may I ask that you continue with your testimony? I wish I could grow up faster. You haven't missed any big moments yet, Yuji. We just started the trial. So don't spoil anything. Yeah, this is the new statement that came out when we pressed harder. Your imagination. Anything major at the end? We just basically did some investigating. We found out that Amara is still alive. Shrimp check. I'm not shrimping. Now what number is that? This is statement number 4. We're not going to press anymore because your imagination seems to be thinking. Or maybe we will press. Yeah, no, I know, Blue. Don't worry. Which statement is his scream? That's this one, statement 3. So this is the one where we pressed harder, and when we pressed harder on this one, she added this statement. This is the last press. Is it possible you missed seeing someone pass through? No, my veranda has a commanding view of the entire grounds, and I saw no one else. That doesn't seem right somehow. Do not underestimate my daughter. She may be lacking elsewhere, but her eyes are the finest. Lacking elsewhere? Talk about a mother I'd never wish on my worst enemy. She needs not Nanya more than ever. I didn't see anybody in the royal residence area after 2 p.m. That's a really long time to just look at a courtyard. She's probably lost in thought. She's at the age where I'm sure she gets a lot off on her mind. All right, all pressing done. What are we doing? Your imagination wants to present Albi's statement on this one. Do we agree?
Objection!
Your benevolence. You're covering for someone, aren't you? Huh? I don't know what you're talking about. Sorry, Raifa, but you're not gonna like this. Well, the thing is, I have a statement here that you might find interesting. It's from a witness who claims that around 2 p.m. his dog got loose and ran into the palace courtyard. That's when the little fellow stole this hat from someone. Ah! That's Nina's! I mean, nothing! Never mind! You fool of a daughter! It seems the princess made a blunder. So let me get this straight. This is Nanya's hat, which means she had to have been in the royal residence at around 2 p.m. If so, then you had to have seen Nanya sometime after 2 p.m. yesterday. Oh no! Please, your benevolence, tell us what you really saw. It is as you say, Hornhead. I saw Nanya, and I saw that dingbat dog steal her hat from her in front of my father's residence. I knew it. Why didn't you say so in the first place? Because, my mother told me not to. What? Would you care to explain, Your Eminence? I request that she withholds that information, for it is of no relevance in this case. Objection! You don't get to decide. If you disagree, then prove that it's relevant to the case at hand. Oh, I will. Your benevolence, please tell us everything you witnessed when you saw Nanya. All right. When I saw that dingbat dog attack Nanya, I ran to help. I raced from my second floor veranda down into the courtyard. Wait, that means that while you were coming down, you took your eyes off the courtyard. Yes, but only for a moment. This is crucial testimony. If you took your eyes off the courtyard, it means somebody else could have entered the tomb without you even knowing. Ah! Your benevolence, are you sure no one else was there? Oh, yes. She's hiding something again. What about Nanya? Were you able to help her? When I got down to the courtyard, Nanya she was gone. Gone? Yes, and I never saw her again after that. Any idea what happened? That dingbat dog must have gobbled her up. I seriously doubt that. But how can Nanya simply disappear while Raifa wasn't looking? Raifa must know something. The only question is, what? Well, chat. You debate this, I'm gonna go refill my water. I've been a real chugger lately. Okay, what do we do then? Okay, I see a lot of 3s, so we're gonna choose that. Why do you suppose Nanya disappeared? Even an educated guess would help. For example? For example, Maybe she got fed up with you acting like a spoiled child. You know, something like that. You're such impudence. Nanya would never not leave me for merely acting spoiled. We're not even gonna deny your behavior. In any case, it seems like I was wrong. Moving right along. Raifa must know something. All right, chat, you were wrong. Do you have any idea where Nanya disappeared to? What do you mean? Well, during the time you took your eyes off the courtyard, someone could have headed into the tomb. And it just so happens that Nanya disappeared right at that moment. No! Wait, you think Nanya had something to do with the murder? I don't think we can rule it out. It sounds like something had kept Nanya occupied since an early morning. Plus, she was seen right before the murder, and then seemed to vanish into thin air. You're right, and since she's Raifa's attendant, she could come and go as she pleased within the palace grounds. Could Raifa's attendant really be the killer? But that would mean... First my father and now Nanya? These were the people I trusted most. How could this be? Do not heed their lies. Lawyers are a foul breed quick to claim that a third party is to blame for a crime. Nanya did not enter the tomb. That much is certain. How could you be so sure? When Nanya's hat was stolen, the crazed cur spilled an urn full of water upon my husband's doorstep. Is that not right, Raifa? Yes it is. While the dingbat dog was tugging on Nanya's hat, it tipped over the urn. The bottoms of her shoes would have been soaked with water. And if she truly headed into the tomb with wet shoes, she would have left shoe prints along the way. But the only shoe prints to be found belonged to my husband, Inga. Huh? Then... That's right, Nanya never did go into the tomb that day. Instead, she entered my husband's private quarters. How do you know? It's quite simple. Shoe prints were discovered in Igna's private quarters. Shoe prints that belonged to Nanya. That's right, Ezra and I did see some shoe prints in there. Now do you understand? Nanya could not possibly have gone into the tomb. And that supposed third person at the crime scene is but a figment of your imagination. Ah! Another glorious deduction! All hail the genius that is Her Eminence Queen Garan! Bow down before her glory, witless lawyer! Did those guys fanboy any harder? But is it really true? Did Nanya not go into the tomb? Excuse me, but... Mr. Wright? Your benevolence, what time was it when that dog attacked Nanya? I believe it was about 2:15 p.m. I see. Apollo, if Nanya entered Igna's private quarters around 2:15 p.m., and Igna came racing out at around 2:30, pale-faced and screaming, then... Ah! I know what you're getting at. Yes, that might explain his scream. Would the defense please share their theory regarding Justice Miniature's Igna's scream? Certainly, Your Majesty. Minister Igna screamed because... Two votes 2, 1 vote 3. Maybe he was attacked by Nanya. Those would make the Justice Minister's private quarters the real scene of the crime. Does your idiocy know no bounds? The minister's body was found in the tomb. Or are you suggesting that the body was moved? Do I think the minister was moved from his private quarters? I think the possibility... Considering the fact that the body was found in the tomb, I'd say there's a possibility. What utter nonsense. Rifa had been watching the courtyard. Yet you would suggest that someone could have transported the body unnoticed? You have a point there. In that case, I'd say there's no way that the body was moved. After all, there was an awful lot of blood in the tomb. I understand the scream was a reaction to Ananya's attack, but Igna died in the tomb. We need to explain how those two realities could coincide. How are we supposed to do that? Oh, maybe where he was stabbed and where he died were two completely different locations? What do you mean? It's just, let's look at this simply as possible. If the minister's body wasn't moved, he might have been stabbed by Nanya in his private quarters, but then died in the tomb. I see. On one hand, that seems plausible, but on the other hand, it seems decidedly implausible. Prosecutor said naughty. What is that fool babbling on about now? Is this a riddle for one of those fortune cookies Americans seem so fond of? Perhaps, but I believe he himself does not know what he means to say. In all likelihood, it was a poor attempt to confuse us. We should simply ignore him. I wasn't finished yet, so hold off on the analysis, would you? The autopsy report never stated that the minister's death was instantaneous. So he could have conceivably moved from one place to another after being stabbed. Ooh. Oh my, are you suggesting that he ran all the way to the tomb with a knife sticking out of his back? Well, yes, that's the gist of it. In short, Mr. Iniga saw Nanya with a knife, let out a scream, and when he turned his back to her to flee, right, and that's when he was stabbed from behind. Well, Your Majesty, does my theory hold water? Insolence! How dare you bore me like this? Huh? You are a humorless moron, spewing an endless stream of unamusing drivel. I wasn't trying to be funny, Your Eminence. Prosecutor, enlighten this ignorant clown in lawyer's clothing. Your Eminence. Ha! Uh-oh. Nayuda? You dull, slow-witted, putrid-minded lawyer. Perhaps you would be too stupid to notice you have been stabbed in the back. But a normal person would have noticed due to the excruciating pain. Now hold on! Allow me to teach you the meaning of pain. Nah! Please stop! Nayuda has a point. Normally, most people would notice a dagger in their back. Oh, yeah, I doubt someone could ignore pain like this. Still, in this case, it's the word normally that we should emphasize. Apollo, take another look at the court record. Right, there must be something that explains this. There's a reason Igna didn't feel any pain, and the defense will submit evidence proving just that. Very well, please present your evidence. Why didn't Justice Minister Igna notice that he had been stabbed? Those are my father's painkiller shots. The defense will explain the significance of this evidence. Minister Igna suffered from terrible back pain, so he often injected himself with these. We're told that one shot in the back would make all his pain go away. With this, it's easy to explain what happened. Don't tell me you didn't know about these, Your Eminence. You can't mean. Minister Igna was stabbed in his back, close to where he's usually injected his painkiller. Therefore, it's entirely possible that he hadn't noticed that he'd been stabbed. What? What's this? Then, are you suggesting Justice Minister Igna really ran off with a knife protruding from his back? I am, Your Majesty. So then, when I saw my father, he had a knife sticking out of him? I mean, with that cape of his, I couldn't see his back very well. Yes, the knife was there, It was just plunged in so deep you didn't notice it under the cape. Therefore, when you saw your father, he was already dead. Murdered by Nanya in his private quarters. Palakuka! Holy Mother of Karain! Are we dealing with the living dead here? Well, technically he wasn't dead yet. I know it's hard to believe, but this is a possible sequence of events. Once Minister Igna arrived at the tomb, he could have removed the knife and dropped dead from blood loss. Nanya killed my father? There must be some mistake. The defense would like to call Nanya to the stand. You seek to drag an innocent old woman to the stand with no proof whatsoever? Well, there's no real proof, but... What a tangled web of expedient lies you weave. I can no longer tell fact from fiction. Who or what shall I believe in now? I'm sorry, Raifa. All I've done is confuse you. But I have a sneaking suspicion Nanya's involved in this case one way or another. Just when I thought we'd blown this case wide open. Well, there's no turning back now. You fool of a lawyer. I know why you are so desperate to prove the accused innocent. You do? Yes, because he faces public execution if proven guilty. As shall you, under the stipulations of the Defense Culpability Act. From the moment you accepted this case, you have had no choice but to fight for your lives. No, the simple fact is, I've always believed that Dirk is innocent. Bah, still you cling to your pretense? Very well, I shall offer you a bargain. If you would admit that the accused is guilty, right here, right now, I shall overlook your crime of abetting him, and you will not be subject to execution. Is this some sort of joke? Far from it. As queen, I have the power to grant pardons, even to criminals like you. And with the wave of my hand, I can even reduce the severity of a sentence. Perhaps even for Dirk, should you be willing to cooperate. She wasn't kidding when she said that she's the law here. But to flaunt that power in our faces like that, that's just wrong. Forget all that has transpired in our kingdom and return to your own country in peace. Well, will you abandon your defense of the accused and accept my generous offer? If I don't take this deal, we'll be executed along with Dirk if he's found guilty. What should I do? Is this even a question, chat? Your brain is lacking, but your tail is packing. Incredible. Nice try, Garam, but it looks like you don't know what justice is made of. You won't kowtow to the threats like that, Your Eminence. Mr. Wright, I'm sorry, but I can't back down now. I don't want to drag you into this, so... Don't worry, I'm with you, Apollo. To the bitter end, if need be. And while I can't say I'm used to it, this isn't exactly my first rodeo. But if I'm found guilty, you'll get the death penalty. Even knowing that, you still want to defend me? I don't know what happened in the past. It looks like everyone in this country considers lawyers to be liars. So I can understand if you don't believe me. But I still believe in you and your innocence. So all I have to do is keep believing. Find the truth. And that's all there is to it. So keep on fighting, Apollo. You'll hear no objections from me. You Unica Poops! You'll die if you lose this case. Why would you even entertain the notion of continuing? I believe that Dirk is innocent. That's why. And besides, trials exist to give the truth a chance to get out into the open. You can't give up just because you're afraid of some punishment. Even if that punishment is death? Does that not frighten you, Hornhead? Who wouldn't be scared? I mean, just thinking about it. It makes me weak in the knees, to be honest. But as a lawyer, I have a duty to protect my client. I can't just abandon that. A duty you're willing to die for. And yet, I... Duty. It's a heavy burden, all right. Rifle looks like she's really struggling. I'm not reading this out loud. Why do we need to see this fucking scene like 50 times? Shut the fuck up, Maya. But it's no surprise, considering the torrent of painful truths she's had to face. Very well then. If the defense is prepared to face the death sentence under the Defense Culpability Act, then I see no reason not to continue with proceedings. But I must admit, I see no grounds for doubting the accused's guilt. Unless the defense has further evidence that would indicate a different suspect. Do we have anything like that? Well, lawyer, do you have any new evidence you'd care to present? Or shall I have the executioner start his preparations? If she thinks I can't do this, she's got another thing coming. But first, I have some serious thinking to do. I'll say that new evidence indicating a different suspect. Think about it, chat. Do we? Of course I have some new evidence. Oh, do you now? How very interesting. Why doesn't she sound the least bit concerned? No, I can't let her get to me. I just have to keep pressing forward. This new evidence points to a different suspect. Well, chat, you chose this option, so I'm assuming you have something in mind, right? Hollow, pull out your Glock. Yes, pull out the Glock. Chat, pick something. He's pulling his Glock out. Chat, you missed the question. It's right there. This new evidence points to a different suspect. Oh shit. I didn't realize that this had a picture. Let's add that for you guys. Are we doing this piece? We got 2 yeses on it. You gotta do something, chat. You would claim this evidence proves the existence of a different suspect? Wait, that wasn't the reaction I was expecting. Your evidence, are you saying this piece of evidence doesn't do anything for you? It would appear to me that you chose that evidence at random, in the vain hope that you would learn something from my reaction. Is that not correct? Oh! Your Majesty? For shame! Sorry! Time to rethink that one. I'd say that new evidence indicating a different suspect. Such evidence does not exist. Just as I thought. I was so hoping you'd present meaningless evidence and allow me to claim your head. Glad I didn't walk head first into that one then. Except chat did, but whatever. So what now, Apollo? Well, unless we can prove that Nanya killed Inga, this trial's over, and so are we. Isn't there still a way to get that proof we need? Even without evidence? You know, a key means of obtaining testimony here in Karain? Huh? Wait, are you actually suggesting... Certainly won't be easy, but it's worth a try. Your Majesty? A crucial step in uncovering the truth behind this case is yet to be taken in this trial, but I'm positive that I can back up our claim with this one step. You mean you'll be able to prove that Nadia killed Justice Miniature Igna? Which is, how do you propose to do that? With the help of a certain someone. You need help? From someone? Well, I can't imagine who it could be. But I suppose I must ask. Whose help do you need to uncover the truth? So we've got Queen Rifa. Grip Warrior says yes on Rifa. Yuji, which one are you saying yes to? Queen or Rifa? Everyone's saying why, Rifa? But that is... Me? Here in Karain, legal proceedings include the viewing of the victim's final moments. But that requires your benevolence's help. Such information is just as vital as any other piece of conclusive evidence. You're right about this. Rifa's power should enable her to see the very moment Nanya stabbed Igna. It will be hard to watch your father's murder, but it's the only way to uncover the truth. Your benevolence. We need you and your power. You need me? Wretched simpleton. Did you not see what ensued in the previous attempt? You would only succeed in wasting more time. Or is it that your goal is to make her collapse again?
Objection!
The princess said she was prepared earlier. Besides, it's her duty as royal priestess. I'd say it's all up to her now. Am I prepared? Prepared to fulfill my duty? Isn't a divination science required at all trials anyway? If so, I imagine there'd be a problem with handling down a verdict without one. Indeed, it would be problematic. Under Kuriti's law, a seance must be conducted before a verdict can be rendered.
Such insolence!
Yikes! Huh. Must you try my patience so? I must disperse with that vexing law, then dispense with it I shall. Huh? As ruling sovereign of Karain, I proclaim the following. Henceforth, the divination seance shall be optional. What? She has the power to do that? She just rewrote the law with a flourish of her hand. Mother, I do not wish for the trial to end like this. It is as the defense said, I must not neglect my duty simply because I'm afraid. I shall go through with it this time. I will conduct the seance once more.
Insolence!
Raifa, do not be fooled by his lordly guile. You are not prepared to witness your father's death. But Hornhead needs my help. Raifa, did you tell me earlier? Did you not tell me you were prepared? But despite your grandiose posture, you collapsed in the most precise fashion. Even worse, you have erred in your insights of late. For has not the barbed one there overturned it more than once? Oh. You cannot be trusted to keep your word, nor can you reveal the truth through your insights. So I say to you, be gone! The Sacred Hall of Justice has no need for such a worthless royal priestess. Worthless? How could she say that to her own daughter? So, Mother, you think me worthless?
Objection!
Her benevolence says she can do it, doesn't she? So I don't see why you have to condemn her before she's even made the attempt. Very well, horned devil. If you really are so bent on having a seance, I shall give my consent. Really? However, should Raifa fail once more, you two and the accused shall all be executed on the spot. Come again? This is proving to be far more entertaining than I had anticipated. Well, lawyer, what say you? Will you wager your life but call on Raifa to perform a divination seance? It's taking up all of our health, chat. What do we do? I don't think you're worthless, your benevolence. Far from it, in fact. If you say you could do it, then I believe in you. Hornhead? I don't understand. If I fail, you'll be put to death. I know you collapsed during your previous attempt. I can't even imagine how terrible it must have been for you. But despite that, if you are willing to try again, I have faith in that conviction, in that courage. My courage? Ah, so she was doomed to fail if she didn't have the courage to perform the seance. It looks like she's got the determination to try again. Right, and that's a bet I'm willing to take. But, as Mother said, I've erred in my insights as of late. Not only have I failed to reveal the truth, I've also contributed to false accusations. Knowing that, can you still say that you believe in me?
Objection!
I wouldn't take stock in those words, your benevolence. Despite what your mother says, I don't think you've made any errors at all. Huh? In the trials I've been a part of here in Karain, I would have never proven my client's innocence without your seances. Because even though they didn't always reflect the absolute truth, the insight they provided served as a vital leads to finding the truth. Vital leads? My seances? So please, your benevolence, try to perform the divinations. We're in another country, Noodle. It's not complicated. I...
Objection!
Riva, stop this madness. It's for your own good. You are ill-prepared to face your father's death. Go, leave this sacred hall at once. No. What did you say? I said no, Mother. For I am the royal priestess of Karain. I have no need for you now. Even if you do not need me, Mother. Hard-headed as this Hall of Justice do. He proved that to me by risking his own life. It is because of him that I now understand. The divination seance is my sacred duty. I must fulfill it, no matter the risk. Your benevolence. Mother taught me that the divination seance was a mirror reflecting naught but the truth. But I began to have my doubts after Barb had disproved the insights it offered. And now, I don't even know who or what to trust anymore. Father, Mother, even Nanya. I had believed in them above all others. But I finally know now. I know what I could trust. The royal priestess must debate each seance with the presiding lawyer and prosecutor. So that it can be interpreted properly. That is how I believe trials here at Karain should function. Therefore, the Hall of Justice needs me. It is my power that leads trials towards the truth. That is my sacred duty, and I will never shirk from it again. That right there, your benevolence, is the product of what you've learned in your struggles so far. The truth that you realize with your own strength. As my sacred duty, I must ensure that it is fulfilled. I must have the courage and resolve to see it through. Your Eminence, the royal priestess says she will conduct the divination seance. I see no grounds for you to forbid it. Unless, of course, you are worried that it might reveal something you find inconvenient. Mother, I am done letting you have your way. Rifa, you would actually rebel against me, your mother and queen? Though I am scared to see my father's death. I must face my fear. That is what Hornhead has taught me here today. Rifa.
I am the royal priestess Rafa Padma Kurain. And I am prepared to face my father's death.
Your Eminence, it seems the priestess is more grown up than you thought. Rifa. Well then, let us proceed with the divination seance. The victim's final moments. This should be interesting. I wonder what Igda's memories are going to show us.
O Holy Mother, we hold this divination seance.
It shows the last moments
name.
of the deceased, Noodle.
Let the eyes of everyone here be clear.
It's sort of like a spin on spirit channeling, which has already been established in the series prior.
O dance of devotion, guide the victim's soul to me, so that we may receive their final memories in the pool of souls.
And watch the cutscene again. It's important, chat. It gives me time to eat. Exactly. What food did I get? Chicken wings. Thank you, your imagination. I think we needed that. Here we go, gamers. Igna's final moments. What in the... A faceless being? What the heck? His face, it's just like... the picture of the founder. I think that's the last thing anyone expected to see. Oh, Father, what was it? What was it you saw? Are we to understand that this was the last thing the victim saw? Yes, there could be no mistake. That was what my father himself witnessed. How very strange. You don't suppose the Holy Mother possessed the accused and slew Mr. Igna for planning a coup? The divine wrath of the Holy Mother? Oh, Holy Mother, we are ever grateful for your blessings. Talk about a sharp left turn into the Twilight Zone. You know, there's one thing in there that caught my attention. That laugh. Who does it belong to and why are they laughing? Who knows? Though I suppose it could be Dirk after he slew my husband. Uh-huh. So that figure didn't even have a mouth. I think we're done here, lawyer. How so? You claimed that Minister Igna was stabbed in his private quarters, and feeling no pain, went to the tomb where he eventually fell dead. But the seance vision proves he was stabbed in the tomb, and felt great pain, no less. Oh, that. Therefore, as I asserted all along, it was the accused who stabbed the minister in the tomb. Ah! Everything just backfired big time! Wow, Garan has the devil's own luck, doesn't she? Now then, I shall give voice to the soul of the deceased. Listen well and heed these words. Raifa's in sight. At around 3 p.m., my father was waiting in the tomb to make the hostage exchange. He was drinking grape juice while gazing upon the picture of the Holy Mother. He had been waiting vigilantly when suddenly he heard Dirk's voice. The next moment, he was stabbed in the back and collapsed. My father tried to shoot his attacker, but he missed, and the attacker let out a laugh. What now, is it right? It's up to us to knock holes in Raifa's interpretations of Igna's memories. In other words, we need to prove that her understanding of them could be mistaken. Okay, I'll give it a try. At around 3 p.m., my father was waiting in the tomb to make the hostage exchange. He was drinking grape juice while gazing upon the picture of the Holy Mother. He had been waiting vigilantly when suddenly he heard Dirk's voice. The next moment, he was stabbed in the back and collapsed. My father tried to shoot his attacker, but he missed, and the attacker let out a laugh. You want to present the man's voice on this statement? So right here, right? This is what you want?
Objection!
Your benevolence, there seems to be an inconsistency in your interpretation. But inconsistency where? Minister Igna is far too relaxed for what was supposed to be about to take place. When you heard the voice you claim is Dirk's, he didn't seem the least bit alarmed. He just kept looking at the picture of the founder. Ah! That's strange, right? He was waiting for Dirk to arrive with the founder's orb, but when he heard that voice, he didn't even turn to look. Don't you think he would have been worried about being attacked from behind? Ah! Then whose voice was it? It was likely someone whose presence wouldn't have alarmed him. Someone like a friend?
Objection!
But there was no third party at the seat of the crime. Therefore, the voice could only have belonged to Dirk. The voice of a third party who wasn't there in the tomb. Apollo, don't we have something that could reveal the owner of the mysterious voice? You know, I think we do. Something that Igna had while he was waiting for Dirk. With it, we might just be able to figure out whose voice it was. I believe we can identify the male voice Minister Igna heard with this. What evidence is that, Accord? We don't have that in evidence. However, maybe you're on the right track, Accord. Man, if only there was something else that could do the exact same thing you're proposing right there, Accord. Maybe there is. Chat? Accord, maybe you think about it. There we go. Hanatora wants to present the crime photo. That's my father's. I know this must be hard for you, but could you please look at this photo? There's something here that can point us towards the identity of the voice. This is the real source of the man's voice. Now it's the phone, yes. A cell phone? Right. I believe that the voice the minister heard was of a call on this cell phone. I see. Well, that certainly makes sense. What is your evidence view on the matter? Fuck. I concede the possibility. Then it seems I must refine my vision. It appears that the voice belongs to one of my father's subordinates. Why do you suppose he was talking to one of them then? My father had members of the secret police positioned throughout the palace. They were supposed to contact him as soon as they saw Dirk and the rest of you. Okay, now we're getting somewhere. Your benevolence, I believe you have an insight to revise. I know, barbed head. Don't presume to tell me how to do my duty. Okay, so there might be, now, this is for people who are coming in late. When Raifa refines the seance like that, it usually means that other senses might show up too. But it'll be less vague and more specific as to what they are. So the voice was coming from the phone. That's good to know. But there might have been other sounds coming from the phone. Sounds that could be clues. Let's take another look at Raifa's insights and really focus on the various sensations. Okay, I think I'm getting the hang of this now. Well, chat, anything about that? I think I have a good idea. Remember to check your evidence, chat. Might give you some context. But Kiri, you do realize those sounds are coming through a phone, right? Oh no, but Kiri has a point there. Well, chat, what are we committing to? Is this what we want to do? This is the second time this has been presented. I'm seeing a lot of votes with this right now.
Objection!
Your benevolence! This insight is inconsistent with the vision. Oh? Please do tell. Where exactly does this inconsistency lie, Hornhead? Well, it's kind of hard to say, especially when you put me on the spot like this. The defense will only present opinions that won't collapse under pressure. Guess I better take a closer look at the insights in the vision before I try again. Statement 3, Lion's Roar.
Objection!
I hate to break it to your benevolence, but you misinterpreted something again. What do you mean? Again? Smooth move, Apollo. I think you just hurt her feelings. She may put on a brave face, but she feels more than she lets on. Let me rephrase that, your benevolence. Your interpretation of your father's phone call to his subordinates at the palace is inconsistent with his final memory. What do you mean by that? A lion's roar could be heard over the phone. Don't you find that strange? You claim the call was of someone at the palace. But let me ask you, do you keep lions there? No, the only animals at the palace are little birdies and my pet frog. Wait, that giant one in the front of the minister's house is her pet? Besides, there aren't any lions in Kurain. We don't even have any zoos. Rather sad state of affairs, I'm afraid. Well, I remember hearing a sound like that. The lion's roar coming from the phone is actually from something hanging out in... Yeah, I will say something, Chad. I think you guys are on the right track, but you also jumped 3 steps ahead. We haven't established anything with the bazaar yet. I think you guys jumped 3 steps ahead. Whatever, the bazaar? Ah! Your benevolence, do you think you can clarify the voice for me? Very well. I will now attempt to further refine my vision. What's this? Just as I suspected, it was the call of a warbad. That means the subordinate minister Inista was talking to was in the bazaar, not the palace. But why is it important where the call came from? What significance could it have? He's right. Is it important to know where the call was made from? It's actually very important. Knowing that the person on the other end was at the bazaar means that the loud explosion might not have been the sound of a gunshot. But I can think of no other item that makes such a noise in the area. Go ahead, Apollo. Tell her. Tell Rifa the real source of that sound. Will do. Well, Hornhead, I'm waiting. What was the true source of that explosive sound? The court wants to present Albi's testimony.
Take that!
What is that? It's Albi or God's statement. In it, he claims that Dat's a rebel threw a firecracker at him while he's at the bazaar. Then... Yes, the sound heard over the phone was a firecracker exploding. Ah! And yet, a bullet was found at the scene of the crime. A bullet fired from Mr. Igna's gun. How do you explain that? Well, we don't know whether it was fired during the course of the crime, right? Or do you have evidence that proves when the pistol was discharged? No, I have none. Wait a second, if that loud bang was a firecracker, then could that laugh at the end have been... No, it can't be. Oh, it can, and it is. The laugh came from none other than... the Joker, who got a kick out of startling Albie with his dragon snot shat. The happy-go-lucky That's a Rebel. What? Someone should really put a leash on that guy. I shudder to think how one man can be the cause of so much trouble.
Hey there, AJPJ. Y'all can thank me later.
No one asked for your commentary, Mr. Rebel. Your benevolence, do you need to revise your insight? It would appear so. Well, this changes everything. Let's go over the details of Raifa's insight again. Okay. I think I've got this down now. Time to find another inconsistency. Well, chat. Let me tell you, maybe it might be time for you guys to return to your original thought to some degree. No, we're not able to present evidence. Are you sure you want to present? I said no, we're not able to present normal stuff here. Shouldn't be too hard. Think about sounds that only happened during that time frame.
Objection!
Your benevolence! This insight is inconsistent with the vision. Oh? Please, do tell. Where exactly does it inconsistently lie? Well, it's kind of hard to say, especially when you put me on the spot like that, Damn it, why?
Because the warband cries all the time in the bazaar, chat. That proves nothing.
Think of something more specific. You can't use the war man's cry to definitively prove the time of death. That thing cries all the time. We're gonna go with this. Now your imagination wants to do the explosion. I already have a lot of yeses on the explosion. We're going with it.
Objection!
Your benevolence. There is a glaring problem with this insight. There is? You stated that the murder happened at around 3 p.m., which is right around the time my client arrived on the scene. However, now that we know what the source of the loud bang is, your insight conflicts with a certain piece of evidence. Listeners, I have to ask the obvious here. What evidence conflicts with the claim that the murder occurred at 3 p.m.?
Take that!
I'll be your guide's statement again? Yes, because to summarize what he said, at around 2 p.m., Shadow was surprised by a firecracker and ran into the palace courtyard. Around 2 p.m.? That's right, 2 p.m., not 3 p.m. Ah! Are you suggesting? I think you know where I'm going with this. Datz's laugh, the cry of the warbad, and the bang of the firecracker were all I heard right before Minister Igna's death. Thanks to Albi's statement, we can put a definitive timestamp on all these sounds. Therefore, what this vision shows is that it's extremely likely that the deceased's final moments were at 2, rather than 3 as we had originally thought. Dare I ask? It means the murder took place a full hour before Dirk entered the tomb. Polkna! Ah! How could this be? Are you saying that I, the very personification of the law, have been mistaken? Heh, now you see why justice will always prevail. Please, peace, I say. Now the defense. I must remind you that the figure of the accused was clearly shown in the vision. How do you explain that? I wouldn't say it was clearly shown. After all, the figure didn't actually have a face. Oh, you're absolutely right. Without a face, we can't be certain of who it was. Furthermore, I need to remind you that if the vision is from 2 p.m., Dirk was still with me and Mr. Wright, which means this faceless figure couldn't possibly be him. What are we to make of this 1 hour difference? Wait, 2 o'clock? That's when my mother was performing the rite of channeling. The palace guards have all been reassigned to guard the channeling chamber for the rite. Don't tell me. The royal residence, it would have been virtually unguarded. Which means the real killer could have easily slipped unseen into Amara's tomb. Defense, are you saying that this is someone disguised as the accused? That's exactly what I believe, Your Majesty. Preposterous. Disguises cannot conceive the memories of the dead. That the face did not appear this time is mere happenstance. Had it appeared, such subterfuge would have been clear as day. He's got a point there. Anyone who knows about the divination seance would have tried to hide their face. Nevertheless, our killer openly appeared before Igna. The question is why? Apollo. Maybe the killer could afford to be so bold because they knew their face wouldn't show up in the seance vision. What? It's possible that the killer dared to dress in Druk's clothes and stand square in front of Igna precisely because they knew they could get away with it. But how could anyone be so sure of something like that? A long time ago, I heard of a cognitive disorder that impairs the person's ability to distinguish between different faces. What if Igna had it? Then, are you saying that this is literally how Igna saw the world? Yes, we can't normally see through the eyes of others, but in this case we can. And if he had that disorder, I imagine this is how faces appeared to him in life. Okay, let's say that the killer knew that Igna had such a disorder. They could definitely use it to pin the crime on Dirk. But, if you're wondering about how to prove that Igna had it, you already have what you need. Really? Well, defense, do you have anything to show to this court? Yes, I believe so. Frankly, I have no idea what Mr. Wright means, but I'll look for the evidence over again. What explains why the face of Mr. Igna's killer is absent in his seance vision?
Take that!
A notepad? Yes, it was found in Minister Igna's room, and it holds the answer we're looking for. As you can see, it's filled with detailed notes on various individuals. What kind of clothes they wear, hairstyles, and other discerning physical characteristics. And this is connected to the faceless nature of the killer. How? The vision we saw was exactly what Minister Igna saw with his own eyes. It is he who saw his killer as a person without a face. In fact, this is how he normally saw everyone around him. What's this? I believe Minister Igna had a disorder that prevented him from recognizing faces. It would explain the faceless being, and why he needed a notepad full of people's physical characteristics. But now that I think about it, my father was always terrible at remembering people. By simply changing my hairstyle, he would fail to recognize even me. Your Eminence, you knew that your husband had such a disorder, didn't you? He never wished for it to become public knowledge. But I suppose there's no use in keeping quiet about it now. It is as you say. My late husband had a special disorder that hindered my ability to recognize faces. The medical term for it is prosopagnosia. I should have probably looked up the pronunciation of this in advance because I knew it was coming. Because whatever. So Mr. Wright was right. The memories of those afflicted with such disorders in life do appear strange at times. There is a precedent for this. So the killer likely knew about the disorder and used it to their advantage. Prosopagnosia. Right, so there's someone who is both knowledgeable about the divination seance and aware of Igna's affliction. Your Eminence, who knew about your husband's condition? A small number of servants who tended to his needs. And me. Surely you're not about to insinuate that I committed this crime. Oh, no, Your Eminence. Still, could she have done it? Garan has an alibi, remember? Oh, right. She was conducting the rite of channeling at 2 p.m. In that case... Your Eminence, does Nanya know about Mr. Igna's disorder? Of course she does. She is our head servant. So as head servant, she knew about Minister Igna's condition. And as the princess's personal attendant, she is familiar with the divination seance. If these two facts together don't make her a possible suspect, I don't know what would.
Objection!
You witless lawyer, how quick you are to forget the facts. Facts like... When Igna was last seen alive, you claim he was slain at 2, yet that is impossible, for Rifa saw him at 2:30. We did completely forget about that. No, there must be some mistake. Don't say it then, Imp. Don't confirm or deny anything if you know something. You see, the murder could only have happened at 3 p.m. The hour Dirk entered the tomb, there is no other answer to this puzzle. Why don't we ever get to make up answers like Garan makes up laws? I guess it's back to square one. Where did we go wrong? I don't think we're the problem. We just need to be sort on one piece of the puzzle. Our deductions so far explain everything to a T. Everything except for Igna's sighting at 2:30. I see, and without that final puzzle piece, all of our deductions fall apart. Apollo, if Igna's sighting is the only anomaly, we'll just have to find a way to make it fit into the bigger picture. Time to think outside the box then, right? Let's see. It would be impossible to see Igna walking around after he'd been killed. But what if there was a way to make people think he was alive, even though he was dead? Like, they should, yeah, they can. One. I mean, you should be able to. Did I not properly weight it? Oh, no, it's working. It's just very subtle. Sounds like some kind of TV show. Things like that don't happen in real life. Apollo, did you just... I did. I figured it out. I know how to make people witness the living dead. Your Majesty, our deductions weren't wrong after all. Despite Mr. Igna being murdered at 2 p.m., he was seen heading into the tomb at 2:30, and I'll tell you how. I certainly hope you will, because I have no idea what you're talking about. The Minister Igna her benevolence saw was... It was the deceased being channeled. It's the only way a man who was already dead could have been seen by her benevolence. Channeled, you say? That's right. And there are only two people capable of spirit channeling here in Karain. Her Eminence Queen Garan and Maya Fey. It's possible that one of them was channeling the minister. It would seem that you are ever bent on making me party to this crime. Prosecutor, what was I doing at 2:30 p.m., the time at which my husband was seen? Eminence, I believe you had completed the channeling rite and were having tea with the king of the neighboring realm. There would have been many attendants there too. Nayuda has to keep up with her schedule too. What doesn't she make him do? And that leaves only Maya. Yeah, it does. Maybe someone was forcing her to use her power towards nefarious ends? The real killer could have been threatening her. That cannot be! So then Igna's scream. That was probably when he woke up from being called back to this world. After all, that's when the flow of time would have picked back up for him after he died. So Minister Igna probably leapt to his feet thinking he had just had a nightmare. Then, realizing it was almost time for the hostage exchange, he raced off to Amara's tomb, not even realizing he was already dead. That... her benevolence really did see a dead man running! Using the sacred power of spirit channeling to commit a crime? How could this be? The defense calls Miss Maya Fey to the stand. Well, Your Eminence, will you allow a new witness? It matters not. Either way, this lawyer shall soon know the truth. He will know just how much of an imbecile he is in the face of my infallible arguments. Salt me all you want, witch, but you'll be eating those words when I expose the truth. Very well, let us adjourn until the next witness is ready. Break time. Yep, I'm gonna go grab some ice cream and also stretch a bit and maybe go to the bathroom and refill my water. So go stretch a bit. We're gonna be right back. This is part 1 complete of 3. So we're not even halfway through the case yet. Okay, trials yet. Okay, I'll be right back. Ice cream obtained, and it's delicious. You ready for plot reveals, chat? Here we go. I ate a lot of ice cream. I actually haven't had ice cream in a while, okay, bitch? My brother just bought some today, so fuck. Talk about some really close shaves. Well, you can't get a closer shave than Headsman brand blades, that's for sure. The trial's not even over yet. I'm already exhausted. Still, you were able to fight back the queen herself in there. Well, maybe with Miss Faye's help, I won't have to keep on playing her game much longer. Speaking of which, I guess it's a little late to be asking, but do you think she's well enough to testify, Mr. Wright? She slept all day yesterday out of exhaustion, apparently. But that's all it was, so she should be okay. Bye, Ted. Horn ahead. Oh, hello, Your Benevolence. Princess Raifa, you were really impressive in there.
I am the royal priestess Raifa Padma Kurain. And I am prepared to face my father's death.
Despite your mother's opposition, you stood your ground. And in doing so, you fulfilled your duty as the royal priestess. It was all thanks to you and your friends. Your belief in me gave me the courage to follow my path. So, you have my gratitude. Oh, don't mention it. I know. I shall thank you with a gift. What would you like? A cow? A horse? Or perhaps I shall reward your efforts with royal shoulder massage. Oh, that's okay, Your Benevolence. Your gratitude is more than enough. Thanks. But I thought you Americans liked massages. My technique was highly praised by my father, I'll have you know. Hey, you lawyers, where's the accused? Huh? Dirk? That's a good question.
I blew it big time, HA.
That's? Shut up, you. What's going on?
The scoundrel tried to escape with the accused. What?
We were able to nab him, but the accused is nowhere to be found. Where are you hiding him, you miscreant?
I keep telling you, I got no idea where he went. I mean, yeah, we booked it together, but I lost track of him after that.
So Dirk's on the lam now?
Probably, but who knows? He vanished into a blink of an eye.
Vanished?
You want to know something, HA? Dirk said to me, I can't put Amara in danger. I have to set her free before it's too late.
What? Don't tell me he's gone to rescue her.
That's what I am telling you. That's why I helped him escape in the first place.
Dad, you do realize what you've done? Well, what's done is done. So why do you choose to go rescue her now?
Maybe he didn't want to die with any regrets or something. You know, just in case he ended up on the chopping block.
Why, Dirk? I thought you believed in me.
I don't be like that, AJ. He'll be back as soon as he frees Amara. You'll see.
That's not the point, Dats. Listen, lawyer, you let us know immediately if the accused contacts you. The trial will now resume. See that you are ready. Wait, the trial's still on, even without the defendant? Those were Her Eminence's orders, so you'll return to the courtroom at once. Let's go, Apollo. All we can do is see where the next testimony leads. Well, shit. Dirk's on the lam. Now then, let us resume the trial at hand. Your Majesty, my client seems to have gone missing. What do you think, Your Eminence? Do we proceed without the accused? Why not? My rear guard is searching for him as we speak. They shall find him soon enough, for they will not dare to keep me waiting. Yes, but what about the law governing court proceedings? Then I shall simply revise it. As ruling sovereign of Karain, I proclaim the following. Should the accused be an enemy of the crown, they may be tried in absentia. Well, in that case, I guess there's no problem with proceeding. Oh, okay. Will the witness, Miss Maya Fey, please approach the stand? Sorry to summon you like this, Maya. Getting dragged out of bed and into court is not exactly a fun wake-up call, Nick. Gosh darn it, my fucking monitor. I need a new monitor. I might need to buy a new monitor. I have one really new monitor that's wonderful and one old monitor that sucks. And the old one's pissing me off because it has like a loose HDMI cable. So it kind of gets bumped out sometimes. I'm sorry, Miss Fey. It was my idea. And you are? Oh, right. I'm Apollo Justice. It's nice to finally meet you. Oh, so you're Apollo. Nick's told me all about you. You're the new guy with the loud voice and a bit of an unreliable streak, right? Unreliable? Well, that was 2 years ago. You've come a long way since. So why was I called here anyway? Am I under arrest again? I guess no one's filled her in. Well, she has been asleep this entire time. Miss Fey, this is a trial for Dirk Samadhi, and you're here as a witness. What? Dirk's been arrested? But that's not exactly the reaction I was expecting. Miss Fey, you are suspected of playing a part in the murder of Justice Minister Igna. What? Someone allegedly forced you to channel the minister to obfuscate the time of his murder. At least, that is what the defense claims. Wait, what? How could you, Apollo? How did you even reach that conclusion? Sorry, but it's the only way this whole case makes any sense. To understandable anger at the defense's side, will you testify, Miss Fey? Yes, Your Majesty. Witness testimony. I don't have any idea what's going on, but I know I didn't channel Minister Igna. I didn't even have the chance to do something like that. Besides, I'd never go quietly along with some criminal's plan. Though I guess there are some things I'd go quietly along with. Hi, Doling. Seems the witness doesn't believe she has ever channeled Justice Minister Igna. And if her words prove to be true, defense, your entire argument becomes moot. You do understand that, don't you? Yes, of course. It doesn't seem like Miss Fey is lying. Apollo? Maya was being awfully secretive about something just now. And I guess I better dig a bit and try and get her to open up with me first. I don't have any idea what's going on, but you've been asleep ever since you were rescued from the tomb, correct? I was exhausted after being held captive for so long. That must have been terrible. Maya, Minister Igna didn't do anything to you, did he? Oh no, it wasn't like that. On the contrary, I asked him for all sorts of things. Like what? Like, I'm really craving burgers and I'll die if I miss an episode of the Bloom Punisher. I acted like a brat and ended me a TV and even a few burgers from some plate. He was surprisingly nice to me. Huh? Are you sure we're talking about the same guy here? He may have loomed large, but he was unexpectedly easy to push around. Even though he's the one who's responsible for pushing those execution papers through. Oh, that? Approving executions was simply his preferred method of stress relief. Right, Kirosan, yeah, I agree. With a wife like her, she was probably really pushing them through out of fear. I'm beginning to see why he wanted to stage a coup. In any case, my time in captivity wasn't so bad, but all the things that happened. I know I didn't channel Minister Igna. Are you sure about that? Maybe you just don't remember channeling him? Don't remember? I've been 28, but I'm not senile, you know. Something's not right here. Miss Faye, you were confined to Amara's tomb the whole time, is that correct? Yes, but I wasn't conscious the whole time. Okay, then let me ask you something. Did you ever see Nanya in the tomb, dressed as Dirk? Huh? Is this some kind of joke? I think I'd remember if I saw something as crazy as that. Plus, I doubt anyone would carry out a crime like that right in front of a potential witness. I hate when he's right. I didn't even have the chance to do something like that. You didn't have a chance to channel him? Does channeling someone take a long time? Not really. Once you get the hang of it, it's pretty much instantaneous. But I was all tied up. Literally. So there was no way for me to make the channeling mantra with my hands to do it. Right. I guess you really didn't channel Igna then. When mediums are done with the session, they can send the spirit back to the other world themselves, right? Sure, unless they're still in training. Amateurs can get possessed by spirits sometimes, but full-fledged mediums can stay in total control of a session, and they can send the deceased spirit away anytime they want. So I take it you could do that too, Miss Faye? Of course! It's a cinch for the new and improved Mystic Maya Faye, Ace Spirit Medium. That's strange. You seem like the same old childish Maya to me. I'll show you, childish Nick. Besides, I'd never go quietly along with some criminal's plan. So you wouldn't channel spirits for unseemly purposes? Of course not. Spirit channeling is my bread and butter. And I take a lot of pride in my work. It's like, would you use your legal skills to commit a crime, Apollo? Well, until finger pointing and identity become deadly, I don't see how they can be used. Wow, you're a regular Mr. Smarty Pants, just like Nick. Always at the ready with some sarcastic comeback. I think I'll save my many objections for after the trial. Yes, please. Anyway, I never go along with something like murder. Though I guess there are some things I'd go quietly along with. Sounds to me like you're trying to hide something, Miss Faye. Didn't anyone teach you about respecting boundaries, Apollo? It's really rude to pry into a person's private affairs. Sorry, I didn't realize, Wait, we're in a court of law. Yeah, I know. Then what was all about that me being rude? I'm just doing my job. So please, just tell me, what exactly are you hiding? Sorry, but I promised Dirk I wouldn't say. You made a promise to Dirk? Mm-hmm. A pretty big one. I think it's about all you're going to get out of her. Yeah. Enough. The witness is denying that she channeled any spirits. Further questioning is pointless. It appears your little fiction has been soundly exposed for what it is. You should listen to her, Apollo. I don't even know why you suspected me in the first place. I mean, you don't have any evidence of me channeling Minister Igna, do you? Oh, evidence, huh? There's no point in even thinking about it, really. I don't use anything special to channel spirits, so there wouldn't be anything left behind. That's true. Just like when she channeled the High Priest. All Maya needs is her own body. If the defense has no evidence to offer, I'll have to end this cross-examination. What now? Even if she doesn't use any special items to do the channeling itself, I think there will be something to complete the deception. Is there any proof that Genesis Minister Igna was channeled? Well, chat, was there? Save? Okay. I can do that. Do you want me to give you a hint here, chat, and say yes or no, just so that you could start thinking about if you need to present evidence or not? Because right now you're thinking if you can, but I can tell you right now if you can or can't. If you want me to. Is chat thinking hard right now? Thinking hard or hardly thinking? Chat is thinking very hard about this. Nope, I don't see how there could be, Your Majesty. I see you've still got a long way to go, Apollo. Excuse me? If it were Nick, he would have tried to bluff his way through that one. But I'm not Mr. Right. I'd like to retract my previous statement. And as to whether there is any proof that Minister Igna was channeled, you bet there is. Really? Well, now. You're bluffing, I take it. I'll be fine. If we're right, then there must be some sort of proof to back this up. Time to do some serious thinking, Apollo Justice. All right, we know that when Rytha saw her father, he wasn't dressed like Miss Faye, right? Right, because if he was, Rytha would have immediately known he was being channeled. So that means he was dressed in his usual suit when Rytha saw him. Aha! Good thinking, Apollo. This might be the perfect angle to attack from. Alright, let's have an answer from the defense. What proof do you have that Miss Maya Faye channeled Justice Minister Igna? And Atora wants to present the gemstone. We've got 2 yeses from your imagination and accord. One more and we do it. Holy fuck, thank you. Thank you, Kite. You've saved us. Is that a gemstone? We found this among the ashes of one of the tomb's incense burners. Does this gemstone ring any bells, Your Eminence? What? What was that doing at the tomb? Ah, so you do recognize him, but then as his wife, How could you not recognize this gemstone button from your husband's jacket? Huh? I don't get where you're going with this. Channeling Mr. Igna alone wouldn't be enough to fool someone like Princess Rifa, especially if he was wearing your clothes. You would have had to change into the minister's clothes before channeling him. Ah! Yeah, you used the minister's clothes as cover while going from his room to the tomb, where you buried them once you no longer needed them. What? Uh-oh. She seems genuinely surprised by that, Apollo. Miss Faye? Yes? Do you know my husband's name? It was, Igna Karkul Karain, right? That is correct, in part, but there's more, much more. Igna Karkul Hakul Disanim Binam Laga Karanian Third. Wait a second. Igna Karkul Hakul Disnaim. There has to be a pun here. How could this name be any longer or pompous than it already is? Quran 3. Fuck off, Phoenix Wright. That is his true name. Could it be any longer? Due to its length, only a portion of it was ever made public. So, Miss Faye, did you know his true name? No, I mean, how could I? Precisely. Yet a medium must know both the face and true name if the one she seeks to channel. So then, Miss Faye couldn't have channeled Minister Igna? That's what I've been saying this whole time! Why would I want to randomly channel some old guy I didn't know? I didn't like thanks to that last trial. I can't believe this. Apollo, I really don't think Maya's lying. However, your line of reasoning still seems credible to me. I agree, but there's something tripping us up in the details. Maybe we're working off some wrong assumption again? Apollo? I was thinking... Yes? Since I didn't channel Minister Igna, is it possible that someone else did? Someone else? But who else could it have been? I haven't thought that far ahead yet. Such chatter is without merit. Let us move on, shall we? Ugh. I don't care what Garan says. I'm going to figure this out. If it wasn't Miss Faye and the Queen has an alibi, then... Apollo, forget about who is capable of channeling spirits for a second. I should consider the circumstances around the channeling, right? Right. We know Rifa saw her father come running out of his private quarters. If he was being channeled at that time, who could it have been? It had to have been someone who was in Igna's private quarters. Well, I'm waiting, Defense, and you know how much I despise waiting. Yes, but there is someone else besides Miss Faye who could have channeled Minister Igna. There's just one more person, and they were in Igna's private quarters. That person is our only hope now. So the defense believes there was another? Let's have your very serious answer then. With pleasure. Horned devil, who could have channeled Mr. Igniube? Nanya? Your Eminence said it's yourself. That's right, Nanya never did go into the tomb that day. Instead, she entered my husband's private quarters. How did you know? It's quite simple. Shoe prints were discovered at Igna's private quarters. Shoe prints that belonged to Nanya. And then there's Her Benevolence's statement. She said that Nanya disappeared right after she entered Mr. Igna's private quarters. The room from which Mr. Igna himself came running out of not long after. You are not seriously suggesting... It's the only thing that makes sense. Nanya channeled Minister Igna and left his private quarters thereafter. That's why no one has seen her since. and why only the minister's shoe prints were found outside his residence. Ah, no way! That's gotta be it. Nanya must have somehow channeled the minister. All of the circumstantial evidence has fallen into place. You can't ignore it anymore. You can't claim Nanya is connected to this case somehow. In light of this, the defense calls Nanya to the stand. Well, your evidence? Very well then. Let us call Nanya to testify. Yes, now we can finally crack this case wide open. Let us adjourn while the witness is summoned. There is no need. Nanya is in the waiting lobby. What? Nanya's here? I thought she'd gone missing. It seems she was feeling unwell and simply wished to rest undisturbed. But her concern for Raifa brought her here today. She took time off without Raifa's knowledge or consent? I'm betting there's more to her disappearing act than meets the eye, Apollo. Miss Nadia, do you understand why you have been summoned here today? Yes, of course. Your Eminence has informed me that this is Man's here suspects I have committed a crime. So this is Nanya. That's quite the hairdo. Oh, I will say. I suppose I'm not as old as I had thought. If this horn-headed nincompoop would take me for a criminal. Nincompoop? Isn't that Raifa's favorite insult? I guess Nanya rubbed off on her with all the time they spend together. Hi, Darius. You there, young hornhead? Yes? You're accusing me of slaying Minister Igna and channeling his spirit, yes? What an active imagination you have. Young folk are so wonderfully open-minded. Ha 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 ha. Thanks. Just take the compliment, Justice. Now then, will the witness please proceed with her testimony? This court wishes to know if you did or did not channel Minister Igna in his private quarters. I'm no spirit medium, Sonny. I was feeling under the weather yesterday and decided to rest these weary bones. Besides which, a lowly servant such as I could not possibly be an honorable spirit medium. Only members of the royal family can learn the art of spirit channeling here in Khura'in. After Queen Amara's passing, Her Eminence Queen Garan is the only spirit medium left. If you believe a medium to be the culprit, it would have to be that young lass by a fae. And there you have it. It seems we have summoned her for nothing. Only those of the royal bloodline have the power of spirit channeling. That a servant such as Nanya could channel spirits is a most amusing jest. On the surface, anyway. But our line of reasoning has led us to this end. That Nanya channeled Igna's spirit. Alright, the defense may now question the witness. I was feeling under the weather yesterday and decided to rest these weary bones. And yes, it's 5 statements total. Albie's dog stole your hat when you were in the courtyard yesterday afternoon. Was it after that you decided to take a rest? I had been feeling unwell all day and had pushed myself too hard. I kept feeling weak and dizzy, and that dirty mongrel only served to worsen my condition. Well, I sympathize with you, Nanya. And you took the whole day off without informing Princess Raifa. She was very worried about you, you know? How very kind of her benevolence. Would she not concern herself with the welfare of a mere servant such as I?
Nice tale.
Except to Raifa, Nanya is not just a mere servant. Do you even think a mere commoner could channel spirits or slay a minister? What hogwash! Besides which, a lowly servant such as I could not possibly be an honorable spirit medium. Yes, they are, but we're going to be rocking this one for a bit because it's been missing for a while, MRL. And then we're gonna bring back the swap command. I hear you are the head servant, isn't that right? Are you suggesting that my position affords me the ability to channel spirits? Since you're the head servant to a family of channelers, I'd say it's plausible. If you wanted to, it's not impossible for you to learn through exposure. I think not, for that goes against the very underpinnings of the Kingdom of Karain. Yeah, that's not coming back anytime soon, MRL, I'm sorry. To become a spirit medium requires a noble spirit and rigorous training. And most importantly, one must be a direct descendant of the founder. It is not simply some hobby one can take up in the manner of knitting or gardening. So commoners can never become a medium, no matter how hard they tried? That is common knowledge to all who are born and raised here, young Hornhead. Only members of the royal family can learn the art of spirit channeling here in Karain. Okay then, what if you actually have royal blood in your veins, Nanya? Like a distant relative or something? I am from a line of humble fishermen, all the way back to my grandfather's grandfather. I've never heard talk of royal blood or normal ancestry. Apollo, spirit channeling is a secret art passed down from mother to daughter, and even with a royal ancestor, it'd be impossible to learn without the right training. It's as if the barbed one says. It also must be mentioned that this is a secret art. It's only taught here in the Kingdom of Karain, and your country's Karain village. Why aren't things falling into place like I expected? I would ask the witness to continue her testimony. After Queen Amara's passing, Her Eminence Queen Duran is the only spirit medium left. If you believe a medium to be the culprit, it would have to be that young lass Maya Fey. Queen Amara was the victim of an assassination, right? Yes. Oh, she was a beautiful, gentle soul. But she fell in love with a man of dubious origins and was murdered in a terrible blaze. Fate can be so cruel. Except she's actually still alive. Poor Nanya is then another follower unwittingly paying over an empty sarcophagus. Amara, the queen who's been locked away and her existence in this world erased. But the fact that she's still alive shackles Nayuta to Karen's will. Nayuta, the only reason you're still standing there by that woman's side is because you're afraid of what would happen to Amara otherwise, right? We do not recount such ancient history. Let us continue with the witness's testimony. If you believe a medium to be the culprit, it would have to be that young lass Maya Fey. Miss Fey was being held hostage. She was completely tied up and didn't even know Minister Igna's true name, making it impossible for her to kill or channel him. But I know nothing of that. Listen, you horrid devil. Were you not just insinuating that it was Maya Fey who had channeled Igna? My, how quickly you change your tune. No, I'm just quick on my feet when new information presents itself. I'm also quick to force my biggest smile when times like these demand it. It's great that you're following my advice, Apollo, but try not to look so forced while you do, would you? Nanya is right about one thing, though. Only those of royal bloodline can be spirit mediums in Karain. Common folk like us are out of luck. Yeah, I guess so. Still, I think I'll finally be close to connecting all the dots once I point one very big thing out. What are we doing, chat? Anatora wants to present the woman's photo on this statement. Do we agree with that?
Objection!
Okay, so I presented what makes sense in terms of a direct contradiction. Except I don't know how to make it make sense in the larger context of this case. Well, is the defense going to follow up its loud objection with a sound explanation? Oh, sorry. How do I put this? I believe there's a problem with Nanya's testimony. Go on. She asserted that she could not possibly be a spirit medium because, in Karain, only members of the royal family can learn how to channel spirits. I fail to see the problem with that statement, defense. Hold on, I'm getting to it, Your Majesty. Nanya stated an absolute falsehood, since we know that Amara is still alive. At the same time, circumstantial evidence points to Nanya channeling Igna. After all, just after she entered his private quarters, Igna came running out screaming, despite having been killed at 2 p.m. That would mean that Nanya channeled Igna, even though supposedly only those of the royal family are capable of doing so. Wait. Is it too late to ask for a refund on my trip down the rabbit hole? Mr. Wright, you may think I've lost my mind with this bluff, but if I can at least establish the possibility, I think it'll give us the break we need. Wait a sec. Are you going to propose what I think you are? Yes. It's a huge risk, but I think there's a chance I can prove it. Would the court please take a look at this photo? That's... This photo's very existence, to say nothing of the person in it, contradicts the witness's claim that Queen Garan is the only remaining spirit medium in Karain. Horse devil, you mustn't! Oh, but I must. Under these circumstances, the outcome of this trial depends on it. But you already knew that, didn't you, Your Eminence? Will the defense please explain who was shown in the photograph? The person in the photo is the previous queen, Amara Sigtar Karain. Contrary to popular belief, she was never assassinated. In fact, she is very much alive. What? But that's nonsense! Take a good look at the law book in this photo, Your Majesty. The mark of the dragon branded on it could only have been placed there after Queen Amara's supposed assassination. Actually, this picture is AI generated, and she's actually dead. Sorry, tough luck. Queen Amara's still alive? Has the lawyer gone mad? Well, I personally find it hard to believe. I will allow the defense to continue. You may proceed, defense. Queen Amara's death was staged to keep her safe from her would-be killer. Yet, according to Dirk, she is actually being held captive somewhere. But the real truth is that Queen Amara is not being held in confinement. Rather, she walks freely among us. Here, in this very courtroom today. What? How? Do not be deceived, Your Majesty. The red pepper is skilled in weaving plausible lies. It is the cunning lawyer the art known as bluffing. But knowing this, there is no need to fear his forked tongue. That's where you're wrong, prosecutor, because you'll be quaking in your boots soon enough. Is that so? It's my turn, Nayuta, to wake you up to this truth right before your eyes. Queen Amara is still very much alive and has been disguising herself as... But that's... This is the simplest and cleanest explanation for everything we've covered so far. The person who killed Minister Igna, someone with intimate knowledge of the divination seance, the medium who channeled the minister in order to mask the real time of his death. Condense these traits into one person and you get a spirit medium of royal blood. And that person is none other than you, Nanya. Your true identity is the former Queen Amara and the killer we've been looking for all along. What? Have you finally lost your mind, Mr. Justice? What you say is beyond blasphemous, even in the depths of hell. Oh my, such frightening allegations! Indeed, absolutely ludicrous to boot. Her Eminence Queen Amara yet lives? And is actually Miss Nanya her? You have truly gone off the deep end. You don't have to take my word for it. In fact, a certain someone can help me prove it. Your Eminence. If Queen Amara truly is dead, you should be able to channel her spirit right here, right now. Isn't that correct? I can deny it no longer. The lawyer speaks the truth. Nanya, the woman who stands here before us, is Amara, the former queen believed to have perished 23 years ago. Pulkuka! Finally. We finally got Igna's real killer on the stand. Nanya, no. Amara Sigatar Karain. Please drop the act to tell us what really happened. Oh, dearie me. I guess I shouldn't have underestimated the power of youth. Well done, young hornhead. What? I was getting tired of masquerading as an old woman anyway. It has been far too long since I last greeted you, good people of Karain. It is I, Amara Sigar Karain, and your former queen. Queen Amara! What? Ah! He died. And I thought Garon's makeover was extreme. Can it really be true? You are alive and well? It is true. I feel as if I have been called back from the Twilight Realm. I fear have I caused you all a great deal of distress. Oh, Amara. I'm sorry I was unable to keep your secret any longer. I hope you could forgive me. It is quite all right, Garan. I am safe now. For Duke, that blackguard who threatened my life, will be recaptured soon enough. I do not conceal my identity any longer. Queen Amara! What does this all mean? Were you not killed in that fire 23 years ago? I barely escaped that blaze with my life. But though I survived, I knew that scoundrel would make further attempts on my life. Therefore, I staged my death and abdicated the throne to my dear younger sister Garan. But the building of the Great Tomb! And disguising yourself as a lowly servant? Why would you do such a thing? Garan, I would have you explain. I wished for her to be close at hand. It was the only way I felt I could protect her. And it was the best way to hide her from the eyes of the public. After all, who could conceive of Amara lowering her station to that of a servant? She's got that right. Even Dirk thought Amara was being held captive in some far-off place. He never even guessed she was living as a servant, right in plain sight. I must say, a life dedicated to servitude of others is not the least bit disagreeable. It is quite a quiet, humble existence, far removed from the tedium of regal duties. Ah, but those days of peace have ended. And it's all because of you, Hornhead. You should consider yourself lucky if that's all this ends with. If there's something you wish to say, then say it. It doesn't matter who you are. You won't escape the crime you committed. The defense moves to indict you as Justice Minister Igna's real killer. What's this? You would accuse Queen Amara of homicide? A Grand Priestess of Curanism? You can't do that! She's virtually a goddess in the eyes of her people! If you committed the crime, you'd better be ready to do the time. Be you a priest, saint, queen, or god. I've never met such an egalitarian person. Queen Amara, in your years disguised as Nanya, you would have learned about Minister Igna's disorder. So you knew you could dress in Dirk's clothes to forge a convincing seance vision. Isn't that right? Oh, what a curious character you are. You would label me a murderer. Me, the one who people regarded as the reincarnation of the Holy Mother herself? You may be a grand figure in Curanism, but as a foreigner, you're just another suspect to me. Oh shit, Apollo! It would appear your words are not in jest. Am I to suffer the sullying of my good name with accusations of murder most foul? Please, Queen Amara, forgive his impudence. The lawyer knows not what he speaks. Fear not, good magistrate, for this is the sacred hall of justice. Though I am a grand priestess on this stand, I am but a witness like any other. I shall face his accusations with grace and benevolence. Your compassion overfloweth, your mercifulness. Oh, young lawyer, in my benevolence I must warn you that your assertion suffers from a tragic flaw. Huh? There's a flaw? Nayuta. Yes, your mercifulness. Who was present in the tomb when the murder was discovered? Dirk Samedi, Maya Fey, and the victim, Minister Igna. I see. That is a fatal flaw indeed. It appears Queen Amara couldn't possibly have gone to the tomb as Minister Igna. What? Why not? Do not keep the defense waiting, Nayuta. Explain how wrong he truly is. Yes, your mercifulness. His benevolence, Princess Raifa saw Minister Igna enter the tomb around 2:30. Yet you, the defense, claim the person she saw was the minister being channeled by Queen Amara. However, if her mercifulness had channeled him and moved to the tomb, then once she was done channeling, Queen Amara would have re-emerged and been left stuck in the tomb. Oh, yeah. Had you tried to exit before you all arrived? Princess Raifa, who had been looking down upon the courtyard, would have seen her. However, her benevolence saw nothing of the sort. In conclusion, Queen Amara could not have left the tomb without being observed. And yet, was she there in the tomb when the murder was discovered to defense? No, she wasn't. Now do you see? Your flimsy claim has been uprooted like a sapling in flood. Well, that was entertaining. Prosecutor Sedmati, assume the prosecution of this case and clear your mother's good name. You wish for me to take over? Yes, prosecute your father to save your mother. What a poignant fate you bear, but bear it you must. Are you ready? Yes, your eminence. And there you have it, your majesty. I shall watch the rest of the proceedings from the sidelines. I relinquish complete control of the sacred hall to your authority once more. What? Thank you, your eminence. Now then, your mercifulness. Your testimony, if you please. The lawyer's theory is absurd. Now I shall destroy your utterly absurd and barbarous theory. I was not anywhere near the tomb following the murder. Were your theory correct, I would have been in the tomb once I had stopped channeling. My husband Dirk is the killer, but he has fled from this sacred hall. May the Holy Mother rain judgment upon the traitor Dirk Sadmi for his crimes. Oh, such a marvelous testimony. You are truly a treasure, your mercifulness. This, too, is but by the grace of her holiness. No doubt my unmasking here today was her will as well. Oh my! The Holy Mother, you say? Yes, surely her holiness has guided me to the witness stand. and to the purity of truth. Oh, all right then. Oh, how magnificent! Queen Amara, the Holy Mother's messenger here on Earth! Praise be for Queen Amara! Blessings, blessings upon her! Where did those animals even come from? Now then, the defense may question the witness. But remember, she is a Grand Priestess, so disrespect will not be tolerated. That means no pointing out conflicts, inconsistencies, or any other flaws in her testimony. Are you fucking joking, bro? I'm gonna point out all the inconsistencies, you bitch. The lawyer's theory is absurd. My theory is utterly absurd and barbarous. Hey, Sam! Thank you so much for the raid. How are you doing today? How is No Man's Sky? Tail indeed. A high-handed, and if I may so, Nayuta was right to call you putrid-minded. Surely even the monkeys of Mount Pony Pony's holy waterfalls could devise a better theory. Surely you could steal better insults than Nayuta's best. Now then, to all you gathered in this sick hall, need I remind you, we're about to... I was not anywhere near the tomb following the murder. Well, maybe. You were hiding inside the sarcophagus? After all, it does technically belong to you. I bet you'd have no trouble opening it. If I had been in there, I could not be here today. For the tomb had been under constant surveillance since the murder. I would have never been able to leave. I guess not. If I might ask, what's in that sarcophagus anyway? You're still alive, so... There is despair, sadness, hatred, and malice. Only one brave enough to see the truth hidden deep within could discover the final hope, my continued corporeality. You're completely lost me. In other words, it's empty. But no one dared to open it because they were too scared of the curse. Now, will you dispense with your theory? It is as empty as my sarcophagus. Were your theory correct, I would have been in the tomb once I had stopped channeling. I'll admit you weren't in the tomb after the murder. Very good, but that very truth refutes your theory. Even if I had channeled Minister Igna and entered the tomb, the moment I ceased channeling him, I would have re-emerged at the crime scene. Precisely. As you said your self-defense, Queen Amara was not there after the murder. The only living souls in the tomb at that time were Dirk Samadi and Maya Fey. Be it in this life, or in the next, there is no escaping such simple truths. My husband, Dirk, is the killer, but he has fled from this sacred hall. There must be a reason why he had to make his escape today. A reason? Perhaps... Perhaps what? Perhaps to conceal himself and lie in wait for another chance to claim my life. What's this?
Objection!
No, it's definitely not like that, your mercifulness. First of all, you don't even believe he's trying to kill you, do you? After all, you two ran off together after he rescued all those years ago. That was only because he had the audacity to claim it wasn't me, you must believe me. It was my duty as a wife to her husband to bend an ear to him, was it not? Communication after disagreement is the secret to a long and happy marriage. Sure, I guess. What do you think, Mr. Wright? Don't ask me! That is why I listened to Dirk. However, he didn't have a shred of evidence to support his claim. It grieves me to admit it, but my husband truly did try to murder me. That's quite enough! It's abundantly clear that Queen Amara's testimony is flawless. Do you understand now, lawyer? This is bad. The judge isn't going to let me cross-examine her much longer. Amara should have been in the tomb after the minister's murder, but she wasn't. No, I'm not, MRL. I don't get it. How did she just vanish from the scene of the crime like that? It shouldn't be possible for normal people to. Or normal people. Ah, maybe. Maybe what? Your Majesty, I think I can explain why Queen Amara wasn't there in the tomb after the murder. Very well, defense. Do explain. I believe it was accomplished through a method only she is capable of. And by using this special method, it would be possible for her to literally disappear. Well, don't keep us waiting. Let's hear it. How did Queen Amara disappear from the tomb? All she had to do was channel someone, and then she could easily disappear from the scene of the crime. After all, she would literally be someone else. But I believe that actually makes sense. What do you have to say to that, Queen Amara? You believe that I, the Grand Priestess, would use the sacred power of spirit channeling to commit murder? Yeah! What the? Mercy, your mercifulness! How dare you spew such vile blasphemy, defense? You will retract your last statement or face immediate execution! No, good Majesty, it's quite all right. Purinism also teaches that we must respond at all times with reasoned principle. Therefore, I shall offer a measured response to this blasphemous accusation. You have something to counter with? Indeed. Now, are you listening? It would not have been possible to simply vanish by means of spirit channeling. After all, it would require a deceased person to channel. However, there was only one murder victim in the tomb. And that was Minister Igna. The only others there were right after his murder. Were Dirk and Miss Faye. Ah, had I channeled Igna as you allege? Well, the outcome would have been quite odd, to say the least. For there beside the dead minister, a living, breathing one would have appeared. Even if I had been in the tomb, there was no one to channel except the deceased minister. So, you see, I could not have vanished by means of spirit channeling. Yeah, that's true, but I can't rule it out yet. Because, well, what if there was another victim? Someone we haven't identified yet. How absurd. If you channeled someone other than Minister Igna, you could have used their identity to disappear from the tomb. Another victim? Queen Amara? Please add your last statement to your testimony. This could explain everything. Wasn't there some sign of another victim there in the tomb? And yet, why do I sense I'm not going to like what I'm about to find out? Minister Igna was the sole victim. There was no other spirit to channel until he was dead. The court wants to present the mysterious bloodstain to this statement.
Objection!
I can't believe I'm presenting this, but it proves that there was another victim. Still, the only ones there at the scene of the crime were... No, it can't be. Would the defense care to share something with us? Queen Amara, you knew, didn't you? Whatever are you talking about? If you won't tell this court, then I will. Well, don't keep us waiting. This case includes a second victim. One of the two people found alive in the tomb after the minister's murder was actually already dead. But a second victim, Apollo? Queen Amara, after you channeled Minister Igna and moved to the tomb, you vanished from the scene of the crime by channeling the other victim. That explains why no one found you after the murder was discovered. Oh, you putrid pepper. Of all the half-witted buffoonery to come tumbling from your lips. But suppose I indulge you and play along with your little delusion. Tell me, Mr. Justice, who was the other victim? There's no way this can be true. But no, I can't stop now. If this is the truth, it's the only way forward to solving this case. The other victim who Queen Amara channeled was... Listen, son, even if you manage to prove me innocent tomorrow, I don't have long to live. There is no escaping death now that it has its sights set on me. Dirk knew everything, but he couldn't bring himself to tell me. I have one more big secret. I'm afraid I can't tell you what it is. I'd be betraying a certain someone if I did. He couldn't accuse the love of his life. The sad truth is, the other victim channeled by Amara was...
Take that!
What? You can't! That's not possible! The defendant, Dirk Sadmati, is the one Queen Amara channeled. He is the other victim. This is insanity! Apollo, what are you... Do you realize what you're proposing? I demand an explanation, Mr. Justice. I don't know when or why Dirk was murdered, but the facts and evidence speak for themselves. And this is where they've led to me. I see. After Igda's murder, Dirk and Maya were the only ones in the tomb. But if one of them was actually dead and being channeled by Amara, but it can't be. Can it? Dirk's bloodstain at the scene of the crime was the cincher for me. He wasn't even injured, so how could he have possibly bled that much? The only logical explanation is Dirk had also been murdered. That's enough. Your explanation cannot be the truth, and you would not dare to claim to have proof to support your assertion. Nayuda, I wish it weren't true. I wish with all my heart that I'm wrong, but as much as I don't want to believe it, yes, I can prove it. Dirk's killer must have hidden his body. It would have to be somewhere nobody would ever look. And there is only one such place. You truly have proof? The fastest way would be to actually have someone go check the tomb. Go check the tomb? But why? Because I believe Dirk's killer hid his body here. You would suggest Queen Amara's sarcophagus, the only place in the tomb that no one would dare to look. Plus, the killer would soon become trapped by hiding in there. But a body, well, that's a horse of a different color. Which means... I believe we must search the sarcophagus at once! Your Eminence! Bring that Queen Amara yet lives. I trust we may now open it? If we must. Your Majesty, I believe Detective Sky is still there at the tomb. Let us contact her at once and have her conduct a full investigation into the matter. Now then, Detective Sky, your report, if you please. I'll start with my findings. Please, please, please let me be wrong about this. I just want things to be as they were. A search of the sarcophagus revealed a body that appears to be several days old. A body? Detective Sky, tell me it wasn't Dirk. Tell me my whole theory was completely off base. I have a photo of the body, and I have positively identified it as... Dirk Sadmati. Dirk! No! Why? Why did this have to happen? Damn it, Dirk! Answer me! How can this be? The traitorous snake, the very head of the insurgency, murdered? Oh, what a joyous day. Those fools shouting for change and revolution will finally return to whatever rocks they crawled out from under. What? What was I even fighting for? Apollo. What am I supposed to do now? Son. A lawyer. Should never look the way you do right now. A dragon never yields. Even when wounded, a dragon bites down hard and never lets go until its dying breath. It glares, it roars, and it latches its jaws firmly onto its prey until the bitter end. That's what lawyers do to get the truth. But Dirk, what if the truth is that you're... Apollo, in courts tomorrow, you may find yourself faced with a truth that is difficult to accept. But I know you, and I know you can handle the truth, no matter what it turns out to be. I know that because I believe in you. You're my son, after all. You believed in me that much, Dirk? Dirk, I think I finally understand. I can't yield. Not now. Not ever. Not after Dirk believed in me, despite knowing what was about to happen. Besides, Dirk left me with two things I must do. Are you all right, Apollo? Sorry about that, Mr. Wright. But I'm fine now. Apollo. Detective Sky. Yes? How sure are you that the body's been there for a few days? I'm positive. No autopsy's been performed yet, but I'd say it's been at least 3 days. Fortunately, the low temperature inside the sarcophagus kept it from decaying. Oh, and the chest area bore 3 gunshot wounds from a small caliber weapon. I believe they are the cause of death. Dirk's corpse photo added to the court record. At least 3 days, huh? That means Dirk was already dead by the time he came to visit me back in the States. But then who was channeling him? I think it would have to be someone who could get into and stay in the US without arousing suspicion, yet also had a solid cover story so that they wouldn't be seen as missing. I believe this is who was channeling Dirk when I saw him in the States. I want you all to read this again and rethink what you just said. Well, everyone said yes on Amara already, so... This is who is channeling him? I don't think so, Apollo. You sure? I guess it is a bit of a stretch. That's the understatement of the year. Maya? Oh, I see. She was being held hostage at the time, so it seemed only natural that she wasn't around. Right. And do you remember what she said earlier? So please, just tell me, what exactly are you hiding? Sorry, but I promised Dirk I wouldn't say. You made a promise to Dirk? A pretty big one. Dirk didn't want his own death to be known. The other members of the Defiant Dragons would lose all hope if they found out. And that would snuff out the flames of revolution for good. Miss Faye, Dirk told you to keep quiet about this, didn't he? I guess it's no use hiding it anymore. Yes, I promised not to tell. Dirk made me promise before he died. So I was right then. Apollo? There's something I need to tell you. It's about, you know, Dirk's final moments. I'm listening, Miss Faye. What happened in his final moments? It was soon after I was kidnapped. Dirk paid me a visit in that tomb where I was being held captive. I'd say it was a few days before Minister Igna's murder. Hey, young lady, time for you to get up out of here. Oh! It's that revolutionary guy. I'm here to rescue you. You are? Why? I figured things were a little too quiet with that stamp-sucking scumbag. So I started digging around. That's when I found out you'd been abducted. But why would a rebel help me? Let's go before it's too late.
It already is for you, pal. Long time no see, you rebel blowhard.
Igna, I know you're up to something, and I'm going to find out what.
That's got us smart. You've become a real thorn in my side, see? So it's time for you to be pushing up daisies.
Dirk!
Did you really think a
Pea shooter like that
could kill a dragon?
What the? Ah! What is some kind of freak? Nuts to this. Dirk was shot several times, but he barely even flinched. He sacrificed himself for me. These ropes! I've gotta help you. Relax. It's going to be okay. Sorry things turned out this way. But it doesn't look like I have much longer. No, don't say that! You're a spirit medium, aren't you? When I'm gone, I want you to channel my spirit. Stop it! Don't give up like that! If you do, untying a rope like that will be child's play. No! Please, hang in there. You can still make it. Promise me one thing, young lady. It's about my son. Dirk was talking about you, Apollo. He said he wanted to see you one last time. So he asked me to return to the US and channel his spirit. He really said that. Mm-hmm. He also said he'd been meaning to visit you for years, but kept putting it off, and that this was his last chance. You just show up out of here without warning after all this time? What gives? I came all this way to see you, son. Come, rejoice. Right. Why don't you tell me the real reason you're here? Dirk, you really did come to the US because you wanted to see me. I guess this means it was Igna that hid Dirk's body in the sarcophagus after Maya left the tomb. Hollow, you can't stop now. Dirk would want you to keep pressing on. I know, Miss Faye, and I won't disappoint him. Defense, if you are ready to proceed, I would first have you answer this. Do you believe the accused's death will impact what we know about this case? Yes, and I believe I can explain everything now. Very well. Your explanation, please. Dirk entered the tomb at 3 p.m. The time of the hostage exchange was to take place. Or rather, Dirk, as channeled by Miss Faye, did. Now, by the time he entered the tomb at 3 p.m., Minister Igna was already dead. I say that's because we know the minister was murdered at 2 p.m. But there was someone else in there. This person was already hiding in the tomb, waiting to channel Dirk in place of Miss Faye. Enough people have said it, and it's very obvious. It was you, wasn't it? The fact of the matter is, Queen Amara killed Minister Igna at 2 p.m. She then went to his private quarters and channeled his spirit. The minister, thinking he was going to be late, hurried to the tomb for the hostage exchange. But once in the tomb, Queen Amara stopped channeling Minister Igna and hid herself. Then, when Dirk entered at 3 p.m. Yeah, technically Maya was with us the whole case, Accord. She snuck up from behind and forcefully drove Dirk's spirit out of Miss Faye's body. Drove his spirit out of her body? Impossible. Actually, there is a way to do that. With a Megatama of Parting, that is. Using one, anyone could drive a spirit out of a person's body, even if it refused to leave. Ugh. Are you telling me that the extra pale brown Magatama in the tomb was... That it was. That's right, Prosecutor Sadbody. And you've seen one in action before. You saw how the glowing red Magatama sent the High Priest back to the Twilight Realm. And how it turned a spent pale brown afterwards. In other words, the brown Magatama found in the tomb looks that way because its power had been used up in pushing Dirk's spirit out of Miss Faye's body, right? I probably passed out as soon as Dirk's spirit left my body. I was exhausted after channeling him for so long, after all. After that, Queen Amara must have dressed Miss Faye in her usual outfit and tied her up. I'm not sure where she got the outfit, but we could assume she had it all planned out. Then, Queen Amara must have changed into Dirk's clothes, smeared blood onto them, picked up the knife, and channeled Dirk's spirit. That's how she made it look like Dirk had committed the crime. And that's how she escaped, right under our noses. Good. I don't know, Apollo. The whole thing still seems a bit far-fetched. Dirk, what was going through your mind while all of this was unfolding? So ultimately, it was all for naught. Nayuta? Those dreams of revolution Dirk was always spouting. They placed nothing but false hope in the minds of the people. And in the end, they were simply fantasies. Nayuta, how could you... Karma has spoken. The dream of revolution has withered on the vine. Its fate is sealed. The other insurgents will soon wake from their shattered dreams. No, Dirk's dream can't die like this. I'm not going to sit back and let that happen. I can't and I won't. Nayuta, don't forget that Dirk's been proven innocent. His name no longer tainted by the charge of murder. Now the rebels and their sympathizers who have been calling for his release can't be charged with abetting the accused. The revolution is far from over. It's only just begun. No, Dirk has not yet been proven innocent. You have merely indicated the possibility of his innocence. What do you mean? Dirk is indeed dead. However, what if it was Dirk who killed Minister Igna while being channeled by Miss Faye? And while the crime could have occurred at 2 p.m., you have yet to substantially prove it. Or do you have conclusive proof that the time of Minister Igna's death was at 2 p.m.? Well, no, I don't, but... It seems further testimony will be required of me, as it would appear that I have fallen under suspicion. I would like to state my case. Prosecutor Sadmati, the rebellion must be snuffed out once and for all. You must prove Dirk Samnati to be the foul murderer that he was, and every last insurgent and their sympathizers must be found guilty under the Defense Culpability Act. As you wish, Your Eminence. Why isn't Yuta doing this? Garan shouldn't have him under his thumb anymore. Amara's not a hostage, so what gives? Ayuda, what's left to chain you to her like this? Very well then, Queen Amara, please proceed with your additional testimony. You have no proof. Well done, lawyer. You have painted me as a killer with nothing but your silver tongue. However, you have no evidence proving your distasteful theory. Furthermore, Dirk could have committed the crime while being channeled by Miss Fey. Now let us end this charade. For the eternal glory of Karain and its people. Do you understand now, you putrid pepper? There is no point in defending Dirk any longer. It has all been in vain. Let it go and move on, right? Well, not today. Your theories are but a pillar of salt that crumbles at the slightest breeze. But no more. This ends here and now. The defense may proceed with its cross-examination. Well done, lawyer. You have painted me as a killer with nothing but your silver tongue. Convincing others is all part of a lawyer's trade, so I'll take that as a compliment. You would, wouldn't you? I suppose you have deceived countless souls with your lies. But I should not be surprised, considering you learned from him. Him? You mean Dirk, right? Yes, the man who deceived and seduced me. A grand priestess with his silver tongue. We are still talking about the case, right? Surely you not have heard of a lady falling for the wrong man before? But to think that I, of all people, would fall under that devil's spell. Wow, how did they ever get together in the first place? Let alone procreate. I would advise all here today to beware this lawyer's silver tongue, lest you too be unjustly painted as a criminal as I have been. However, you have no evidence proving your distasteful theory. I admit I don't have any solid evidence, yet. But you're the only one who could have committed the crime. What on earth do you mean? Including Miss Fey, there are only 3 spirit mediums in Karain. Furthermore, when the crime scene was first discovered, Queen Garan was with me and Mr. Wright, while Miss Fey was tied up in the tomb. That means that the Dirk we saw after the minister's murder could only have been channeled by you, Queen Amara. Insolent lawyer! Forgive us your mercifulness! Really, your majesty? But have you considered the following defense? What if there was, unbeknownst to us, another spirit medium in Karain? Oh, come on! What are the chances? You lack the evidence to support your claim that Queen Amara is the killer, which is why you had to use the process of elimination to zero in on her. It therefore stands to reason that you would have to rule out all other possibilities as well. Well, can you eliminate the possibility of another spirit medium defense? Of course I can't. Under the circumstances, Apollo, there are 2 ways to establish Amara's guilt. We either prove she killed Igna, or prove she was in the tomb. Which one can I actually prove? I can prove that Queen Amara was in the tomb when the murder occurred. It seems you are ever bent on painting me as the killer. Well, if the shoe fits. Very well, let us see some evidence that proves I was at the scene of the crime. You do have some, do you not? There is nothing to prove I was even at the scene of the crime. Well, chat, you said collected this. Do we have any proof that she was at the scene of the crime?
Objection!
Queen Amara. Does this pendant look familiar to you? Why, that is... We found it in the tomb, and it has the minister's blood on it, which means it was probably dropped in the course of the crime. And I fail to see how it's relevant to your argument. Did that not belong to the accused? That's what I thought too. After all, Dirk had said it did himself. He said that? Yes, but it was a lie. Because I believe he was covering for someone. Covering? How? For who? There is a certain piece of evidence that shows the pendant isn't Dirk's. Well, chat. You have been shut down, imagination. You have been thoroughly and completely rejected. How does that make you feel? Accord wants to present Duke's corpse photo. I think that's 3 people. No, actually that's 2 people. One more yes and I do it. There we go. That's a photo of the accused's body, is it not? Yes, it is. And I'd like to call your attention to a certain spot in it. This right here proves that the pendant was found in the tomb wasn't Dirk's. It's 4 people, including the person who presented it, Accord. That's enough, people. You will notice an object near Dirk's left arm. It's an identical pendant, except it's blue. Oh, now that you mention it. Don't you find that a little strange? Why would he own 2 of them, but in different colors? Here's what I think. The pendants were meant to go together as a pair. A pair? If the blue pendant was Dirk's, then what about this pink one with Minister Igna's blood on it? Who do you suppose it belongs to? Sorry to disappoint, but no fingerprints were found on the pink pendant. Therefore, we have no way of knowing to whom it belongs. Ah, but that's where you're wrong, Prosecutor Sadmati. I'm guessing you didn't know that this pendant is actually a locket. Come again? Now this is where it gets interesting. When we open this locket up, we found a faint fingerprint inside. On the back lid, to be exact. What? No. So now the question is, to whom does this fingerprint belong? Queen Amara. It belongs to you, doesn't it? Oh. Seems I've truly rendered the witness speechless this time around. This cannot be. Mother, tell me it does not belong to you. Nayuda, Think about it, Queen Amara. Dirk must have realized that you were channeling his spirit, and he had probably already figured out who the minister's killer was. And yet, he still claimed that the pink pendant belonged to him. But why would he do such a thing? You really don't know? He was protecting you. Because he loved you. He loved you until his very last breath, and beyond. I have one more big secret. Afraid I can't tell you what it is. I'd be betraying a certain someone if I did. Dirk knew everything, even that he was being used. He kept quiet, all for your sake. Dirk, why do you always... Well, Queen Amara, Dirk, the one whose love for you never wavered all these years. Are you going to betray him now? Dirk, I... Ah! This cannot be. I refuse to accept it. Minamara, are you ready to confess to your crime? I can deny it no longer. The truth is, it was I, Amara Sigar Karain, who slew Minister Igna. That's preposterous! Why? This is beyond belief. Mother, why would you... Forgive me, Nayuta. I never wished to cause you such sorrow. But I had no choice. It was the only way. The only way? So, in the end, Queen Amara and Dirk Sadmati, I suppose this means that they were unable to reconcile when he was still alive. I don't think the state of the kingdom or the incidents in the past would have allowed that. They were prisoners of their shared history, so to speak. Minamara, there's something I need to know. You had staged a near-perfect crime, so why did you bring this pendant into the tomb with you? You should have known it could come back to haunt you. I do not really understand it myself. I had nearly been assassinated by my own husband, yet I could not bear any hatred towards him. I was unable to discard this or to part with it for even a short time. As with Dirk, I have never stopped loving my husband for the past 23 years. Mother. So she really believes it, that Dirk tried to assassinate her? Your Majesty, is it not time? Time to declare Dirk innocent? I would ask that you do this for my beloved, who now dwells in the Twilight Realm. Very well, then. Your Eminence, Prosecutor Sadmati, if you have no further objections. This cannot be. My mother? I have no objections. Dirk, I did it. I finally did it. I proved your innocence. But... Very well, then. Being that Queen Amara yet lives, we can no longer charge the accused with an assassination that never came to fruition. As for the murder of Mr. Igna, the truth has been laid bare for all to see. Therefore, I will now pass judgment upon the accused, Mr. Dirk Sadmati. Your benevolence? I cannot accept this. Is something the matter, your benevolence? Queen Amara is lying. It makes no sense. Queen Amara would not have killed my father. What's with her all of a sudden? Is this some sort of lingering affection towards Nanya? Raifa. Speak the truth, Queen Amara. Did you really kill my father? Yes, there is no mistake. She has confessed to the crime. thereby clearing the accused of all suspicion. As such, I see no need to continue these proceedings. But Barthead! Hornhead! Are you going to let this stand? Dirk's been proven innocent, and he's about to be declared not guilty. Even so, something doesn't feel right. Apollo, if you have any doubts, now is the time to raise them. After all, the courtroom is a place for finding the whole truth. But it's up to you. There are definitely things that don't quite add up. Does this mean that the whole truth hasn't been brought to light yet? Should I push to continue this trial? Your Majesty, I have a feeling we haven't discovered the whole truth, and the only way we'll ever find it is to continue this trial. Hornhead! Very well, then, will the defense please tell us this? What important fact about this case is yet to come to light? Ayuya. Two votes for motive so far. That's 3 votes for motive. Queen Amara, there's something I still don't understand. What was your motive for killing Jester Minister Igna? That is a fair question, and one that I shall now answer. It was for the future of this kingdom that I slew Igna Karkul Karain. To avert further tragedy, his death was an unfortunate necessity. Further tragedy? Over the past several years, Minister Igna had been rapidly expanding his power. He had established the secret police and was relentless in his pursuit of the insurgents. He even had the overwhelming support of the people. Still, he was not satisfied. Hungry for more power, he began planning a coup d'etat. You mean his plot involving the Founder's Orb, which led to Maia's Fea's abduction? Yes. Minister Igna planned to use the orb to gain access to great spiritual power, after which he would assassinate Garan and usurp the throne. His machinations were reminiscent of that terrible tragedy 23 years ago, and as one affected by that incident, Amara vowed to never let a repeat of such events. Yes, and the Holy Mother delivered unto me the perfect opportunity to fulfill my vow. Security amid the courtyard was rather light due to the rite of channeling, and Igna had barricaded himself in the tomb with his hostage, away from prying eyes. I knew I would never again have such a perfect opportunity, so... At 2 p.m., during the rite of channeling, I slipped into the tomb and slew the minister. My bracelets? Apollo. Yep. It seems this trial is far from over. Queen Amara, I believe you're still hiding something. But if you want to keep on playing this game of hide and seek, then let's start with that last statement you made. If I must. If there's something you want me to focus on, let me know. Face? Okay. Notice anything, or should I focus somewhere else? Hands? Index finger, which one? I mean, our right or her right?
Gotcha!
Queen Amara. You're not very comfortable talking about the 2 o'clock rite of channeling, are you? I could tell because the finger on your left hand twitched almost imperceptibly when you did. Oh? And that pose you make, is there something about your chest that makes you nervous? Whatever do you mean? The murder occurred at 2 p.m. and I'm pretty positive Amara was in the tomb at that time. So then why is she so self-conscious about her chest when she talks about the rite? The rite of channeling. Did Anabdi snap a picture of it? Queen Amara, I have here a picture of the rite of channeling. It was secretly taken by a certain individual.
Objection!
Such insolence! I would have the perpetrator's name at once. Sorry, no can do. You see, I just happened to find it on the ground, so... Do you take me for a fool? How about we discuss the photo's origin a little later, because right now, there's something much more pressing at hand. I believe this photo merits further examination. I just wish there was more to see into it than just darkness and more darkness. I might be able to make out a few more details with some image adjustments. Let's ask Emma if she can help. Bailiff, please summon Detective Sky to the Hall of Justice. Here you are. I was able to obtain a much clearer image by raising the brightness. What's that right there? An injury? No, wait, I think it's a burn scar. Wait a second. Your Eminence. You don't have a burn scar like that on your chest. What's going on here? If the person in this photo isn't Queen Garan, then who is it? Queen Amara, the person in this photo isn't Queen Garan. It's you, posing as her, isn't it? Yeah, it's a good one, isn't it? The two of you look quite similar, but that's no surprise, considering you're sisters. Even the shape and position of your facial tattoos are almost exactly the same. And you were both capable of channeling spirits. Therefore, it would have been easy for you to impersonate Queen Garan. Queen Amara, you have a burn scar on your chest, don't you? Please remove your round mandala so we can see what's behind it for ourselves. Look! It's the exact same burn scar as the one in the photo. I don't understand. I knew it. So the person in this photo really is... Yes, it's Queen Amara. This is absurd. Are you suggesting they switched places? Amara's confession earlier was also false? Mother, what is the meaning of this? Don't you see this changes everything? We know for a fact that this photo was taken at 2 p.m. The exact time the murder took place. But what? That would mean Queen Amara couldn't possibly have committed this crime. Exactly. She now has an ironclad alibi. So Minister Igna's killer couldn't have been Queen Amara. I'm afraid I no longer follow defense. Was it not Queen Amara who channeled the minister and accused the stage of the crime? Yes, that fact has not changed. We have evidence placing her at the scene of the crime. And Dirk could only be there in the tomb if she were channeling him. Which means... While Queen Amara did use spirit channeling to stage the crime, she didn't kill Mr. Igna. His real killer is someone else. Polkuka! What's going on here? Was her mercifulness covering for someone? If Queen Amara is not the killer, then who is it? Isn't it obvious? Why was this rite held in the first place if Queen Garan wasn't going to perform it? Who was behind the two sisters switching places, and for what reason? The answer to these questions, along with the establishment of Queen Amara's alibi, obliterate a certain someone else's alibi. Wait, is this some kind of joke? No, Your Majesty. I could never joke about something so grave. The only one who seemed to have a perfect alibi at the time of the murder was Her Eminence, Garan Sigatar Kuran. Queen Amara, didn't your sister Queen Garan ask you to pose as her and perform the rite of channeling? And didn't she also have you drive Daruk's spirit from Miss Faye's body and then stage the crime to make it look like he was the minister's killer? And at 2 p.m., while you were performing the rite of channeling as Queen Garan, didn't she kill Minister Igna while disguised as Dirk? Well, your mercifulness? It's no use trying to hide it any longer. You need to tell us the truth now. Mother? Justice Minister Igna's true killer is... Mother? No! I really did it! Your Eminence, my life is all yours! Isn't he one of Garon's royal guards? Queen Amara! Bailiff, arrest that guardsman! Mother! Garon couldn't have... Could she? Someone call for an ambulance, quickly now! Break time. I'll be right back, chat. All right, we all stretched. We all get ready for the final trial segment. You ready, chat? Let's get going, shall we? High Court of Crime. Accused lobby. We're lucky the ambulance made it in time, but we've been forced into a recess for now until things get straightened out. I can't believe what just happened! Tell me about it. Do you think Iran put that guard up to it? If she did, she's going to be regretted. Whoops, sorry chat. Turns out my throat is worse than I thought and I forgot to get water. Okay. No one gets away with something like that on my watch. Poor Queen Amara. Your benevolence. Any news on her condition? She is undergoing surgery at the hospital as we speak. They are giving her a 50-50 chance of survival, though. Garan! Justice will be served. Why? Why did this happen? Oh, just as we were finally reunited. Oh, Queen Amara. What was that about being reunited? Huh? Oh, it's nothing. Right. How are you, Hornhead? Dirk Samity was your father in all but blood, after all. Thank you for your concern, your benevolence. But I'm fine. Right now, we still have a trial to see through, so that's what I'm going to stay focused on. Hornhead, you are sturdier than your stature lets on. Just don't overdo it, okay, Apollo? Dirk, that was a real shocker, all right. Can't believe the dragon is dead. That's... Say, AJ, I was wondering... When Dirk disappeared after I freed him, that's because Amara turned back into herself, right? Yeah, I suppose so. But I don't know if it was because Dirk's spirit willed it, or if it was a part of Garan or Amara's plan. Man, our dream of revolution. Now what are we gonna do? Is this it? Don't give up yet. There's still a very good chance that Garan is the really real culprit in all this. If we can prove her guilt in court... Hey, you're right! That could be just the push we need! The dream lives on! Yes, it does. You know what that means, AJ? The fate of the revolution rests squarely on your shoulders. All in a day's work. Ah, who am I kidding? That's a ton of pressure. But this is what Dirk gave me his life for, so I have to do this for him. The Honorable Rebel Duke Sadvani. I would have loved to have spoken with him while he yet lived. Really? Why not? I mean, he seemed like quite an interesting man. Did she bump her head or something earlier? The trial is about to resume. The defense is to report to the courtroom at once. Already? After what just happened? The first thing Garan will do is respond to that last accusation. So you better stay on your toes, Apollo. I will, Mr. Wright. Ready or not, Garan, here comes justice. let us resume today's proceedings. Huh? Where's Nayuta? I must offer my apologies. I never imagined a royal guardsman would do such a thing. What? He wasn't acting under your orders? How dare you cast such suspicion upon her eminence? It is quite all right, your majesty. Suspicion is only natural under such circumstances. But rest assured that he acted alone, for I knew nothing of his plans. I don't believe that for a second. Now then, your majesty, regarding the murder of my husband, Minister Igna, I would like to offer a new possibility. A new possibility, you say? Indeed, for during the break, the real killer confessed to me. What? Bailiff, call the witness to the stand. The real killer confessed? What's she got up her sleeve this time? I have a really bad feeling about this. He's the one who confessed. The prosecutor said, Marty, you're the real killer? I questioned him during the recess as I felt that Amara had been covering for someone. So it was that he finally confessed his crime to me. Nayuta, you didn't really do it, did you? Her Eminence speaks the truth. It was I who killed Justice Manager Inga. Nayuta! Peace! Prosecutor Sabati, are you absolutely certain about this? A confession of this nature is grave indeed. Yes, I am certain. For I killed him by my own hand. At last, the real killer has been revealed. How are we supposed to respond to this? Nayuta, retract your confession now. Mr. Justice, there's not yet time for your cross-examination. Who cares about that? Admit it. It was Queen Garan who put you up to this. She forced you into giving a confession, didn't she? You are out of line, Mr. Justice. Learn some self-restraint. But... Or do you have something that might prove that I did not commit this murder? That is... What do you think you're doing, you idiots? Truly, the truth can set us free. Looks like Garan got to him somehow. I definitely didn't see this coming. Nayuta, why are you doing this? Why would you sacrifice even your life to do Garan's bidding? Whatever the case may be, Prosecutor Sunbody, your testimony, please. Nayuta's confession. I could not remain silent while Her Eminence fell under suspicion for this crime. It was I who murdered Justice Minister Igna. He had to die for the future of Karain. I consider it divine judgment cast upon a fiend who sought to assassinate our monarch. My mother was simply covering for me. I am ashamed I let her go so far for my sake. You do understand what you're doing, right, Nayuta? You're sentencing yourself to death if you're found guilty. If that is the court's verdict, then so be it. I must obey the law above all else. The law, Nayuta, or the queen?
Objection!
Enough. This blather has nothing to do with the witness's testimony. Please address any issues you may have during the cross-examination, defense. Oh, I will. I'm going to blow his problematic testimony to smithereens. Nayuta's confession. I could not remain silent while Her Eminence fell under suspicion for this crime. You kept quiet all this time even though you were the real killer? Yes, and I accept that what I have done can never be forgiven. But I never imagined suspicion would fall upon the Queen herself. Prosecutor Senbadi has placed the future of our kingdom above his own life. He is taking responsibility for his crime and is showing his loyalty to Queen and country. Without a monarch on the throne, Karain would be plunged into chaos. I could never wish that upon my homeland. That is why I had to let the truth be known.
What a bunch of baloney. I'm going to ask you again, Nayuta. Did you really kill Mr. Inya?
Yes. No matter how many times you ask, Mr. Justice, the truth is immutable. It was I who murdered Justice Minister Igna.
It's not too late. You can still retract your confession before the verdict is rendered.
There is no retracting the truth. One either tells it or does not tell it. It is that simple.
Why do you always have to be so stubborn, Nayuta? I hate how you never listen to reason once you get like this. I think we need some evidence before we can get him to retract his confession. Either that, or we'll have to force a retraction out of him by appealing to what's in his heart. It's not going to be easy either way. Prosecutor Senbadi, what was the motive for your crime?
I had reason enough to kill Minister Igna. He had to die for the future of Karain.
What do you mean by that?
Minister Igna was planning to assassinate Her Eminence in a coup d'etat. I had to nip this evil in the bud, even if it cost me the purity of my soul.
You're saying the death of another is a reasonable price to pay to protect the Queen?
Long have we remained independent under the authority of our spirit medium queens. We command the people's awe and respect with the power to commune with the dead. Without such a monarch, our kingdom would lose its standing in the world.
But if spirit channeling is so important, why did you have Queen Amara perform the rite?
I'm afraid my elder sister is quite capricious. She would fulfill her duty only when the desire struck, as sporadic as that was. It was, therefore, something she did on a whim. There was no meaning behind it.
A meaningless whim? It's hard to press a statement like that.
Now, if I may return to my testimony. I consider it divine judgment cast upon a fiend who sought to assassinate our monarch.
Divine judgment?
Yes, I rendered judgment upon the minister on behalf of the Holy Mother.
Are you saying the Holy Mother guided you?
No, Her Holiness would never condone killing in her name, regardless of circumstances. As such, I believe my defiled soul will be damned to hell. But I do not regret what I have done. I willingly sacrificed my soul to protect this kingdom's future.
Snap out of it already, Nayuta. So his motive comes from a place of faith, huh? Why does that sound completely credible when it's coming from him? Well, Amara expressed a similar motive.
As for her mercifulness, she is truly deserving of her title. My mother was simply covering for me. I am ashamed I let her go so far for my sake.
So you killed Minister Igna and Queen Amara staged the crime? Is that how it went?
Precisely. My mother is as clever as she is kind. She sought to conceal my crime by taking all of the guilt upon herself.
Yet another lie. I need to poke a hole in this testimony, but how? Nayuta, could it be that you... You didn't realize that Nanya was actually Queen Amara, your own mother?
That is not as strange as you might think. Much time had passed since we last met, after all.
Right. 23 years ago, was it? When Dirk saved her after the supposed assassination attempt.
No, Mr. Justice. It was 15 years ago that Dirk abducted my mother.
Huh? That's weird. Are you sure about that?
I remember it clearly. I was around 10 years old at the time. No, Yuta, please add that last statement to your testimony. I was reunited with my mother, Queen Amara, 15 years ago, when Dirk abducted her. 15 years ago, huh? That's around the time I left for the US. What happened after Dirk helped Queen Amara escape? Agents of the Crown pursued us relentlessly, so we'd have to live a life on the run. Mr. Justice, know that Dirk sent you away so that you would not be caught up in that life we led. I see. Thanks. I can't believe it's been 15 years. Apollo, there's something about Nayuta's testimony. Yeah, that discrepancy is a bit hard to miss, but what could it mean? So Nayuta got to meet his mother, back when Dirk rescued her. That's what he's saying. It's news to me, though. I had already been sent away by that point. Okay, now that I've been dragging more testimony out of him, what can I do with it? So here's our new statement. What are we doing? Your imagination wants to present the woman's photo on that statement. Do we agree with that? Do we agree with what your imagination is putting down, chat?
Objection!
You're saying that Dirk made off with Queen Amara 15 years ago? But that's strange, because I heard something very different from Dirk. He said that they ran off together 23 years ago. That is impossible. I know for a fact that it was 15 years ago. Well, I have evidence that contradicts your statement. How do you explain this photo? Dirk said it was taken 23 years ago. He said that? He did, but if we take what you just said as fact, then there's something in this photo that doesn't make any sense. This doesn't make any sense to me. So I suppose I should ask. What does not make any sense that the photo is only 15 years old? The baby. Are we doing the baby?
Take that!
Why can't I say that? Nayuta, this discrepancy may not be directly related to this case, but I don't think we can simply overlook it either. Dirk said the baby in the photo was you, but that doesn't make any sense if the photo's only 15 years old. For all you said, you were around 10 then, right? Duh! He's definitely sweating bullets over there. It's over something. Apollo, if this baby isn't Nayuta... Wait, you don't think... Did Queen Amara have another child while she was on the run? What? And just what if that child were being held hostage? Nayuta, is that why you obey Queen Garan's every command? You presume too much. Ah, and that's why Queen Amara was trying to take the rap as well, to protect this other child. A child born 15 years ago. There would have to be someone who's around 14 or 15 years old now. This is just a guess. But I believe I know someone who fits the bill. It also explains the strange behavior. This is the child who was born to Dirk and Queen Amara 15 years ago. Everyone said yes. All those strange statements she kept making. Now they all make sense. Prosecutor said, Buddy, may I ask you something? Of course, Your Benevolence. I've been meaning to ask you this since yesterday. Did you know about Queen Amara? And about me? From where did you hear such a thing? From Mother. And only yesterday. Raifa was carrying on about telling the truth to the people. So I told her. I told her what the truth really was. For it is up to a mother to discipline her child. I see. I cannot accept this. Something the matter, your benevolence? Queen Amara is lying. It makes no sense. Queen Amara would not have killed my father. Why? Why did this happen? Oh, just as we were finally reunited. Oh, Queen Amara. Now I see, Nayuda, why you do what you're told. The other child born to Dirk and Queen Amara was... Mr. Justice, I believe I know what you were about to say, but I cannot allow you to name an innocent soul as the child of terrible sinners. I thought you might try to stop me. After all, simply revealing this information endangers who you've been trying to protect. Ugh. I think this should make it clear what I'm talking about. This is the chink in your armor, the reason why you fear for your sibling's reputation. This file? And that is a file full of information that Dirk collected on what happened 23 years ago. A particular night known is written here. The sins of the father are visited upon his children. This deeply held idea is why you were expelled from the royal family. Which means it wouldn't bode well for your sibling either, if she were revealed to be Dirk's daughter. Ugh. You became a prosecutor to bring down Queen Guran, but at some point you came to serve the very regime you despised. And that was because the queen found this chink in your armor. That's how she came to use your sister against you. Nayuda, have you been keeping this secret all this time? Have you been trying to protect me? You are innocent party to all this. I live only to safeguard the law and serve the country and queen from which it flows. One such as you, who is destined to ascend the throne, need not fret over one such as I. No, I cannot accept that. What you say is, it's malarkey. I probably pronounced that wrong. I pronounced it wrong last time as well. I did just fine. I did it right? Good. Don't you even care what happens to you? Before country, queen, law, and everyone's future, my personal feelings are of no consequence. That is why I resign myself to my fate. I know I must accept the status quo without any thoughts of change. Spoken like a true prosecutor and patriot, I shall continue to rule the Crane until the day Raifa succeeds me, for that is what is best for our kingdom. I know, Your Eminence. Yours is no small sacrifice, but I promise you this. In exchange for your life, the child shall remain safe, and the kingdom shall prosper. That is all I can ask for with my meager existence. Nayuda, is this really the new you? Resigning yourself to the will of another and killing any hope you held for the future? No! The Nayuda I know would never let him be turned into this. Now, Your Majesty, if you would hand down your verdict. You could say you're simply accepting your fate, Nayuta, but I know that deep down there is still hope in your heart. Oh, Holy Mother, preserve me. It's the kind of hope that perseveres through the most desperate of times. And it's what binds you, me, and Dirk together as a family. I know because this has demonstrated to me that you haven't lost all hope yet. Her Majesty wants to spend Dirk's badge. When you interrogated Dirk, you confiscated all of his possessions as potential evidence. I'll accept this. Did you take your attorney's badge too? No, I thought it strange, but just when it looked like he was going to take it from me, he changed his mind. So tell me, Nayuta, why didn't you take this badge? You couldn't bear to take it from him, could you? And I know why. Because this badge means something special to us. Hey, Dirk. Why do you still wear your badge? You're not a lawyer anymore, right? This badge is my heart and soul, son. I'll never stop trying to realize my dream. Not until my very last breath. A dragon never yields, right? Exactly. Nayuta, Apollo, I vow to restore Kurain's legal system to its rightful state one day. I want to pass on to you a world where you can live free from the fear of tyranny. You may say you've given up, but that's not how it really is it? You never gave up, and you never will, because you still believe that all of the wrongs will be righted someday, don't you? You are very perceptive, Mr. Justice. It may very well be as you say. Why did I not confiscate this badge? Even if I did not know. Until now. Perhaps I was waiting for him to save me. Save you? Yes, save me. Like he did on that day. Ayuda, Apollo! Hold on, I'm coming! What father wouldn't risk his life to save his own children? Nayuta, Apollo, don't you ever hesitate to call when you need me. Understand? Someday, it would come and free our family from the chains of the past. Perhaps deep down, that is what I believed. I believed in Dirk, our father. Nayuta, I knew you. However, it was but a dream, and now that dream has died. Murdered, along with Dirk. So now as the eldest, the responsibility falls squarely on me. No matter the cost, I must protect her. Please try to understand, Apollo. Understand why I shall bear all this sin. It is the only way. But you have wasted more than enough of my time, lawyer. Do you not see the futility of your desperate floundering? The immutability of his duty. It is time to accept defeat. Now watch as the hammer of justice comes down upon your dear brother. Your Majesty, the verdict, if you will. Yes, Your Eminence. Wait a second. What do I do? Does the defense wish to raise an objection? There's gotta be some way to save Nayuta. Apollo, it all goes back to that incident 23 years ago. It's branded him the son of a criminal. So if we could once and for all prove that Dirk didn't try to assassinate Amara, right, Nayuta and Raifa's father would no longer be viewed as a criminal. But I thought there wasn't any evidence left, because it was all destroyed in the fire. And Dirk investigated the matter for years, but never managed to learn anything new. Really? Nothing at all? Could an exceptional lawyer like Dirk try that long and really it covered nothing at all? He had over 2 decades, Apollo. Huh? He's right. I doubt Dirk would have gone to his grave without discovering something new. He must have secretly planted something to topple around with somewhere. Take another look at the evidence. You just might find what we need to break out of this situation we're in here. Got it. If the defense is done stalling for time, I shall now render my verdict. No, wait. About the assassination attempt 23 years ago. The defense has some new information it would like to share. You do? Well, we had intended to deliberate that case in court this trial. Dirk, did you leave something behind for me? Is there some connection I'm missing here? Very well, then. What is the source of your new information about the case from 23 years ago? Well, chat, what is it? Herzloth wants to present this photo.
Take that!
A photograph? Yes. Do you recall the traveling musician who died in that fire 23 years ago? How could anyone forget such a painful chapter in our history? The poor fellow was caught up in the blaze that was meant for Queen Amara. We never knew his identity, though, as his belongings were burnt to ashes. Well, about that. The truth is, he was my biological father. Oh? What? Why, of course. With his photo and her benevolence. Exactly. We might be able to prove Dirk completely innocent. And that would free her from the infamy of having criminal blood in her veins. Because here in Karain, we can witness the final memories of the dead. What utter nonsense! There was no evidence left in the wake of that blaze. That's what you think. But Dirk went to the ends of the earth to bring this little souvenir back for us. He did? Yep, and boy, is it the best piece of evidence ever. He knew that with it, we'd finally be able to conclusively settle the matter here in court and save his children. Your Majesty, the defense requests that we hold a divination seance for this new victim. What a waste of time. The events of 23 years ago's past have already been deliberated at length. But wasn't Dirk on trial for that incident as well today? So we wouldn't be doing our jobs if we failed to look into this new lead, would we? Ugh. As the presiding judge, I will now share my thoughts on the matter. The attempted assassination of Queen Amara is a case we can ill afford to leave open, and I believe that the final memories of the victim will prove very important. Therefore, it is the opinion of this court that we should conduct another divination seance. Why you? Your benevolence. If you knew the full name of the victim seen in this photo, you'd be able to perform a divination seance, right? Of course. Leave it to me. Thank you. My father's full name is Jove Justice. All right. Now, your benevolence, please commence the divination seance when you are ready.
O Holy Mother, we hold this divination seance in your name. Let the eyes of everyone here be clear and our ears be unstopped. O dance of devotion, guide the victim's soul to me so that we may receive their final memories in the pool of souls.
Time to find out why Dad never came back with milk and cigarettes. We gotta watch this because it's the final one. Okay, no we don't. I'm gonna be real. We really don't need to. Okay. Like, it's the same fucking thing. Apollo was dropped as a baby. That explains so much. The spirit of the victim has granted us a window into his final moments. It would appear the divination seance was a success. I saw it go off. What do you mean? So those were my father's moments. Final moments. That baby we saw must have been you, Apollo. I will now decipher the experience of the deceased. Are you ready, Hornhead? Yes, please proceed. Very well. Here are my interpretations of the facts as gleaned from the seance vision. Raifa's in sight. Someone attempted to assassinate Queen Amara by setting her residence ablaze. Hornhead's father happened to stop by and was knocked out by the assassin. Dirk's fingerprints were discovered on the lighter found at the scene of the crime. This is how it was determined to be the assassin. Hornhead's father tried to save his son, but sadly, he perished in the attempt. That is everything the deceased experienced in his final moments. My father's final memories. They're right here for everyone to see, but can any of them unlock the truth behind what happened 23 years ago? Well, chat, notice anything? So here, right? On statement 3? Just to be safe. Because sometimes he can be finicky.
Objection!
Dirk's fingerprints were discovered on the lighter that was found at the crime scene. However, the hand holding the lighter in the seance vision appears to be gloved. Ah, I believe you are right. What could this mean? It calls into question whether the hand in the vision really was Dirk's. Only we could make out the details a little better. Very well, I will attempt to focus a bit more on what the deceased saw. Perhaps that will help refine the seance vision. It does seem that there was a glove on that hand. Still, what significance could that have? It means that Dirk's fingerprints got on the lighter at some other time. Somebody could have even put them there after the fire. All you have is pure speculation, but the fact remains that they are his fingerprints. Therefore, it stands to reason that Dirk was the one who used the lighter.
Objection!
It just means I have to prove that the figure in the vision is someone else, using the information in my father's final memories. Either way, it seems that I must revise my insights. Okay, she's updated her insights. Time to go over them and see if there are any new inconsistencies to be found. Presenting the mirror again. Right here.
Objection!
Wait, then this means that real culprit is... The figure in this vision is clearly not Dirk. The distinctive band around their wrist gives their true identity away. Ah! That design! It can't be! This will prove just whose hand was captured in the seance vision. Your imagination wants to present the crime photo.
Take that!
That photo! So you do believe the culprit to be... Justice Minister Igna had cuffs with the exact same pattern on them. You're referring to the cuffs of justice, correct? Yes, I hear they are traditionally a part of Kurani's Justice Minister's attire. But what does this tell us? It tells us that the figure in the vision is none other than Kurani's late Minister of Justice, Igna Karkulan Kurain. No, not my father! So he plotted the assassination of the former queen as well as the current one. Justice Manager Igna? So then Dirk's innocent of both charges? The Defiant Dragons, they've been right all along. Nayuda? What you've proposed is not possible, Apollo. For back then, Igna Karkul Karain was not the Minister of Justice. What? The Justice Minister 23 years ago was... you, Queen Garan. What? Oh, right. She served as the Minister of Justice before succeeding to the throne. I guess she also prosecuted the assassination attempt 23 years ago as one. So then, the figure in this vision is actually... Your Eminence. It's you, isn't it? This is madness. Why would Her Eminence do such a thing? Because she would ascend to the throne. She wanted to usurp the throne from her sister Amara. That's why she tried to assassinate her. I find this all very hard to swallow. Your Eminence, are you the one responsible for tearing my family apart? And was it you who killed my father? Well, Your Eminence, I'm asking you a question.
Insolence!
Huh. Peasants, always carrying on about things of no import. You do not deny it then. You concealed the truth and used me for your own designs? Oh, Nayuda, spare me your feeble-minded line of questioning. Even if Durek were cleared of all charges, it shall still be I who decides Rifa's fate. Hi, Foes, how you doing today? We're at the very end of this game, so massive spoilers. This is a heads up. You brought friends? Hell yeah. Remember, the child lives only by my good graces. Now kneel before me and fulfill your end of the bargain by offering me your head. Have a good one, robot. Your Eminence, I am done heeding your commands. Even as you used my sister against me, I still believed you. I believe that protecting your secrets was in the best interests of this kingdom. But you have been deceiving me all the while. Nayuta, you dare defy me? Your Eminence, I could turn the other cheek no more. Therefore, I hereby retract my confession in the murder of Justice Minister Igna. Retract, you say? Dirk, the final piece of evidence you left behind, has released Nayuta from his suffering, and now he's finally free. In all this time, not once did I reflect on my own conduct, for I had believed all was fate. Lost in my own sense of resignation, I was unable to wake from my despair. But you, Apollo, you have awakened me with your demonstration of our Father's creed.
A dragon never yields.
I will carry on Dirk's legacy and fulfill his dream. Hear me, Garan. I will cast you down from your bloody throne. Long live the revolution. Insolent fool! Not even you proud a lot about revolution! Would you look at that? Well, Apollo, it seems we're finally making some headway down the road that Dirk carved for us. Yeah. Now, if we could just prove Garon's guilt, we could continue on down that road towards the revolution Dirk dreamed of. Your Eminence, you have been accused of the crime committed 23 years ago. Would you like to say anything in your defense? Not so fast, Your Majesty. For the cups could have been stolen and used without my knowledge. So you see, they can hardly be considered proof of anything. Why, I believe you're right. But we know she's guilty. Well, lawyer, is there any other evidence you would have me refute? Unfortunately, this photo is the last piece of evidence Dirk left for me. So as far as evidence goes, I've got nothing else regarding that case from the past. However, now that Prosecutor Samadi has retracted his confession, we'll have to rehabilitate the current case from scratch. Yes, the defense speaks the truth. Even though it is clear who the guilty party is. Queen Garan, the defense accuses you of the murder of Justice Minister Igna Karkul Garan. Duh! But do you have any evidence, defense? Evidence that will prove Garan was the killer? There is still one more avenue for us to explore, Mr. Justice. There is? Minister Igna's final memories. In them, the minister's killer posed as Dirk. Therefore, one must ask, how did the killer dispose of their disguise? Hey, you're right. A lot of blood would have been spattered onto the killer. The blood-soaked clothes would have to have been dealt with somehow. If they're still around somewhere, then... I was wondering what absurd idea you would concoct. Clothing can be disposed of most anywhere. I doubt you could find them now. Then you don't know us very well. Your benevolence. Yes, on the day of your father's murder, you had been watching the courtyard from 2 p.m. Now, during that time, you saw Queen Garan, did you not? Yes, I did. I saw my mother entering the palace from the courtyard. But I was told not to mention it because it had nothing to do with my father's murder. Right, Fa? You would not dare! When the queen headed into the palace, did she have Dirk's clothes in her possession? No, she did not. So, maybe she disposed of them somewhere in the courtyard. The police did a thorough sweep of the area following the crime. but they did not find anything resembling Dirk's clothes. But you knew that already, didn't you, prosecutor? Yes, I admit no clothing was found. Heh, so you admit that you were merely speculating, chasing phantoms and delusions of evidence that never existed. This makes no sense. Clothing doesn't just disappear like that. If Garan wasn't carrying any clothes, she must have gotten rid of them somewhere. Somewhere where she thought they'd never be found. Where they'd never be found, huh? I believe Dirk's clothes were hidden here. Crypt Warrior and your imagination say the tomb. That's 3 yeses. We doing it.
Take that!
The tomb? You believe the clothing was hidden there? Yes, it's the only place it can be. Very well. Where in the tomb do you believe the clothes were hidden? Where were they? Your imagination wants to present the sarcophagus.
Take that!
Of course, that makes perfect sense. The clothes weren't simply hidden, they were returned to where they belonged. And by that, you mean the killer would have had to get Dirk's clothes from somewhere. Luckily, they were right there. Yes, of course. At the time of the minister's murders, Dirk's body was already in the sarcophagus. So the killer could have simply borrowed his clothes. Right, before the minister entered the tomb, the killer put on Dirk's clothes, and then hid behind the curtain above the sarcophagus. And after the minister was killed, Dirk's clothes were returned to his body. So what? This is still all speculation. We know not where those clothes were actually used in the murder. Therefore, you cannot prove that they are somehow connected to this case. That's where you're wrong. But I believe you already knew that. These clothes were definitely used during the minister's murder because of this. Elbow blood? The bloodstains on Dirk's chest are no doubt the result of being shot by the minister. However, that doesn't explain everything. There's also some blood splatter extending from his left elbow to his abdominal area. I can't fucking say words today. I believe this blood splatter came from... Where did this splatter come from, chat? Unga? Who's Unga? Who's Unga? Unga Bunga. Chat, you're high. There's nobody named Bunga. Yeah, I'm pretty sure you meant Igna. We want Unga. If the killer wore these clothes during the murder, then that blood splatter must have come from Minister Inga. I thought it was all Dirk's, but that makes sense. Only one way to be sure, though. Let's get those stains analyzed right away. Indeed, this may be the conclusive evidence we need to prove the Queen's guilt. You cannot prove it was I who hid those clothes. They could very well have been hidden by a third party. But could they really? I'd say the possibility of someone other than Garan hiding the clothes. No, it's just not possible. Your Eminence, I recall you saying the following. The key to Amara's sarcophagus is under the protection of the royal family. My husband and I are the only ones who could open it. Therefore, it would be impossible for some knave to open it. Ah! Ah! That was your own testimony, word for word. Why, you insolent! Admit it. Only you could have hidden Dirk's clothes after they were used in the murder. And that means you are the one who killed Justice Minister Inga. Insignificant worm! You dare accuse me, the ruler of Karain? Do not think for one moment that such impudence will be tolerated. I'm afraid such arguments are invalid here in the Sacred Hall, Your Eminence, because even monarchs aren't above the law. Duh. It's the end of the line for you, Queen Garan. Time to come down from that lofty throne and face justice. Me face justice? Surely you jest. You are in no position to force my hand, lawyer. Oh? Surely you haven't forgotten about the Defense Culpability Act? Those who would support criminals will be deemed just as guilty. In short, should I be convicted of murdering my husband, your dear brother who delivered false testimony in my defense shall also be found guilty. What? That can't be, can it? By delivering false testimony in the courts of protecting a guilty party, he would certainly be judged in this court as having supported a criminal, and the Defense Culpability Act would most definitely come into play. But that law is so broad that anyone could be convicted under it. When it comes to the DC Act, even I am conflicted. And yet, as it currently stands, it is the law of the land. And as you said earlier, no one is above the law. Of all the absurd things I've seen, this law really takes the cake. Now what? What can we even do at this point? You need not look so forlorn. Dirk has been cleared of all charges. Let us leave all thoughts of the real killer and revolution in the past where it belongs. He wants us to just let her off scot-free, and yet I don't see any other choice. We cannot yield to her here, Apollo. If it will move the revolution forward, I will gladly face the DC Act. Now do it. Accuse Queen Garan of the crime she has committed. But what you speak of is not revolution. Our kingdom will not function without its sovereign, and Rifle cannot ascend to the throne, for she is yet incapable of channeling spirits. Thus, to accuse me is to wish destruction upon our fair kingdom, you terrorist. Terrorist? If you would still insist on accusing me, then as ruling sovereign of Karain, I proclaim the following. All who imperil the crown, no matter the reason, shall be subject to immediate execution upon the Queen's orders. What? Immediate execution? Do you still not comprehend? Then let me be clear. For the sake of this kingdom's future, and in accordance with the laws of Karain, I command you to be put to death at once. What the? Isn't this going a bit too far? Why is Duran Royal Guard? They were on standby in case of an attack by foolishly optimistic terrorists. Now, if you would continue to oppose me, the very embodiment of the law, then under my regal authority, you shall all be put to death.
Objection!
Oh, come on, Juji, please stop talking. Let the story play out. You can't possibly get away with something like this. This is a court of law. You can't just order our execution without due process. Now look, Apollo, truth and due process are certainly important, but so is your life, so think before you speak again. But... please, Apollo, do not make this any worse than it already is. I cannot lose you to the Twilight Realm too. What am I supposed to do? How do I win against an opponent that can rewrite the law as she sees fit? How can I ever bring her to justice? Is this really how it all ends? It is your life or your accusation, lawyer. You cannot hope for both. It is time to cease this insanity. What do I do? Should I accuse Queen Garan? I know what I have to do. Mr. Wright, you know that saying you're constantly reminding me and Athena of? The worst of times are when lawyers have to force their biggest smiles. You never fail to surprise me, Apollo. And Nayuta, you know that creed we've known ever since we were kids? A dragon never yields. Apollo, they are not merely words. They are what's carried us this far. So now, it's time to honor these words and the memories of the ones who gave them to us. I couldn't agree with you more, Apollo. Those words are more important to me than you know. And if there's any time to remember them, it's now. It would seem, Apollo, that not one but two auspicious creatures dwell deep within you. A fierce dragon and a virtuous phoenix that shall scatter the clouds, hiding the heavens. I shall join you in your death-defying bluff. I think I finally understand what those words really mean, and the resolve they embody. It's time to worry about your Glock! He suddenly goes all James up, just kills everyone now. Are you smiling even in the face of certain doom? Is there no end to your defiance? Unfortunately for you, no. I won't let fear or even the law force me to abandon the pursuit of truth. Because there's another saying in my country, the truth will set you free. Indeed, that is precisely what Dirk sought to do through this trial. He wished for us to break free from a certain despicable spider's immobilizing silk threads. We won't be intimidated by unjust laws or given to fear. Abandoning the truth like that is just not part of my playbook. There is only one path before us. Revolution. The time to make Dirk's dream a reality is upon us. Your Eminence, if you are the law here in Karain, then your very existence is wrong. Does your desperate pleading know no end? I know this is a bit late to ask, but what's the plan? Well, if Garan is going to execute us on the spot under the Defense Capability Act, and the law itself derives its power from the authority of the Crown, then there's only one thing to do. We dethrone her, right here, right now. Alright, but how? It's not like we have a lot of time to come up with a way to do it either. I don't shall allow you to perform another cross-examination when we think. Don't worry, I'll come up with something. We'll be fine. We can't give up. Not now. We have to keep on fighting to the end. We can't allow these broken trials to go on. It's time to make things right. If I accuse Garan, Nayuta will be subject to the Defense Culpability Act, which means he will be put to death in accordance with the law. So the only way out of this is to dethrone Garan right now. Could this be the key to dethroning Garan? Is the Founder's Orb the key to the revolution? Turk was convinced that the orb is the key to the revolution and Karain's future. In light of Garon's obsession with the orb, it makes a large amount of sense. He probably doesn't want anyone using it to gain spiritual powers and rights to the throne. Igna definitely tried to do just that, but that's where it starts to fall apart. Igna couldn't have channeled the Founder even after abducting Miss Faye, after all. Igna didn't know the Founder's name. The name of the Founder is only known to those who become queen. That means only people who currently know her name are Garon and Amara. So even if someone else had the orb, they wouldn't be able to channel the Founder. And that begs the question, why is Garon so fixated on the orb? Okay, let's not overthink this. Garon is obsessed with the orb because... Garon wants spiritual power. Could it be? It's hard to believe, but... If she wants spiritual power, does that mean Garon can't channel spirits? That would explain why she had Amara perform the rite of channeling. Is that why she let Amara live? To stand in for her when the time came to channel spirits? So if Garon can't channel spirits... Garon has no claim to the throne. Garon's Defense Culpability Act was established under the Crown's authority, but if she has no claim to the throne, then the DC Act would become null and void. No, not just the DC Act. All of the insane laws she enacted would be swept away in one fell swoop. You claim the authority of the Crown? You, of all people? That's a good one. Have you truly lost it, lawyer? Indeed, I would have the defense explain himself at once. It's easy, your majesty. Why is Queen Garon so obsessed with the Founder's Orb? Why did she let Queen Amara live? And why is she having her mercifulness perform the rite of challenging in her place? The answers to these three questions point to a single conclusion. A fact that will shake this kingdom to its very core. I still do not follow, Apollo. Your Eminence, I have just one question for you, and please be honest. You can't actually channel spirits, can you? What? You believe the Queen is not capable of communing with the dead? The defense will explain himself at once. In Karain, the ability to channel spirits is an absolute requirement for a would-be queen. But Your Eminence, if you were incapable of doing that, then you'd have no claim to the throne. Not only that, but every law you've passed would be rendered null and void. And you, the Garon Royal Guard, you seem to be rather enamored with the Queen's supposed spiritual power. But what if she had none? What if she were just an ordinary person, a pretender to the throne? That's crazy talk! Impossible! Everyone knows only spirit mediums can become queen! Such blasphemy! On what grounds do you make such a defamatory claim? Queen Garon, if you think I'm just out to defame you, then prove it. Prove it using this piece of evidence you want so badly. All the conditions for summoning the Founder should be in place. With the orb, we know what the Founder looks like. And as Queen, you should know the Founder's name. Now, if you would, Your Eminence, please show us the great spiritual power you bear as Grand Priestess of Karain. Oh, to witness Her Eminence's great power with our own eyes! The Holy Mother will appear before us! Oh, great miracle of miracles! Praise be your emesis. May your mighty spiritual power show us the way. Enough! Enough, I say, you mindless cretins! Your Eminence, can it be that you cannot? No, no, I want a lawyer. Summon one at once.
Objection!
Aren't you forgetting something? There aren't any lawyers left in Karain. You can thank your Defense Culpability Act for that. Your Eminence, please give us a glimpse of your magnificent spiritual power. Summon her holiness so she may guide us. I have heard enough from you, out of my sight, all of you. If you truly are capable of channeling spirits, then get on with it already, Your Eminence. You sneaky, underhanded wretch of a lawyer. It reminds me, you said something to this effect earlier. It is time to cease this insanity. Don't you feel stupid for saying that now? Indeed, of all the things she has said, I could think of nothing more ludicrous. Apollo, teach this decisive putrid queen a lesson she won't soon forget. Gladly, because it really is time to cease this insanity. Garon! Your reign of terror ends here. Very well. Demonstrating my fat facility as a spirit medium. Behold, the magnificent power to commune with the dead. Oh, Your Eminence! O great spirit of the founder, who dwells in the twilight realm, heed the secret covenant of the orb, and he appear before us. Oh, here it comes! What's wrong? Are you not feeling well? O spirit of the founder, praise us as the time is now. As you appear before us, heed my call. Founder, please. No, wait, I was just warming up. The rite actually starts from now. Look. Holy Mother. Prosecutor Sedbody, how is her evidence? It seems she now believes that she herself is the Holy Mother. I see. But her attempt at spirit channeling failed, did it not? Sadly, she seems unable to accept the facts. I fear it will be quite a challenge to question her later. And what, if I may ask, was her motive? There's no time to throw it. No, Accord. She has spiritual power. She can create the divination seance, which means all she needs to do is practice and she'll eventually be able to channel. Basically, she has spiritual power, just not enough of it. Which means right now, no, she couldn't be the queen. But eventually, yes. I understand that she killed Minister Igna in order to prevent his coup d'etat. But what of her attempts to assassinate Queen Amara 23 years ago? To become queen herself. Maybe she just craved power and attention. She likely developed a psychological complex from her inability to channel spirits. That is why she kept Queen Amara alive to perform the rite of channeling for her. In that way, it would seem as if she had great spiritual power. In short, she built a cult of personality upon fear and lies. Then again, do not all tyrants? So then she never really intended to kill Amara, huh? Well, I don't understand is why Queen Amara even listened to Garan in the first place. Especially 14 years ago, before Raifa was being held hostage. Why would she keep letting the people of Karain think she was dead? Well, she kept quietly performing the rite of channeling for Garan. My mother is a gentle soul by nature, and loves her sister dearly. So when Garan told her to hide because Dirk was out to kill her, she believed it. What's more, she did not wish to tarnish the name of her beloved sister. That is why she acquiesced so obediently to Garan's request to keep channeling for her. Until she fled with Dirk and was told the truth, that is. So that's what happened. And since Raifa was being held captive, imagine Amara had no choice but to help cover up the truth behind Igna's murder. Yeah, living secretly as Raifa's servant Nanya. No doubt only deepened her love for her daughter. She'd do anything to keep her safe. All the more reason to hide the painful truth from her. Well, that was a case for the ages. Prosecutor Sedbody has been cleared of all suspicion of the murder of Mr. Igna, and has Mr. Dirk Sedbody in the assassination attempt on Queen Amara. Now then, I think it's high time I handed down my verdict on Dirk and Nayuda Sedbody. Dirk, I hope you're watching. I proved your innocence. Nayuda's smiling again. And that revolution you've always dreamed of is finally happening. With this, may I finally say, this court is adjourned. What do you mean by that, Stevish? Way to go, Apollo! I was on the edge of my seat when those guards stormed the courtroom. That was a shocker, all right. Can't imagine anything like that happening back home. I know, right? I was ready to go on down there and teach them a lesson myself. Really? I was barely able to hold her back. Hold me back? You were about to go ballistic after a while there, Athena. Wait. I don't know where that's coming from. I don't have any extensions. That's just Stream Elements doing that, I guess. Remind me never to say or do anything to deserve a Maya Athena double suplex. Is that a built-in? That's what I think, yeah. You did a fine job out there today, Apollo. Thanks for all the great advice, Mr. Wright. Nah, it was all you. That perseverance and never say die attitude you showed was impressive. I should learn a thing or two myself. What? From me? That's a laugh. There weren't any number of times where I wouldn't have blamed you for giving up. But you stuck it out to the end and came away triumphant. By sheer force of will. And inner strength forged in countless trials. You overcame the most desperate and hopeless situation I've ever seen. I don't know about all that. I mean it. You've really come a long way, Apollo. I have nothing but respect for your abilities as an attorney. Really? Aren't you exaggerating just a little bit, Mr. Wright? You did it, Apollo. You finally won his seal of approval. But what about me, Nick? My channeling's come a long way, too. After all, I was deemed worthy enough to be used in 2 major crimes already. Yeah, and 2 major chances for me to become someone for you to channel next. Honestly, I couldn't have done this without the support of each and every person here. Mr. Wright, Athena, Nayuda, and of course, Dirk. That was pretty cool, Polly. Trucy? Trucy? What are you doing here? It's magic. I'm afraid she employed the old let's stow away in Mr. Edgeworth's suitcase trick. What? So it certainly explained why my suitcase was so heavy. Tell me you at least noticed it was heavier than usual. Trucy, do you even have a passport? My magic panties are an extra-dimensional space. It's like a mini universe in there. I could produce a passport at the drop of my hat. Right. Maybe some things in this world are better left a mystery. Hornhead, Barbhead! I am forever in your debt for what you've accomplished in this Hall of Justice. Without your presence, I may have never changed as I have this day. It's pathetic, I know. That's where you're wrong, your benevolence. It was you who changed yourself. Only you could have chosen to defy Garon. And that decision was yours and yours alone. That's right, all we did was present you with an opportunity. More like she probably doesn't have one to begin with. And you made use of it with gusto. This victory is yours, your benevolence. You should be proud of yourself. I see. She's like 17, actually. So, am I worthy of my title after all? I shall work to heal our kingdom so that it may know peace and prosperity once more. You sure bounced back quick. So, your benevolence, I take it you learned the truth of your origins? That you are the daughter of Dirk and Queen Amara? Yes. My mother, Her Eminence told me. She said it was a part of my disciplining. If you can call it that. Sounds more like a blackmail. Keep quiet or I'll tell everyone you're the daughter of a criminal. My mother was so insufferable. Or should I say, my former mother. Sounds like there was no love lost there. But you cleared Dirk's name. My true father will no longer be known as a criminal. Therefore, I have nothing more to fear. So what's next for the Kingdom of Karain? You lost your queen, so... Her benevolence, Prince Rifa, will ascend to the throne. From Nayuda? But she can't channel spirits yet, right? Indeed, which is why I will act as a regent on her behalf, until the day she comes into her own. Yes, your help will be greatly appreciated, Prosecutor Sod. Big bro... Is she going to say what I think she is? What are you looking at, you horn-headed nincompoop? Gadonk. Youch! In any event, I will be assisted by Nayuda and Queen Amara for the time being. Queen Amara? Our country offers counsel to the rulers of neighboring kingdoms through channeling. It is a duty I intend to fill myself one day. But for now, I will have Queen Amara assist me in that capacity. So then, she's going to be alright? Yes. It seems the bullet went straight through her without doing any serious damage. That's a relief.
You did it, AJ! Thanks to you, both Dirk and Nayuda beat the charges against them! And you got the revolution rolling to boot!
The revolution. Dirk, I guess you were right to believe in me after all.
Yes, sir, there's gonna be some major changes around here. Legal system's gonna return to its rightful state, like how Dirk always wanted. And the name of Apollo Justice will go down in Pyrenees history.
Yeah, right. Oh, Nayuda, before I forget, there's something I wanted to give you before I head back home. You wish to give me something? Yes, as Dirk's birth son, I think you should have this. Yeah, a lot of people are saying it. This is Dirk's. I have to get back to the States. And I know you're a prosecutor and all. But as the man that's going to change Karain, it's only right that you have it. To change Karain? Yes, in Dirk's place. Apollo, I'm afraid I must refuse your gift. What? Why? There's something I would like to show you. What's this all of a sudden? Mr. Wright, won't you and your friends please join us? Oh, sure. So why'd you bring us here, Nayuda? Apollo, I want you to stay here in Kurain. What? But why? We have lost our queen, and our kingdom stands at a crossroads. Most of all, we will need to rebuild our entire legal system. Naturally, that includes the reintroduction of lawyers to the court. Wait, you're not asking me to... Yes, I want you to take over this law office. With you as a lawyer, and me as a prosecutor, we shall rebuild Kurain's legal system from the ground up. You want me to help you rebuild your legal system? That's a lot to take in. Apollo, I cannot do this without you. As a lawyer, you are Dirk's spiritual heir. And having studied in America, your legal knowledge will be indispensable. This is way out of my league. The revolution is still in its infancy, but it was Dirk's dream to restore the legal system to its rightful state. Will you not help me realize that dream?
Come on, AJ, you know it's what Dirk would have wanted. Let's do it together.
You must be taken aback by my sudden request, but please give it some thought. Of course, I'm honored that you asked. Still, I have my job back at the Write Anything agency to consider too. Don't you worry about that, Apollo. Besides, this is something only you can do. Something only I could do. I mean, to be completely honest, our office would be a bit short on firepower without you around, but hey. Mr. Wright. Actually, I'm sorry, but I can't get on board with this. Athena? I mean, there's still so much I want to learn from you, Apollo. That's right, it wouldn't be the same without you. Everyone back home would really miss you too. There's no way I could agree to this. Still, if you really wanted to stay... Yeah, Athena's right. It won't be easy, but... Athena, Trucy. Apollo, no one but you can make this decision. Know that I will not question whatever choice you make. Our flight leaves tomorrow morning, Apollo. Think you can make up your mind by then? I'll try. Talk about a difficult decision. Should I go back to the US and continue working at the Write Anything agency? Or should I stay in Kurain and help Nayuda rebuild the legal system? What's the right thing for me to do? The bus to the airport will be here any minute. I wonder where Apollo is. You think he decided to stay here in Kurain? I bet he was up all night thinking, this is a life-changing decision after all. But whatever he decides, I'll have to accept it. I guess this means no more courtroom battles alongside him. Hey guys! I know that movie voice everywhere. Huff, huff, huff. Ooh, I made it. Apollo, you're here. Does this mean you're coming home with us? Well, about that. Mr. Wright? Yes? I've made up my mind. Here it is. The moment of truth. I still have so many things to learn from you. But I've decided to stay in Kurain. You're staying? But I feel like I have to pick up where Jirk left off. I can't let his sacrifice go to waste. I see. Plus, I want you to teach others everything you've taught me about being a lawyer, Mr. Wright. Apollo, Jirk's roadmap for the future, and your teachings. I believe that these two things will save the people of this kingdom from further unrest. I want to do this. No, I have to do this. Apollo, I've never felt prouder. Proud to have had such an amazing attorney working under me. But someday, I'll return to the US. Once the new legal system here is firmly in place, I'll be back. Scout's honor. Will we see you again, Apollo? You bet. Not that I have any idea how long it'll be, but I promise you this, everyone. I'll keep on learning and growing, and I'll come back to the US an even better lawyer. So don't you forget about me. Of course we won't, Apollo. There will always be a spot waiting for you back at the office. In the meantime, we'll be rooting for you, so knock 'em dead. You got it, Mr. Wright. It'd be cool, your imagination, but I feel like he doesn't need more backstories, but... my personal wish list for a new Ace Attorney game is a new something similar to Great Ace Attorney with new characters. I just think it's so much better to start from scratch and create new characters with new backstories and new storylines in general, instead of just piling on more shit for the existing cast. Great Ace Attorney opened my eyes to that, and I want them to do more of that. So I'm hoping that's what they do next, but we'll see. Because I know that they're going to make another one. They're making all these remasters for a reason, but I just don't know what it'll be. Who's the guy in the red vest again? Shut up, Accord. Then I'm going to support your choice all the way. Thanks, Trucy. Good luck with your magic act. I know you'll do Troop Gramarye proud. I'll be cheering for you too, Apollo. But don't think you're the only one with room to grow. The next time we meet, you probably won't even recognize me. In other words, game on. You bet, and I'm gonna win. I'm gonna miss you too, Apollo, but I can't wait to see where your new adventure will take you. Well, that's our bus. I guess this is it, Apollo. I'll never forget everything you've done for me, Mr. Wright. This goodbye, I get this goodbye is emotional, but you do realize you guys are like one plane ride away, right? Like it's not that hard. You can stay in touch on the internet. You could like eventually visit each other. You just get Edgeworth to charter another flight or something. I don't fucking know. It's not a big deal, man. I don't know how I'll ever repay you. Plane rides are scary though. No, they're not. It's to see you back in the US again someday. Until then, you know where to find me. Depends on flight time, true. The legacy of those who came before us. Is handed down from parent to child. I know, right, Moth? And from mentor to disciple, we must never stall or stagnate, but continue to grow and change. All that we've been taught, the beliefs and convictions that have been passed down to us. But yeah, this is very much Apollo's game. The game tricks you into thinking it's going to be another Phoenix Wright game, but nope, this is an Apollo game, through and through. We must continue to nurture them so that we, in turn, can pass them on to the next generation. I love Spirit of Justice. I think it's my favorite of this trilogy. That final case is crazy.
Are you really sure you're okay with him staying, boss?
Uh-huh. I always figured he'd leave the nest someday.
Oh, I think they're almost here.
Just a little. Got it.
And Apollo died.
Why don't we go and check it out, AJ?
Damn, my dad's voice was actually kind of close to his actual voice to some degree. Not really. So what'd you guys think of this case? I still think the absolute best... Oh, one second, is that the thing? Go on, Mr. Hat, introduce yourself. I'm the amazing Mr. Hat. Nice to meet you. I wanted to take this opportunity to announce my solo debut. Seems Mr. Hat doesn't want Apollo to leave him in the dust. We're fierce rivals, you know? I can't let him hog the spotlight. It's just not the same without Polly, is it? Yeah, I kind of miss him too. I know, we should go visit him in Karain. After seeing Mr. Justice in action, I got to thinking, what can I do for Karain? And then it came to me, tourism, that's what! I'll develop Karain's tourism industry and bring in more visitors. I'll roll out a night tour centered on the Founder's Orb. Ooh, and make a museum dedicated to the Defiant Dragons. Boy, the ideas just keep on coming. The spaghetti is still floating, indeed. The best part of this case is definitely the bombshell of revealing that Dirk was dead the whole time. That's one of the craziest twists of any case, in my opinion, because it's just so heartbreaking. I want to congratulate you on becoming a forensic investigator, Sky. Thank you, but Prosecutor Satamati says he has need of me. So starting tomorrow, I'll be working in Karain for a while. Look at this way. It's sure to be an educational experience. True, plus I can't let that kid show beat me up. I'll see what I could do for Karain's revolution. Well, challenges have a way of helping people grow. I look forward to our next investigation upon your return. It's a great twist. It's crazy twist, dude. It's so heartbreaking. Darn that forehead fade. Ever since he revealed that secret provider teleportation trick, show requests have totally dried up. We'll be out of the street if we don't find some work soon. We should take Trucy up on her offer. She said we can make our debut as magicians at the Right Anything Agency. Shut up. I'm gonna show her up someday on my own terms. Like fires you up like a bit of Piperly. Nayuta just really likes forensic science. Karain is just like this child right now, full of life and limitless protections. I have faith that Dirk and my darling Teresk will watch over him.
Have no fear. We'll see Dirk's legacy through to the end. And as for Junior there, here's the secret to being a man among men. Behold the death's pose.
Oh, it sounds like little Fatia saying no.
Come on, little guy, don't be shy.
By the way, we're still not done with Ace Attorney. We still have the DLC cases to do, but we're gonna do that at a future day sometime in March. I'm going to make Simon recognize me for the awesome lawyer that I am. She's wagging in her boots. Widget, I could do it, and I will. Mr. Wright will be calling me his right-hand woman before you know it. Let's do this. Sometime in March is a week from now. It'll be after I'm done with Monster Hunter Wilds, so don't expect it for a bit.
Bucky, how dare you deliver my order in such a sorry state?
Don't be mad, Simon. There was a huge party at my shop yesterday, but it should still taste fine. Try some.
You great big pillock. I just lost my appetite because of you. It's hard to find good help these days.
What did you say, old chum? I don't know, Maya just kind of fucked off. A trial the other day really inspired me. I've even created a Rakugo routine based on Shiso's case. It's a mystery story that'll keep flipping the audience's thinking on its head. It's called The Scary Udon Noodle. You're giving away too much in the title. Keeping the Tornado School going is our way of paying penance and repaying our debt to Shiso. And that includes Rakugo training for that kid Owen. Ugh, I don't want to work tomorrow, man. Fuck my job sometimes. It's not even a hard job, but fuck it anyway.
With my newfound mobility, even ancient ruins and their fancy Tomb Raider traps are no match for me. Fire!
The university where my father worked is letting me help with a dig. One day I'll discover an unknown ancient civilization and dedicate it to him.
I'll also be going on a dig in Karain soon. That private justice had better not be slacking off.
Monster Hunter Wilds is this Friday. That's crazy. I need to take some time off work. I'm going to be super busy now that I'm the head of the Fae clan. Don't worry, Mystic Maya. I'll do whatever I can to help. Thanks, Pearly. Our first order of business will be revolutionize Karain Village. Ooh, I have an idea. How about opening a store where we could buy new outfits like the city girls wear? Oh, look who's all grown up now. I think there are a few more pressing matters to take care of first. Yeah, you're right. Guess it'll be a while before I get my revolutionary makeover. The benchmark said I run it at 60 frames, but I think I need to turn the settings down for when I'm streaming. Mother, now that you have stopped being Nanya, I want a new Nanya. I wonder if there'll be anyone willing to serve you in that capacity. You are quite a handful, after all. I am? With a simple wave of your hand, you would have your attire changed, meals prepared, and even your teeth brushed. To think I put such undue burden upon you, a grand priestess of Karain. Fear not, Raifa. You will have plenty of time in which to make amends. Oh, perhaps you could start with one of your famous shoulder rubs? Like... Oh no. Amara's putting her to work. So you're calling me to Braidhead. Even worse, she trembles and her face turns red when she speaks to me. What have I done to deserve animosity? But it's true that I am merciless with the Hall of Justice. To be given such a dismissive name is entirely uncalled for. Oh, what am I to do? Perhaps I should consult Apollo about this. How's he doing, Mr. Wright? Great, he's a respectable lawyer in his own right. He even has his own practice called Justice Law Offices. Thank you. This wouldn't have been possible without you. Oh, before I forget, I made a copy of this photo for you. A photo? Oh! Jove. It is so good to see him again. Don't you think it's about time we told them the truth? After all, they've both grown into fine young people now. Yes, you're right. Perhaps it's about time they knew. Play Apollo Justice 1 for a follow-up on that. If you played it, or you should have been here for when I played Apollo Justice 1, and you'll know exactly what happened there. You for Gore, Lemoir, Thalassa, Apollo's mom, the fact that Trucy and Apollo are technically brother and sister. Well, half brother, half sister. Different fathers, same mother. Yeah, basically the story of Apollo Justice is Lemoir, or Thalassa, her real name, married Jove Justice, and then Jove Justice died, and Apollo got adopted, and then Thalassa, thinking that their child was lost, ended up marrying Zach Gramarye, who gave birth to Trucy. But then Thalassa got into the accident, everyone thought she died, lost her memory, while Apollo was out over in Karain during all of this, and it's a shit show. Apollo's backstory is pretty wild because they rewrote it like 3 times, but I think it overall works. Early relationships are a mess. Indeed they are. But yeah, this game tied up a lot of loose ends from Apollo Justice as well, specifically with the Gramaryes and like up with Trucy's case. That was a really good case for Trucy. It's a shame that she gets sidelined for like every other case in the game, but it's fine, whatever, man. Trucy gets her own case at least. That's very good, so it's fine. As for next week's streams, I've got a stream of games scheduled for Tuesday and Wednesday, but I'm not sure about what I want to do on Thursday before Monster Hunter Wilds. If you're curious, we're going to be doing Cobalt Core on Tuesday and Wednesday. I've never played Cobalt Core before, so I'm going to give it a try on stream live for all to see. Thursday, we could just do more Cobalt Core or something else. I don't know. Depends on if I like it or not. I think I will. It doesn't look like a game I'd hate. A lot of people voted for it on my survey, so they want to see me play it. So we're going to stream that. Then Monster Hunter Wilds on Friday and Saturday. And then over the weekend, I'm going to try and mod Monster Hunter Wilds to get my Sona into it pretty quick. I don't know how quickly I'll be able to get that set up, but the tools for modding RE Engine games look way better than when I modded in the past. So I might be able to get that set up really quickly. So we'll see. So yeah, I'll be playing that next week. Dear Mr. Wright, I can't believe it's already been a few months since I decided to stay. I'm sorry I haven't been good about keeping it in touch, but things have been really hectic. Rebuilding a legal system I'm not yet familiar with has been a real challenge. But I will say, it's given me plenty of work to keep me busy. Have you not given the autopsy report even a cursory glance, Mr. Justice? It's just I have 15 clients on my plate right now. I probably shouldn't have accepted all 15 at the same time. Oh, please. Are you going to help me rebuild Corinna's legal system or not? If you are, we need to move through this case backlog faster. Yeah, I know, but... Besides, those 15 are only the beginning. There are 10 more awaiting your services. Huh? I too have friends and acquaintances seeking legal representation. And being that you're the only lawyer in the country, I told them to contact you. I estimate only add about 16 clients to your caseload. Huh? Huh? No, wait just a minute. I have been handing out advertisements for your new office. They read, from legal advice to investigative extraterritorial affairs, even yak milking. For a limited time only, these services and more are free down at the Justice Law offices. I have already received requests for 380 new clients. I'm going to have to say something, aren't I? I trust you did your cords of steel exercises this morning. Well, go on. There's no need to hold back. Now that you mention it, we have yet to hear you shout today. Yes, and I have grown quite drowsy from these tedious proceedings. I could use a loud something to wake me up. Do not disappoint me, Hornhead. There's really only one thing to say at a time like this. It's a word I've said countless times in my career, but one I'll never tire of.
Objection!
Objection. And all right, so after we take a break from the Ace Attorney for a bit, we're going to be doing a double whammy stream on a Saturday and a Sunday where we're going to go through this case. We're going to go through this case on the Saturday, and then on the Sunday, we're going to go through this case. By the way, look, notice anybody in this picture? I hope you don't. From my experience, I like both cases, but of the two, this one is significantly better. Just as a heads up. Unfortunately, the Turnabout Time Travel is kind of meh. You hadn't seen before, Turnabout Time Traveler? We're going to be doing it probably around mid or late March. I don't know the timing. It'll be when I have a bit of a gap in my schedule where I don't know what to stream. We'll do a double weekend whammy where we do both of these cases. So yeah, we're not done with the Ace Attorney interactive yet, but this is the last of the Ace Attorney that's going to be for like a while. You don't like God's strongest seagull is involved. Thanks for streaming these. Thanks for being here. All right, so Cobalt Core this week, and then I don't know. What did you guys think of the face tracking for the Karen, by the way? Is it good? I was a little worried about it. It looked a little weird at times, but from what I've seen, it's been mostly been pretty damn good today. So I'm pretty pleased with it overall. Is this good? I'm glad. You do notice one thing? What do you notice, Steve-ish? One of the eyes seems to be tracked weirdly. What do you mean? Like blinking or like moving? It's not moving, right? What do you mean? Was calmer than the default? Yeah, when I use face tracking, all my avatars have resting eepy face. Probably because my eyes are naturally a little squinty. So it causes all of my avatars to be a little bit more squinty than they would normally be. It doesn't look bad, I just kind of need to get used to it. Like looking like this, usually my avatar looks like this. Like, this is usually how the eyes are. But now it's more like this when I rest. Which isn't a bad thing, it's just different. Right, they don't match up. Well, here's what it looks like maximally to the left. I think what you're seeing, Steve-ish, is eyeballs just being weirdly shaped for a critter. That's all. Because if I were to do it more, this right eye would go inside my brain and it would look awful. But trust me, it's correct. Like imagine the left eye right now going more into my skull. That would be the other solution. It's the problem is the fact that the resting eyes when looking forward, there's more to the left and right. It's not like a human eye, you know what I mean? Does that make sense? But this is as far as the eye will go to the right. I could adjust that, but it would look worse, I think. Regardless, probably gonna raid someone. Maybe, if I could find someone to raid, which I can never do. But I might want to have some rest and free time before I work tomorrow. Ugh, I don't want to work tomorrow, man. I'm behind on work and the pain in the ass. Anuki is live, and Anuki has raided me a couple times. Maybe we return raid. Yeah, let's return raid since Anuki's raided me a few times. Always good to support someone who raids me. They're streaming Avowed right now. They're usually a Smite 2 streamer though. I should stream Smite 2 a bit more to be quite honest, but I'm waiting for it to get more content I care about, also known as furries with tails. Did I color the model myself? Yes, I colored all of my models are colored myself. I bought them. I buy them online and then I color them myself. Nice. Yeah, through I use Krita, or is it Krita? Krita? I don't know how to pronounce that app. It's Krita. I don't know what it is, but I use that for all my image editing needs. All right, go say hi. And go check out to see if Avowed is a cool game. I don't know anything about Avowed. Krita is good. Yeah, I really like it as a tool. I use it a lot. All right, everybody. I'm gonna see you all on Tuesday for Cobalt Core. My brain had a thing there. One thing that's kind of funny is when I with this model before the raid picks off, is when I move my mouth, the upper teeth don't move. At first I was like, damn, that looks weird and wrong. And then I looked at a mirror and I was like, oh wait, teeth just do that. And that's how actual teeth work. I looked in a mirror and I was like, wait, no, that's just how they work. But it looks really weird, right? But that is in fact how teeth work. Smells like stinky in here. Yeah. The only one in the room. Smelling you, chat. All right, bye.
Oh, it's great. Oh, I love the eyes.